touch on or ask about is that Lifestealer pick and I guess the impact that the Lifestealer had on the game, gods.
It was good. I think his kind of job became just to stay alive as long as possible. Tank that he was meant to be the guy to get doomed. Like that was a good result for RNG most of the time. And even it didn't really matter who he doomed. It just felt like all these RNG heroes had answers for it. It was just a good Lifestealer game, picking it into Axe, picking it into Doom. Even the Ursa, you have some built-in evasion that causes Ursa problems. So it just felt like a solid pick. It wasn't like anything crazy. It wasn't a game where Lifestealer was like not really like hard carrying it even in the late game.
Yeah.
But he did his job, and I think that's a good sign for RNG moving forward, is that they can be a bit flexible when it comes to, whether it's D-Stones or God King being the one to kind of carry these games. Because we've seen God King solo carry games when he needs to, when he's on the right hero for the game.
Well, speaking of RNG moving forward, they are going to be moving forward in the lower bracket, and they will be coming up against Team Magma. So I want to get some quick thoughts from you guys. That's going to be the last series of the day. But yeah, I just want to know quick thoughts on how you guys think that matchup is going to go, if you want to start, Aries.
I think 2-0 RNG. I think they're still we've been harping like there is a caliber of teams in China, Elephant, eHome, RNG. The rest of the teams, no slight against them, but I think they're just a bit of a lower tier. And I think RNG, as they get more games under their belt, the nerves might be starting to break down and the experience starting to pick up. And yeah, they looked really convincing in this series, and I don't think it's going to be any different versus Magma.
Would you say the same, gods?
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to sound like a broken record here. Yeah, I think it's...
They're just too good.
Yeah, and I think Magma, hats off to those guys. They've improved. They went further than I thought they would. But I think Magma's, at least to me, overall looked like a weaker team than Asta Aries. I don't think Asta Aries played particularly well this game, but I think that's what these good teams do, is they make these teams that when they play against each other, it's like, oh yeah, Asta Aries or Magma, they could be good. But then as soon as they go up against an RNG or an Elephant, it's like, oh, they look kind of rough. They look indecisive. They look nervous. So I think we're probably going to be in for a 2-0. We probably don't get to see Dust having these amazing Morphling games. They're going to be prepared. So easy 2-0.
I think so too. But that is going to be the last series of the game, and hopefully the teams are going to be able to have enough energy to, really bring their A game when they get to that last series. But if you out there, Twitch chat, you're looking for a little bit of energy, then man, do I have the answer for you. We have our Mate giveaway going right now. That's right, another chance for you guys to spam in chat, !Mate to win your very own case of Mate. And let me tell you, it is going to give you energy to definitely make it to the last series and watch that matchup between Team Magma and RNG. Bound to be a banger. But for us three today, that is going to be it. We will be cutting to a break, and when we come back, you'll be joined by 3 new faces. But thank you guys for joining us, and we'll see you in a little bit.
was on tonight. Throw that thing from left, right, side to side. Yeah. All my friends are here. Playing my favorite song right on top. Yeah. And we never stop. Music pumping, we just keep on rolling. Yeah. No, we never stop. Shake, shake, shake your honey till the morning. Let me hear you say I'm ready. I'm ready. Come on, now slide, slide, slide to the bar. Shine, shine, shine like a star. Let me hear you say I'm ready. I'm ready. Come on, now slide, slide, slide to the bar. Shine, shine, shine like a star. Yeah, I said I wanna see you slide, slide, slide. I said I wanna see you shine, shine, shine. Oh, it's on tonight. Throw that thing from left, right, side to side. Yeah. All my friends are here. Playing my favorite song right back on time. Ooh, and we never stop. Music pumping, we just keep on rolling.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the TI10 closed qualifiers for China. It is upper bracket time here and we get to finally decide who our first grand finalist is going to be. And I've got my two lovely gentlemen here by my side. I've got Black and Beacop. Black, you look lovely, mate. You don't have to get the smudge off the camera. It's fine. You look lovely no matter what. Lads, how are we feeling about this upper bracket match? Obviously after that 107-minute banger you guys had yesterday.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous that we're gonna see another 107-minute banger. Definitely with these two teams, I'm just nervous. I'm hoping it's gonna be a good BO3. I think with the way these two teams have actually been playing, I'm hoping we see the best from them. But we've definitely seen the inconsistencies as well. If they come out 100% from both teams, it's gonna be a hype series. I think it's a hype series regardless, but 100%. How can it not be?
Yep, especially this eHome Elephant is, at least for me, the top two teams probably gonna, no matter who loses now, are going to be in the final again. So there's our like pre-final series that will be also in the final, and I don't think we're gonna see any Arc Wardens today because it just doesn't win. You know, why would you pick a hero that doesn't win? What is the win rate?
That's true.
16% or 15?
Something like that. Pain is why you pick that hero.
Yeah, like you wanna hurt. If you pick that hero, you want to feel pain, and you like it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, as you did say, Black, it is sitting at 14% win rate right now. So can't imagine why these teams want to try and go for it as well. And I think that's a big thing that I would like us to touch on is the fact that both these two teams are probably everybody's pick coming into these China qualifiers. The fact that you look across the board, there's a lot other of these weaker teams, considering that there's 4 teams already in TI from China, that these two teams are the two teams you're probably expecting to be towards those finals. And this is just going to be a little bit of a grand final prelude. And I really do hope this is going to be a full 3 series banger. And I hope that we do get to see the best from them. And I guess, you know, my question to you, Black, is the fact that I think to me, eHome has looked a little bit more shaky when it comes to their inconsistency, and their kind of low moments have looked a little worse than Elephants. Do you feel like coming into this final, they're going to try and shake off a little bit of that rust and try and get themselves into this series against Elephant by starting off on the right foot?
Admittedly, I don't know at all where the series is going to go. Like you said, they're very inconsistent. I can say the same thing about Elephant. Like they won yesterday, but they didn't look great doing so. And if we get like the best eHome versus the worst Elephant, is going to be really one-sided, vice versa as well. And if we get both of the best, like the best eHome and the best Elephant, we're going to have a banger of a series. And probably also if we get the worst eHome and the worst Elephant, we're going to have a great series too. But if one is really inconsistent and the other is at the A game, this might be a blowout.
All right, then, Beacop, do we feel like it's, you know, maybe some of these hero picks coming into this upper bracket match could determine whether or not these players are feeling a little bit more inconsistent on one side or another? You know, we've seen a little bit of experimentation from both these teams so far. So do you feel like maybe hero picks might determine whether or not this series might go one way or the other?
We could definitely see more comfort picks coming out for both teams, especially when you're one step away from getting to the grand final. I think teams definitely fall back on what they're most used to. Could see like the Earth Spirit for both games for like FY. Like we were talking, Rubik's not the hero to pick right now, and that would have been his comfort pick. But right now, I think probably his best comfort pick is that Earth Spirit. So I wouldn't be surprised if he picks that up like both games, and that's something that he feels really good with, especially with how good that hero is and with its reach and everything and what it delivers. I wouldn't be surprised to see that for him. And, you know, there are definitely other heroes on the board for both teams that I think that we'll see. I don't think they're really going to go out and experiment too much. I'm actually most interested to see what they're doing with Sylar. He's still kind of that hero pool for me that is... Oh yeah, the hero bucket that is like 2 years behind.
There was a few people in Twitch chat that were trying to have the conversation between whether or not it goes puddle bucket pool or whether or not it goes puddle bath pool. And I'm kind of feeling this hero bath kind of deal. I feel like obviously it's a little bit bigger than what a bucket usually is, so maybe that's giving Sylar a little bit of extra credit. But I don't know. Yeah. Maybe we just call it like, you know, hero bucket or bath. You know, either way, it still feels kind of the same, right?
I mean, we can always add more steps, right? It could be a hero puddle, bucket, bath, and then something before pool, and then lake, and then ocean.
Yeah. I mean, I've certainly heard Hero Ocean before, so it feels like maybe that might be, you know, handed over to a few of the other players. But
Hero Ocean.
Yeah, Kuroki. He still needs what? Two more heroes to get the 100% back.
I think doesn't he have 100% now because Dawnbreaker isn't in CM? I'm not entirely sure. I think after they qualified, he just picked some random hero for himself to get the 100% back. I'm not entirely sure if that's true or not. I don't want to lie. We don't ever want to lie. Good guys.
Well, I'm sure Knoxville is floating around out there somewhere who should be able to shore us up on that, whether or not Kuroki still has that. But I guess I want to focus more a little bit back onto, you know, as we were saying, you know, Sylar's hero bath, bucket, puddle, whatever we want to go on. And it seems like so far across these games that we've been seeing with eHome, he has been experimenting a little bit, but it feels like the most success that we've seen from Sylar has been on something like that Medusa, right, Beaker?
Yeah, what was it also? The Clinks that he played that was really strong. I'm wondering if they're gonna play something as slow as that, because also something that we kind of harped on in the previous days is not getting away with these slower lineups with the way that they've been playing. So if you play a slower lineup and Elephant's on it, or if Elephant play a slower lineup and eHome's on it, I'm wondering if they're gonna get away with something that takes 30-35 minutes to really get the ball done. Hopefully not an hour 45 to get the game done, but I don't know. I'm worried about something that's a little bit slower progressing if they're not on the money with the way they're playing today.
I just don't want to see this TA Medusa that we've seen from eHome. I think that's very exploitable, and I think Elephant is more than capable of exploiting it. And you got away with it against a team like SAG, who, you know, they are definitely considered a weaker team, but I think Elephant is going to make you pay for that.
Right.
Yeah, and I guess across both teams, they, you know, Elephant haven't really been utilizing the TA all too much. They used it in that 107-minute banger when they had against RNG. Obviously, it ended up being a good one for them. But I think, you know, maybe something that across both these teams is really a lot of Lion between both these teams. They've utilized Lion quite a lot. And it seems like now we already get ourselves a Nyx Assassin, say, out here from Elephant. So maybe Black, that might kind of get you to go a little bit further away from that line, considering how susceptible he is to a gank from the Nyx.
I mean, Lion is... it kind of goes both ways, as you said. He's pretty easy to kill for the Nyx, but at the same time, Hex is one of the best answers to the Nyx, because a lot of Nyxes are really fast on a carapace button, but if you just Hex him, it doesn't really matter because you don't need to damage him, you impale him after and he's gone. And they should go TA on the second pick, which is pretty rare because it can get countered by Elephant in that next pick, whether it's a Winter Wyvern, or something like a Razor, or a Viper. Viper is banned, never mind. But there's a lot of good answers if you second phase that, or rather second pick that, rather than first pick, because you just don't have the 3 bans to cover it.
Right. The Nyx is pretty interesting here too, because we've been watching just how much a Nyx changes the optics of a game with just Ags. We saw it yesterday. It was like straight Ags after boots, and then that game got very difficult the second that Nyx assassin got the Ags, and it was crazy how much that changed. And they're going to protect themselves with the pick of the Winter Wyvern and immediately into the Death Prophet. That was just, they know what they wanted quickly into it. I'm a bit surprised that was just a 1-2 Nyx Death Prophet. Like Elephant weren't even second guessing at all.
That's the TA answer. They picked the same thing yesterday. And it makes a lot of sense. Spirit Siphon, of course, goes through Refraction easily. Exorcism makes it hard for DP to a TA to fight against the DP early on. Yeah.
Yeah, interested to see what Elephant has in this second phase, to see if they're going to try and double down on this Templar Assassin kind of countering. You know, we've seen it a few times across a lot of these series so far. We've seen heroes like Doom, Razor, these heroes that really try and make it so the TA can't actually stand in these fights and sit back. But Black, do you feel like this DP, just with the fact that the Spirit Siphon as well as Exorcism already makes it too hard for the Templar Assassin to try and fight into this? Or would you like to see them, you know, kind of double down a little bit here for Elephant?
The lane is generally pretty hard for TA against DP, but in the mid game it's not that bad actually. You get this Desolator timing. DP doesn't have a whole lot of armor, especially if she goes for the Dual Scepter first. So it is an answer, but at the same time you need some sort of protection for the DP to be able to really fight the TA. And that is usually Winter Wyvern paired with the DP, but they took that away from them. So they might have to go back and think maybe about an Oracle or something like that, just to be able to cover the DP. Because if she's by herself, she is just going to die in a couple of seconds against the TA.
Yeah, interested to see whether or not they want to go for, if someone is, you know, tries to get that early armor rush, or whether or not he's going to go for the more Stoxian and Death Prophet stuff. I think coming across here, you know, this is probably going to hurt your ears a little bit, Black, so you might want to cover them here. But I'm surprised that we have not seen that much Arc Warden as the counter to the Templar Assassin, because, you know, Arc Warden was one of those heroes that was thought of as a counter when we had that Venge TV Medusa kind of meta, just really trying to mitigate a lot of damage that comes out from those ranged heroes. So obviously you guys are grimacing a little bit because Arc Warden tends to be a little bit of those longer games, but has it been a surprise, Bcop, that we haven't seen that much Arc Warden in response to a Templar Assassin?
I don't think it's much of a surprise. The way we see these like players playing Arc Warden right now, I'm always questioning whether or not they're comfortable playing the hero to its full capacity. We've only seen a handful of players throughout all the qualifiers play it with both heroes, play it at 100%, play it the way that it needs to be played to win games. And I'm wondering if it's almost regretfully that they picked this Arc Warden when we see it.
Definitely. Like, as I said, I've only seen, I think so far, Raven who did it properly from the SCA qualifier. Even in the SCA qualifier, there were a lot of very questionable Arc Warden plays where they would never leave base with the real hero, and it just feels, as you said, very forced. Like, you know how to play this hero, they're like, yeah, give me that, and then maybe not. I mean, there's a lot of pressure, you know, a lot of stake, but like, at least if you have buyback, do something. Maybe you mess up whatever, then you buy back, and then you sit in Fountain for 8 minutes. But you gotta use your buyback minimum. You know, like, you can't just be defensive for like 50 minutes. Just not happening.
5 seconds remaining.
A little bit of a specialist hero. I guess that's probably another reason why we might not see as many heroes like Lone Druid and Meepo around, right? It's just one of those heroes that really requires kind of a specialist to get in here. And I think the bans are really interesting for me coming out from Elephant. They're really starting to target that support pool, making sure that there's a lot of these fours that can't really make these rotations around the map. So, Black, does that kind of lean you into the fact that Elephant might want to play a little bit slower with, you know, maybe the heroes are going to come out here in the second phase if they're getting rid of these heroes that, you know, kind of rotate a little bit earlier on?
Potentially. It could also just mean that they want to put the DP in the off lane, which is a pretty easy target for all these heroes that Elephant actually banned. And they're also really good against Nyx Assassin. Like, as we said, the line is really good. Earth Spirit makes a ton of sense because you just instant silence him before he gets the Carapace off. But so far, honestly, Nyx Assassin doesn't counter anything. Like, TA, we said it in the past, is very good against this Nyx Assassin. And they will still need some more answers to this TA, because we've seen her first two phase a lot of times, and she just destroyed the game.
Interested to see whether or not you go become.
I'm looking at this, the way that they're banning a lot of these supports. I'm wondering if Elephant are going to go the route of like Vici and throw the Nyx Assassin in the 4 and throw the Death Prophet 5. I think that's something that can definitely work. They're banning a lot of the supports that I think maybe FY would look to play. So, yeah, there's the answer. All right, it's not going to be that. It'll get the Phoenix instead. But it was definitely something that was shooting through my mind for a second.
Also, good answer to the Templar Assassin, of course. If you build into the vessel, suddenly all that heal from the Winter Wyvern doesn't matter as much. And of course, if you're Cold Embrace, the Sunray is going to deal a ton of damage through that as well. So I like that quite a bit. Gives a good team fight. They don't have any good egg protection yet. There's still a Mars in the pool they could pick up potentially for the offlane. Then Mars DP is a very strong dual core combination also. I don't know, the draft is all over the place right now, at least.
I was going to say whether or not eHome's going to try and go for something that is a little bit more of an egg hitter to see if they can try and counter out the Phoenix. But just going to go straight with the Luna. This is a hero that really has not impressed me as a carry as of late. It really does feel like that if you want kind of one of those mixed damage cores, you can go for something a little bit different. You know, we've seen Gyrocopter have a little bit more success, but maybe paired a little bit more with the IO. But Luna, to me, just hasn't really felt like it's popped off yet.
Yep. Luna TA is a big no for me. I think that's a trap. Like, both of them want to do the same thing. They want to farm the same area. That's exactly what I said at the beginning. You pick this Luna, the TA and the Medusa, and it just feels so bad. Like, this makes so much more sense. Now you have this Medusa, and you have 3 people that actually make space for the Medusa. Who's going to make space for the Luna and the TA? Like, they can't make space for each other. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, it's really difficult, and especially when you're trying to split jungle farm. Like, if TA's lane doesn't go perfectly, you're backing up into the jungle whether or not your lane goes perfectly, I think, on a TA normally. So if you're now not stacking for the Luna, you're not making more space for the Luna in terms of in that jungle farm. The Luna's not moving as fast in terms of getting to the top of the net worth if the lane's not perfect. So I think you're just putting like not a timer, but you're making it much harder for yourself to succeed with both these heroes.
Yeah. I'm definitely looking at the Luna. Much as like we looked at the Medusa yesterday, like you need to win this Luna lane, otherwise you're in big trouble. Like you can't retrieve to the jungle. Sorry, you can't retreat to the jungle where TA is going to be farming, because otherwise you're just wasting a ton of resources around the map, and you're probably just gonna fall too far behind in the early game, and Elephant is gonna run you over. That being said, though, Elephant still needs some sort of good initiation stun. Like they have a Nyx Assassin, which is good, but they need like a frontliner that can actually give information to his teammates. And they're banning out a lot of mid heroes on eHome, so they're expecting DP to be off lane.
Maybe try and get that initiation from the mid lane for Elephant, and maybe that's what eHome's thinking of. I would love to see eHome try and ban out the Axe towards the end here as well. I think that's kind of ticks a lot of the boxes you've been asking about here, Black. You know, gives you a little bit of that egg protection. You've got yourself that tanky frontliner can get that initiation off for you, but they're just going to get rid of the Storm Spirit. So eHome are really doubling down on the fact that they feel like this is going to be a Yang Death Prophet, not having something in towards that mid lane. So it feels like maybe Elephant now, I mean, Axe would be pretty good for them as well, right?
Yep, Axe would be good. What else does Somnus like to play if they really want to pick another mid hero? Like Puck, but then you pick a Puck into a TA, which isn't what you usually want, and they do go for the Mars, which I actually thought they would go in the second phase already, but it gets all the way through to the last pick. All right, perfect pick. Makes perfect sense. And this lineup is scary. It's really scary.
I think the only thing in this lineup that I'm kind of wondering about for Elephant is like if they miss the spear, if they miss the impale, their lockdown's lacking. So they need Yang to kind of be on it. I was almost liking the Axe more than the Mars, just because it's I would say it's a little bit easier to hit a call than it is a spear at times. So it has to not be perfect from Elephant, but it does make things a little bit more difficult in terms of getting that lockdown. Beastmaster, wow, okay.
Into Medusa, like that is not an easy beast lane whatsoever. They really want to push the tempo, but at the same time you pick this TA, Luna, they need to win early game. Like if eHome loses early game, I think this game is just over. If they win early game, they can probably invade the triangle, make Eurus's life hell. Somnus won't be survivable enough to survive a roar, but it will all just come down to like the first 15 minutes.
And I think a big thing is they've got a lot of these auras that really buff up their characters they've got. Obviously, they've got the Inner Beast, they've got the Lunar Blessing. It's going to do a lot for XM here on the Templar Assassin, but I do have the same kind of concerns that you do, Black. It's like, if they don't come out of the landing phase with a little bit of an advantage or a bit ahead, then it really makes it hard for them to try and get this game on a roll. So, Beacop, we're going to start with you first, mate. Upper bracket, final time, game number 1 between Elephant and eHome. Who are we sitting for this one?
I'm favoring Elephant a little bit. I think they have a lot more opportunity to win the game. They're not so much on this like weird tunnel or pathway that is like, you have to do this to win this game. For Elephant, I think they can fall behind a little bit. We've talked about Medusa games where you just need to kind of sustain if you're down 4 or 5k come 15-20 minutes, I think you're in an okay spot in a winnable game. And that's not just copium, it's definitely possible. Whereas eHome, I think if their laning doesn't go that well and they fall behind early, that pathway looks rough. And I think Elephant have more ways to win the game than eHome, so I'm gonna go with Elephant.
What about you, Black? Where you sitting? You gonna echo this from Beacop?
Yeah, I think so. Like the initial concern that there is no egg protection is now more than made up for. You got the Mars, Anti-Medusa, Stone Gaze, so the team fighting is going to be incredibly difficult. And if you have a push lineup, you inevitably have to team fight and win those, which I just don't really see happening this game.
Well, let's see if that's the way it does pan out, or whether or not the analysts are going to be a little bit wrong here. Maybe there might be a little bit of copium in chat for everybody at home as well. Game number 1's underway between Elephant and eHome. This is the upper bracket final, so let's get into it.
Getting into game number 1, thank you very much. And yeah, Elephant up against eHome, the two teams that we kind of suspected that would be in this position. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes. Black, we both kind of alluded to how it might be a little bit difficult for eHome to really follow the pathway to get this done. Do you think the laning has to be perfect from them, or is there any room for potentially just not getting it done perfectly for the side of eHome?
I mean, they can. I mean, of course, like you don't just lose the lane and instantly lose the game. It just makes it a lot harder. There's always comeback avenues in Dota. It's just when you pick two heroes, they do the same thing. Kind of like Sven TA, Medusa TA. If you don't win the lanes, your map shrinks without the enemy even taking towers, simply because of how the heroes function, which is something you generally don't want to pick. That is why we have seen yesterday the TA Clings that I was a big fan of, because they function on different frequencies, you know? Like, they don't do the same thing, which is the only scary part of this eHome draft. If the lanes don't go well, suddenly they'll find themselves in a spot where they play from the back foot, and their recovery mechanic is just very hard to kick into gear, simply because who is going to farm the Ancients? Is it going to be Luna or TA? Or both together? Like, you don't want that. And then I'm really afraid about this Beastmaster lane also, because Medusa lanes really well into Beastmaster.
We've seen a couple games where Medusa's just like stayed stationary, had this easy time, and kind of gone off from there. You need to find a way to really poke and prod at Eurus on this Medusa, make him feel uncomfortable, especially if you want to be able to get out of the early game, looking into good optics for the mid to late game.
The only good thing is for them that they have a Nyx Assassin 5, or rather 4 that is playing the 5, which is going to make things a little bit harder for the Medusa, of course, playing against the Beastmaster as well as Hoodwink.
I'm a little surprised that they're doing it that way too. This is not something that they used to do with Red Panda. For Elephant, at least, it was always strictly Red Panda's the 5. He's going to be 5ing no matter what, and FY never really fell back into that position. Whereas, I guess right now, it's just being in that 5 role for the laning stage. We'll see if that continues in terms of farm priority as we move on.
Yeah, I think they just want to prioritize the Mars a little bit more in the early game, simply because he's going to be the guy that initiates for you. Medusa can catch up later. If Mars has a rough time, very hard for him to catch back up. So in that way, it makes a lot more sense. But at top lane, we'll see. It might be a little bit too weak, even though you have this good Medusa Beastmaster matchup. Hoodwink, we have seen many times how much damage he deals in lane.
We've seen a couple of these Chinese 4 players really look quite proficient on the Hoodwink, like almost specialists. Like I would put that title on FY. We saw some really good Hoodwink games from him. we'll see how Fade plays this hero, as it's not the first time, but we'll see if he's like really showing proficiency with this Hoodwink coming into this first game.
It's a tough hero to execute very well, honestly. Like, it's easy on paper, but it's very hard to master, I think.
It's a lot of it, from what I saw, at least from FY, was certainly mastering the Acorn Shot Bushwhack combo.
It's the hardest part about it, yeah.
And also
So easy to
just
miss.
the mana management. This is not a hero that's really working with a lot of mana, only 387 mana to start right now. And, you know, Bushwhack alone is 90 of it, and if you're trying to land the combo, 165 is just about all of it, or just about half your mana pool.
Yeah, her int gain is pretty damn good though, almost 3 per level, which is very high for an int hero. But of course, Medusa even higher than that, 3.4. Very smart snake lady thing.
Who is it that
What
went heavy
mythology is
into
it
like
from?
all the in? Who, Medusa?
Greek, right?
Greek? Yeah.
I think it's Greek. Yeah,
I
a lot
wanna
of
say
Greek
Greek.
mythology in Dota. We have Zeus, we have Mars, we have Medusa. We have anything else?
Zeus?
Centaur maybe?
Could
Fish?
be, yeah.
Well, I guess Centaur is not really a Minotaur though, so maybe not.
Radiant's courier has been
Yeah, I don't know. I think that one's kind of just like also in a lot of mythology, right? Centaurs?
It is, but I don't know if that's Greek or not. Well, we're probably upsetting a lot of historians here.
And I took a Greek mythology class back in school.
That is just embarrassing then.
You know? It was, I did a report on Eros, the god of love. And
There's a god of love? I only knew there was a goddess of love.
There's a god and goddess, I think, for everything.
Oh really? I thought there's only one each. Sorry, I'm a fool. I just played God of War. That's where my Greek mythology ends.
I think that's where a lot of people's Greek mythology starts and stops.
Yeah, it's actually really good though. Like, imagine if you would just have God of War in school. Like, everybody would pay so much attention. 100%.
God of War 101, that's the class.
It would be way more interesting than boring, like, books and stuff.
So, just something I wanted to talk about is the mid matchup.
Yeah.
XM against Somnus. These are two very good mid players. XM at one point was the #1 ranked player in China, and he held that title for a long time. You got Somnus, who we talked about yesterday, who had shown a little bit of shakiness throughout the DPC season.
Yes.
I've been a little bit worried about his performances. I think XM's kind of shined a little bit more in this qualifier so far, but at least up to this point, it does look like XM's doing a little bit better. But I'm not surprised that, you know, the TA backs off to that camp, farms up a little bit, gets that extra CS. So Somnus, he's level 6. He's in an all right spot. I want to see how he moves potentially with this exorcism. Maybe look for a rotation towards bottom or something to get a quick tower.
Yeah, but we've seen yesterday also, when Somnus played against his TA, he didn't respect the traps enough and actually fed away a couple of kills because of that. So this time around, he will have to be a little bit more careful. Might be running into one already. But all
Doesn't
good.
actually end up getting popped.
Oh, Phoenix is taking the DD away from Death Prophet, actually. Interesting. Alright. Super is like, yoink. You don't need that, right?
You wouldn't like a double damage, would you?
bottom tower is under attack.
A DD DP? Nah, that's useless.
Things have been very
Beastmaster?
quiet.
Yeah, it's very quiet just because there's no whole lot of a kill threat on all these lanes. Sylar's doing very well for himself though. And Yang is struggling a little bit. Here they try to enable, which could potentially
Bushwhack
become
up
a problem.
top onto this Medusa. Eurus, not a lot of mana at the moment to work with. Not enough mana to throw a snake the other way. Acorn shot bounces over to the neutral camp,
Boar.
and Eurus just getting chased down. The boar trying to slow him up. Another Bushwhack, and Chalice will get first blood. He's just left alone for way too long, and that's because they're going over mid with the exorcism. They're getting a kill onto the TA. So not the best trade overall, but Are you unhappy if you're the side of Elephant to give up that trade?
Yeah, I think if you make this move, you gotta be a little bit more cautious on the Medusa. Like, you don't want to just feed away a kill for no reason.
Ooh, Fade?
Fade.
Exorcism's over.
He's gonna be okay. He's gonna be okay. Like, Medusa is one of the slowest, if not on par with the slowest hero in the game. So, if you get caught up by the boar, you're done. Like, if you can't fight back against the boar, you will die because you cannot get away.
Sylar burning out to the Sunray bottom and missed the God's Rebuke. Ooh, some beam, but Yang will get the right click kill and take out this Luna. Yeah, he missed the God's Rebuke, and that could have been a big issue.
Now when Sylar comes back, there's gonna be an arena, but Fade might be able to get a kill here. Just TP out. Lul. Yep, easy. Just TP forehead.
I think that's one of my favorite lines
with an
to
arena. And that arena could kill Luna one more time. Where does Sylar decide to go? Does he want to go top? Yep. He wants to pressure the top tower. Medusa retreated to the jungle. I would love it if Medusa just goes back top to defend the tower because she's one of the best heroes at doing so. This tower is very important for the Medusa.
It's important for the Medusa. I'm wondering if they're going to pressure this tower with both the Beastmaster and the Luna. And where Sylar wants to farm. Like, he's top right now, but he's with the Beastmaster. I expect
it's a little bit awkward right now.
Chalice to put the pressure on, and if they defend this tower on Elephant, I think that puts Sylar in an awkward position in terms of where he wants to farm, right?
Yeah, it's already pretty awkward. Like, you just TP top without eHome seemingly being ready for it, to be honest, because usually you want to set up the tower kill with a couple of supports, but they both TP'd bottom. So now Sylar is sort of stranded in farming like a small camp. And Beastmaster's rotating middle. Like, it just doesn't feel good right now if you're Sylar, for sure.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Where's Somnus going? Somnus going bottom. Setting up for a tower kill with the
tower bottom.
Exorcism, yep. Raw into FY, but he sniffed it out. Just TP out.
He's A-okay.
Just TP
out. It's the strongest amount of gold you'll spend. Yeah, they're going for super. They've got the Melt Strike, Icarus dive, and Super's okay, but they're losing this tier 1.
Yeah. At the same time, they're pressuring top as well. Might be getting 2 tier 1 towers here.
Let's see if they TP top to defend this.
They're all running top.
They're certainly going to make the rotation. Yeah. eHome are going to make the rotation and look for the tier 1 tower, put the pressure on, and this will cut into where Medusa feels comfortable farming.
Yeah, that's a big win for eHome, getting 2 of those towers, whereas they had to spend an Exorcism to get just 1. So the next Exorcism, they definitely got to focus on getting this mid tower, maybe with the Mars Arena as well. Because Medusa needs all that good space. There's a nice Ancient stack that Medusa's working on right now, though. That's a trade-off. Like, if you take a lot of heroes to the top lane to get the tower, Medusa will be able to clear those stacks no problem.
Eurus clearing some stacks, getting closer and closer to the Manta.
Yeah. The big question this game is, once Medusa gets 2 items, which I think is probably going to be Manta Skadi, how do you kill her? You don't have any good Medusa damage.
Ooh, Bushwhack, Acorn shot, looking for the sharpshooter. That's going to land under the Death Prophet. They've got the Sunray, but the Meld Strike, loose and beam combo. Sylar will get the kill on a Somnus.
He got blown up from, what was it, full health?
Yeah, just about.
He doesn't have a whole lot to work with. He didn't go for any upgraded boots. And Keen Optic is his neutral item, so it doesn't make him any tankier either. Do they have anything better for him? Let's see. Yeah, Yang has an Ironwood tree. I feel that that should be on the Death Prophet. Because you really do need that boosted HP. And 120 that it gives you is pretty important. It's smoked under a ward. They should be ready. XM should not be getting caught out here. Fade already in position to break it.
Great position to break that smoke as well.
And Beast is the one who's going to tank it.
Yeah, unfortunate for Fade. He doesn't break that smoke. Spear comes out. X-Nova,
nice curse, though.
Gets a great Winter's Curse, but the Sunray is enough to get the kill to Chalice to pop the trap. They've got the Meld Strike with the Sharpshooter coming in under the Mars. Supernova's in a great spot with this.
It's the team I talked about.
This is so perfect coming out from Elephant for the moment. They get the kill to Fade. They end up losing Yang. XM getting saved by the Cold Embrace, but it's not going to be enough to save the life of the TA. Sunray now out on the Winter Wyvern. The Icarus dive away from Super, so he'll survive. He's on the run. Exorcism from Somnus. They should be able to find the Winter Wyvern, and they do. X-Nova is gone, and they'll focus their attention on pushing in top for the second that they're here, but we'll see if they stay on it or if they back off.
Yeah. Let's take a quick trip to Past City. Remember how we said, how are you ever going to teamfight this lineup? Yeah, you got one Winter's Curse, that's it. That's your team
And it was
fight.
a perfect one, too. Like, that was probably as good as it's going to get early on in this game.
Yeah, if Mars dies there before he gets the arena out, it's a good fight for him, but he barely lives. Gets the arena out, Stone Gaze, Phoenix Egg, and you are just done. Like, this TA can't do anything. You just can't fight through it.
And you talked about it yesterday when you, hold on, Primal Roar, Eurus, now no mana, and the Eclipse gets committed with the Sharpshooter. That Sharpshooter just does so much damage when you have that much time to charge it up.
Yeah.
It really puts it in the Pain City, and yeah, they're going to lose that Medusa. That's a good way to get a quick
The
kill.
strong part about Hoodwink is you only need to charge 3 seconds to get the max damage, which is just barely over half the full channel time. Next Assassin scouting out the Hoodwink, but he knows.
He's only got a couple more seconds left on this Vendetta, and he's not going to find anybody with it. Bless you.
Thank you, thank you. Whew, that's a big one.
Hefty one.
Yeah. Luckily nothing came out. Death Prophet is closing in on 12 though. Which, as we all know, is one of the biggest power spikes for her. Mars, how is his Blink Dagger looking? 100 gold away. So that's a big initiation tool. Medusa Manta style completed. Medusa's big. Very big. And he's going to the Skadi next. We said, once that's up, how do you kill him? I still didn't find an answer. Because even though you have Desolator, you have Eclipse, you do come close to this 10,000 effective HP threshold, which is very hard to bring down, especially at that Skadi timing, which at this pace could come out at like minute 20.
Looking
Winter
for the
Wyvern.
Winter Wyvern. And Sunray, Winter's Curse. Oh, the damage! It's going to be
That's
enough.
an agent play, Eurus. That is an agent play right there.
Dust. Oh, as FY is coming in. Cold Embrace. Impale. Eurus
See?
with the Mystic Snake. And there's one right click from FY to finish him off.
FY's like, thanks, man.
Thanks for helping me get that kill.
Yeah, but very well played by X-Nova, getting a solo kill from that situation. With a little bit of help from Eurus, of course. He's like, I'll take the PayPal check. $20. The longest
Yang's got
snake
that
ever. I
blink
just
dagger.
watched it. Did you see that?
No, I didn't actually
Was-
see that one.
One bounce after another every 2 seconds. And it, again.
Sounds
keeps
similar to
bouncing
when
off
we
all
see
the
the Ember Slight, and there's a lot there.
Yeah, like with Spiderlings.
Yeah.
Mars has Blink Dagger completed, and he is currently still smoked up. It could be another very big team fight.
Blink. Spear
Nice
that's
spear.
gonna land on the Fade. And they've got the God's Rebuke as well as the Impale, but now the Primal Roar comes out. They've got the Sunray on top of Fade, the Lucent Beam. No, it's an Eclipse. It comes all the way through. Icarus dive. He got the arena out before he died, and now the Supernova is going to go off. The question is, does it catch anybody? It's not going to pop in time. They're all running away from this Elephant lineup, and they've used everything, and they got nothing.
And there's everything popped, and this is the other side of the coin. If you miss execute, then suddenly everything's on cooldown. And there might be a free Roche now. As Desolator is completed on TA. Oh, they're catching out the TA! Careful, XM!
Oh, XM! He's caught. The trap's down. Goes into the Meld and throws it at the Roche. Oh, Winter's Curse. Another good one from X-Nova. And now they've got the Lucent Beam. FY trying to run. Uses that Spike Carapace. Lands the Impel. They've got the Sunray on the Chalice. Doesn't get up in her mountain. Time with the end coming back into the fight. God's Rebuke is there to get the kill on the Beastmaster, but they end up trading the Nyx Assassin. Lucent Beam onto Yang. And now the Meld Strike. The damage out with the help of Fade. They'll get the kill onto the Mars once again. So eHome controlling the Roche pit for the moment. Exorcism runs out. The damage on the Somnus. Silence onto a bunch of these heroes. They've got the trap as well as the sharpshooter. That's going to miss. The trap doesn't, and Somnus ends up dead to XM.
Yeah, Elephant is really committing a lot of very basic mistakes here. Like not smoking up together as a team, just breaking smoke when you shouldn't, and it might now result into a free Roche. For eHome, they're taking a really good foothold into this game. Like one botched teamfight like that is all it takes sometimes. But they still have the impending problem of this Medusa. Like we said,
Right.
they are allowed many more mistakes on this Elephant side, which is why we favored their draft. They're not out of this game at all.
Still certainly doable. They're only down 3k, but now you're up against an Aegis. So this is a moment where eHome can make them uncomfortable. If they can take a big fight, if they can get a bit of an advantage to like 6, 7k from this, push a tier 2, take a couple of tier 2s potentially. Feel really
Can't
good
forget
for them.
though, it is a TA Aegis without BKB. We have seen many times where TA just dies once and dies immediately
And
the
then dies
second time.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Upon a loyal warrior.
It's just a little bit discombobulated right now from Elephant. Like what I'm expecting from them in terms of execution
I love
just
that
isn't
word.
there. The discombobulated.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
It kind of sounds really mean, like something a butcher would say. I discombobulated you.
It feels like a fake word.
Yeah, it does. It does. The first time I heard it, I was like, not a word.
FY
I don't know what you
moving
mean. Like,
forward.
they're very split. And
Dire's top
yeah,
tower
like they gotta get the team fight going. Like you need a good arena into Phoenix Egg. If you waste your big ults, obviously that's your big edge. Once that's gone, you're almost like, all right, we'll take it to you. Or maybe they even want to take it to them right now as they're smoking up. With the blink that I picked up on TA, they have to be
Opposite side
very
of the
careful though
map.
how to commit here. Or it's a level 2 Dominator on Beast. He rushed that. You got a dragon now. Little pet dragon.
Helm of the Overlord.
Haven't seen that one first in a long time.
We don't really see Beast much that much anymore.
Yeah. And Mars is the big one. If Mars dies, the team fight of Elephant is pretty much dead. Oh, Yang has to be
He
careful.
should have the blink, but they do have the Hawk. And let's see. He's in a good position to avoid this smoke, and he's done so.
Yeah. Look at Dusa though.
Dire's
600 away from that Skadi.
Yeah.
That Skadi's up. It's gonna go to Cold City.
I think the thing that a lot of people have talked about with Elephant, and I think we had that conversation ourselves during the GPC, is it's never quite felt like Elephant are
Dire's structure.
one voice.
Yeah.
And like it just seems like it's individuals playing Dota together. It hasn't really meshed in the DPC just yet.
That's how it still feels like right now, even after the addition of RTK, after the addition of Super. They got a little bit better each time. But the main problem the team had, which is they're very individual, never really stopped. And it's a hard problem to fix. It really is.
Yeah. Going up on the high ground. Blink Spear coming through on the TA, and that's going to land pretty far from the rest of his team, but they've got the Bulwark as well as the Primal Roar. The Eclipse is going to be placed down onto this team, but they've got the Medusa using that Manta, moving forward the Stone Gaze. And they look over, Sylar getting quite low. They got the kill on
Droppable.
Nova, and Sylar is dead. They get the kill on a Fate. That's going to be 3 as TA's back alive, gets a little bit of time to TP out, and does so successfully, but it is a great hold from Elephant.
Very
All off the
surprised
back
he
of
was
Mars, who
committing like
ended up
that.
dead.
Yeah, like we said, the team fight is overwhelming, and you're basically giving it to them exactly the way they want it. Like you run high ground, Medusa's right there, Stone Gaze hits pretty much everybody. You give Mars the opportunity to spear back to TA for free, and it just didn't really work out for them. They're still leading 2k, but at this point, if you want to win this game, you really got to be ahead a little bit further than that against this Medusa
Yeah.
lineup. Because now Medusa is 1k ahead of the TA suddenly.
And you need to be careful of just pushing forward like that into this lineup. We talked about it in the draft. There's not a lot of lockdown here for the side of Elephant. If he misses that spear, it's botched. Like all you have from that point on is Impale and Spike Carapace. You can work around that. But if you're standing forward with that kind of confidence, I understand you have the Aegis, but you know where you're going to be speared to. And he actually did it better than I thought. Not to the tower, but to the racks, which are a little further back and away from his team, just on the edge of that spear range, which was perfect.
Yep, and then suddenly you're fighting into the stone gaze, which cuts the team off from the TA, into the egg, which is placed in the middle of both as well. And then you're in this position. Do I sacrifice my TA? Do I help my TA? They chose to help the TA. Let off a couple of heroes because of it. Yeah, now Medusa is very happy in this game. And DP is also getting very strong. Has a halberd already. With that plate mail, he's going to be very, very tanky. If he goes blade mail. He actually went blink dagger. Okay, just wants to be able to follow up on the mass initiation. But there's Winter Wyvern. Winter Wyvern is always this hero. A good curse can turn an entire game around.
Yeah, Xnova, his positioning and his curses have been pretty much on point for the majority of this game. So I'm interested to see where that ends off as they throw the Primal Roar out. The Impale lands, the Sharpshooter comes out. He's out of mana now on the Medusa, but they get the kill on the Chalice. They pop the Exorcism. And they're looking for more Somnus. He's going in. Bushwhack, but Winter Wyvern just TPs out in time. Very dangerous here for eHome as the arena will come in. They'll land the spear onto Fade. They'll get the kill onto the Hoodwink. And Somnus will get revenge, taking out this Hoodwink. And that's going to be 2 kills for Elephant, who have now evened up the game in terms of net worth.
Yeah, they committed everything onto the Medusa. They drained all her mana. But then how do you get through that health pool? And that's what we said. You commit everything on her. Can you kill her? The answer is no. And that is pre the next item. He's going to have a butterfly very soon. And after that, TA is going to feel pretty damn bad fighting against her. Same as the Luna, really. All that damage at that point is pretty much physical, which Medusa will have no problem just tanking.
Eurus has had a very good game so far. He died a couple times. That one death up towards top, which not entirely just his fault, I would say, especially with the rotations. Out of lane, it was just him in that lane, and he maybe got a little bit too comfortable moving forward. But other than that, the game sat pretty much perfect for him, especially with what he's been able to accomplish in terms of his farm.
Yeah, he definitely has been very efficient around the map. 100% agree. Next time with the DD, takes out the top. Not really a priority for Elephant at all to protect that. They just want to get the next Medusa item up, fight the next Roshan, which might spawn in 50. He's going away from the butterfly, just straight into the Daedalus. Once more damage, which is fine too, because they already showed that they could not kill him, even with like 3-4 heroes committing everything on top of him. She's gonna hurt now. Like, he has a Daedalus finished.
Oh, yeah.
This is a lot of pain. By a lot, I mean way too much at this point in the game.
City.
Yeah, especially if you're stoned by the stone gaze. You take an additional 50% bonus physical damage. This Daedalus crit is going to shred you. I'm not the biggest fan of Daedalus before 25, because of course you can't apply the crit to every target that you attack. But
Right.
if there's a single target in front of you, you are going to shred that target.
Dire are scanning.
And he's only level 19 for the moment, so there is a lot of time before he hits that level 25 marker.
Yeah. I'm wondering if they're going to give the book to him to get a faster level 25, which we have seen some teams do, or if they want to prioritize maybe like the Phoenix level 18, something like that. Mars now has BKB completed as well, so killing him is going to be incredibly difficult. Because sure, you have a lot of physical damage, but you also have the bulwark, of course, which is going to protect you from that.
And with the arenas, the supernovas have been placed every time in a spot where they can't be taken out. Whether or not they were effective in the fights is, you know, up for conversation. But we've seen the combo and what they're looking to do, the premise behind their team fight, pretty much work out every single time.
Yeah, but look at Luna's item build. He went Axe straight after Manta. This might be the Medusa answer, but
Going Shard too.
I'm definitely sure that this is just an item build because you picked it together with the TA, which doesn't feel great. They're going into the pit. They need to be fast on Elephant. The Helm of Dominator 2 is pushing the bot lane. They're in a pretty rough spot right now. Gonna give up the tower, or are you gonna fight Roche?
Scan, and they're gonna get
Or
Roche.
neither.
So now Shard is going to be put in the hands of the TA. We'll see if it's passed off to Sylar. Yeah, it is. Not surprising as he had it queued up. That saves him the golden spending for it.
Feeds away both Hammer Dominator creeps though to the Medusa. It's a good gold influx. DP level 18 now. With a plate mail. Pretty survivable as well. But no BKB. Like this axe on Luna level 18 could actually cause a lot of problems for the Dire side until they have the BKBs. They're both about 2k away from it.
Are you surprised that they were so willing to give up that second Roche?
I don't know if they knew what was going on, to be honest. Like the lineup, of course, is very fast at taking it. And if Elephant is ready straight away, I think they'll fight for it. But they were nowhere to be found. Which is also courtesy to the Beastmaster because he kept pushing in the bot lane with the 2 ancient creeps from the Helm of the Overlord.
Looking for
Spear
this
on Fade.
kill on a fade. Spear landed and F-Fly. We'll get credit for that one. Yang, I don't think we've seen Yang miss a spear yet.
We've seen miss 1 spear after he TP'd back to the Roche pit on the first Roshan, but other than that, pretty perfect.
Right, yeah. I know exactly which one you're talking about too.
Sylar is all by himself. Gotta be careful down there. They luckily don't have vision, but these plays is... No, you can't go farm the creep wave. There's no way. Like, these are the kind of plays that we say makes him so inconsistent. Like, why is he down there? It's so dangerous. Imagine if there's 1 ward on him, he's dead. That's your advantage gone.
Certainly be at your advantage. God, he's got a cheese to work with. He's going into a dataless, so we'll see if Sylar does, in fact, how far he goes out pressure this creep wave. He's got his illusions doing the work for him, though.
I'm a little scared about them being able to kill this egg, because Luna didn't get BKB. If he's arena'd, he won't be able to hit the egg from inside there. Only TA has a BKB. Going into the butterfly next. Okay.
Oh, Acorn shot, Bushwhack not gonna land on either. Maybe look with Chalice. They've got the Sentry Yules up into the air, but they go to the Exorcism. The blink forward, the Eclipse coming out from Sylar over on the low ground. They'll get the kill on a FY, but that's only going to be the Nyx assassin.
They're in trouble.
Supernova on the high ground. Great Winter's Curse. They'll get the kill on X Nova though, and they'll take on the Death Prophet. No, he'll survive the Winter's Curse, but the sharpshooter. Oh, he really did get sniped. Eurus now trying to man fight up against XM as well. Sylar's going to be speared up to the edge of the arena, and now he's going to pop that Manta, trying to run away from this Medusa. They got the Aegis out of the hands of the TA, but they get the kill on Eurus, and Sylar will survive. He'll eat that cheese, and now the Whip looking to get this kill out onto Super, and they will. eHome coming out ahead on that one. It looked a little sloppy here and there from both sides, and the ones who take advantage are eHome. They're over right towards bottom, and they should be able to get themselves a tier 3.
You have to be much more cautious.
Fade.
It was massive from Fade and X Nova, honestly. That curse set up the kill. If they want to fight,
Buyback on the Medusa, so this is a win condition now for eHome. Sylar spear lands.
He got the real one.
Manta, and he got the real one, but Yang already ends up dead. They get the kill here onto the Luna, who doesn't have buyback. That might stop the push in its tracks.
Well, that was pretty lucky for Yang that he ended up catching the real one after the Manta style. But as you said, it's a Medusa buyback committed. Man, there was a DD Medusa, and DP got cursed right next to him. Like, if you're Elephant, your positioning has to be much, much better than that. If that doesn't happen to DP, she's gonna be full health, Exorcism running, and the teamfight goes their way. Well played to X Nova and Fade, honestly, and killing the DP, which is not easy to pull off.
Yeah, the sharpshooter being on it was such a clutch moment, because if Death Prophet's able to survive and start putting the Spirit Siphons out there and maybe be a bit more aggressive in that fight, that could have gone much differently.
100%. But Medusa suddenly has almost a butterfly. Like, didn't she just die? Where's the money coming
And buy back.
Yeah. Well, that's butterfly done. Any MKBs on the horizon? Nope.
Does not look like it. They're actually looking Nullifier Hurricane Pike here for the Templar Assassin.
Yeah, but you did see in that team fight how XM just absolutely cannot fight this Medusa when Stonegaze is active. Like, you gotta run. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, they only get away with that as well because he's got that Aegis, because he dies pretty quickly into that fight.
Fire is on the prowl. He has been spotted by the Born the sentry though, so he's obviously not aware of that.
Eurus also getting closer to that level 25, now 22. We were talking about it just prior to that last engagement where he was 19. They do smoke up. They're going to come all the way and wrap around. We'll see if they can find anybody on the side of eHome who are grouped together in their own triangle. They've sent Sylar over mid, and pushing out bottom right now is X Nova, who's trying to get a Blink Dagger, which would be massive for the team fight if he can keep his positioning certainly away from Elephant.
Yeah, and DP is going for a Shivas. Like, I really do think he needs BKB. Just for that curse, to be able to just run into the back line, because this Luna ult is going to kill him from full health pretty much, if he's not careful.
Almost lucky that it got used exclusively on FY in the last fight.
Exactly, so I was thinking maybe it was even a little bit wasteful from Sylar to kill the Nyx there. It's probably because he doesn't have BKB, so he doesn't feel really comfortable fighting when the Nyx is around.
It could have also been a little bit of they were trying to time it with the bushwhack that didn't land. And I think FY also kind of happened to be there too.
Yeah. Maybe potentially even just a high ground eclipse, you know, like, oh, who's up there? Oh, you? Okay,
Yeah.
bye.
Yeah, I'll take it. Now eHome are the ones who are inside the jungle. Just trying to look for vision. Using those wild axes. And going towards a refresher orb. So pressed BKB. It's a fresh 9-second BKB. Spike Carapace got used. Chalice on the run. They got the bullwhip, but the trap slows down and silences up Eurus. They're going to need to be careful of these traps moving forward, especially with the shard out on XM. A silence could change the game. A fully charged trap silencing for 3.5 seconds.
Yep, there's a smoke coming out from eHome.
Bushwhack lands.
Oh, dang.
Boomerang and the sharpshooter, but the BKB comes out. They've got themselves the primer with the damage coming up from XM. Is it going to be enough? No, the Sunray's there. So XM, he's put himself in a precarious
big
position.
trouble.
They've got the Winter's Curse again. Mars should be able to survive this, but they've got the Eclipse coming out from Sylar. It's not going to be enough damage to get more than just one. They've got the Supernova inside the arena as they look over Sunray from the Supernova. And right now, it's not looking great from Elephant. They're going to move forward from Sandus, but he's in too far. He's in a bit of a problematic position. The Bushwhack lands onto the Medusa. They're going for the damage onto the Beastmaster, but it's not going to be enough. FY ends up dead. The damage on the Sandus. Oh boy, he's gone. 3 heroes dead on the side of Elephant. eHome might be doing it. The Bushwhack comes out again from Faye with a Blink Belt Strike coming up from XM. Lucent Beam. Sylar staying away. Eurus out of mana. Eurus in trouble. Eurus about to drop. He's not going to get anybody with this, but the Manta potentially getting Sylar, but X-Nova again with the cold embrace to keep alive his carry. And they will save this Sylar Luna, and they will win this fight without losing anything.
As you said before, very, what's the word, discombobulated from Elephant. Like, they're just playing all by themselves. Like, Death Prophet is breaking in by herself into like 4 heroes. Euros is slithering around trying to get a foothold in a team fight. Never happened. The Supernova way off the back where DP is not fighting at all. And just everything doesn't seem like it's connecting at all. Like, we spoke about the overwhelming team fight. It's only true if you do it properly.
Arena.
Sylar.
Spear on a Sylar, but the Code Embrace once again. They've got the Winter's Curse. And this is a bit of trouble here for Elephant. The Primal War is going to be committed as well. They get dive over. They're looking for the Sharpshooter, and they'll get the kill on a Yang, but they'll take out Sylar. They should still be able to get this tier 3, potentially the Rax as well.
Yeah, Luna is dead, but more than enough damage coming out from them.
XM.
Roshan is already up. It was a fast spawn.
FY silence. He's fine.
There's a DD top. So XM is just going to grab that, take the Roshan.
Refresher shard.
Yeah. Feels like as though Elephant had this game under control after that early skirmish, the first one. But just superior execution from eHome, not letting Elephant play the game at all. And at this point, it's very tough for Elephant to get back into this game. They still have the superior team fight. But after seeing the last, like, 3 of them, can't help but be worried for them.
But it's almost like that's the key phrase. Team fight. And right now, these are team fight abilities, but they're being played as individual fight.
Yeah, that's how it feels like. 100%.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nyx finally finished his A on this, so he will be more survivable. But yeah, it's really tough at this point. Medusa is still strong. Has her BKB now. But if you're the only one to survive, then they can take you down 1v5, no problem.
Medusa desperately wants 25. Now has the BKB.
Yeah. I think he really needs that tome at minute 40. They are smoking out for another fight. Can they find anything? Smoke on smoke action.
And they're up on the high ground. They're going to get the silence out onto the Medusa, who picks up the illusion rune. Yules, Bushwhack coming through. Now can they get anything out on XM? They're going to drop the arena down. It's onto this Hoodwink, only alone. They hit the silence onto the Winter Wyvern, but the Eclipse is coming through on Osiris. He's going to be forced to use himself up in the air. They get the kill on X-Nova as well as Faye. They'll take a post, of course, with the buyback coming up from the Winter Wyvern. Now they'll drop down the Eclipse. Not enough damage in Elephant. They get in, they get out, and so far things are going well for them.
It's everything used once more though. And Luna used 2 Eclipses there as well with the Refresher Shard, which didn't amount to a whole lot. Yeah.
It amounted to nothing.
I think he misclicked it on the ground, because that DP would have been dead if he just cast it a little bit further ahead of himself, or even on himself, because there's like a 2.5k AoE you can cast it on.
Right.
But yeah.
Dire
Like,
are scattered.
Luna X is very weird. So I don't blame him for messing it up a little bit.
XM.
Yang on the high ground.
I wonder, I think FY might have caught a glimpse of that.
Yeah, potentially.
Somnus
Now there's
is
no
so
ults though.
tough because Somnus wants to play aggressive and he's playing a little bit individually, and we've said that's been a problem. But the individuality of his gameplay right there, I think, won them that fight. He goes in, he gets the silence onto the Winter Wyvern, takes X-Nova out of the fight immediately, and then is forced to buy back. I think if you don't see Somnus with that Blink Dagger and making that move, there's no way that they kill that Winter Wyvern.
Sure, but he also only survived because of a misplay from the other side, right? Which is not something
True.
you expect at this level. Like, he should have died there as well, and for a Winter Wyvern, that's not worth it. Like, I think he can make these plays if he has a BKB, but he chose not to go BKB.
Sylar walking up onto the high ground. They'll get the Lucent Beam. They've got the Primal Roar. This is all going to be out on an FY who has the Aeon Disc, so he's going to walk away from this one. The Solar Crest is on him. The Sharpshooter, oh, Fade! Snipes him. That's not the first time. Stone Gaze to leave. Bushwhack lands onto the Mars, so they might have caught themselves a second Yang. BKB, Arena, Spear landing onto the Beastmaster. They want Sylar to continue to chase, but the Winter's Curse is committed. Now that he's got that Blink Dagger, he has the positioning to help get this kill onto the Mars if they can find it, and they should be able to do so. Godspeed pushes them back. He'll survive for a little bit longer, but now he's dead for 80, and that is the Arena down. Really well done. eHome, despite the fact that they lost that last engagement, push their advantage, put the pressure on, and get 2 kills.
And another DD picked up by XM, of course. That guy's like a DD god. Like, he's getting one every 4 minutes. Oh, they're gonna fight this 3v5. I mean, Medusa is king of these kind of games, but it might be a little bit too much damage coming out from XM, hitting 700 per hit.
Yeah, he needs 25 on Eurus. Yules up in the air. He's got the Swift Blink on XM. Meld Strike, right clicks coming in with Sylar trying to help. They've got themselves the Primal Roar that comes out onto this Nyx Assassin. They already got the kill on FY. They're going to use that Exorcism, looking over at XM, who's slow, and he'll lose that Aegis. We've talked about it time and time again, how Aegis sometimes puts you into a bad spot where you die a second time completely right after, but they get the kill on Somnus, and he's going to buy back. BKB's been popped by XM. It dive over. They've got themselves the Coded Brace. That's going to keep Chalice alive for a little bit longer. The heal is quite nice. They've got themselves the Foot Track. Somnus just bought back. Winter's Curse is there. Oh, that might have actually saved Somnus for a second, because now they have to go after Eurus, so he has time to get the Yules out. Eurus, Bushwhack on a 2 coming in from Fade once again, but the heal coming in from Super Sunray. Somnus surviving, and now they've got themselves the Arena coming through, and a Fade as well as XM.
XM, he's been speared. He's in trouble. Chalice goes in with a primal roar out onto the Medusa, but Fade ends up falling.
How's
They
XM
take
still
out this
alive?
Hoodwink, and they're going after XM, who's been disarmed, and he blinks away. He's disarmed on the
Sylar?
run, and now Somnus, XM, who can they find? Sylar is gone, and they'll look over at the Just Prophet Spirit Siphon. He's melded up and Invis for the moment, but they've got themselves a wild X. They'll get the kill on XM. They'll take out this TA who does not have buyback. I cannot believe Somnus survived, and that's a bit of a misplay from X-Nova. The Winter's Curse saved him.
Winter's Curse saved him. He almost got sniped there again by the Hoodwink ult. Lives on like 150 health once more. But yeah, that Winter's Curse turns... this is the problem with Winter Wyvern. Like, he played perfectly so far, but that one curse might potentially cost them this game, as it made them lose the team fight, unfortunately. Like, he had all the good intentions in the world, of course, because XM was in a little bit of trouble as well. It's a tough hero to play, man. It is.
Yeah, that way it's just it's the little mistake like that cost them, and it's been almost 100% perfect from X-Nova, and the intention is there, the right idea is there, but I don't know if he was even expecting Somnus to be that low so quickly.
Yeah, I don't think Somnus expected it either. He needs his BKB, quick lag, and he's 800 gold away from it. They need to finish this right now, because you have seen how fast he blows up on the Luna ult. He just dies.
And the big
Instantly.
thing too, Medusa now 25 and also has, where does he get this gold? He's got 8,600 gold. He's going into the Swift Blink. Is he
We said
investing
Medusa
somewhere
was
else
gonna be
off
king.
game?
Last team fight, Medusa never dropped below like 80% health. Full mana, full health the entire fight, and they just couldn't match up. He has a Rapier queued up. Now, is that the right play? Because you just won a convincing team fight. This Rapier might make things a little bit more awkward. I like the Swift Blink idea he had previously. Don't know why you suddenly want to go Rapier. Because you don't have the mobility to support that Rapier.
Right.
If you sell your boots, you're going to be moving at like 290 MS. I don't think that's the play.
like the Divine Rapier idea. And
Same.
he's bought it.
But he does it.
He bought it. He went all out.
Look at his movement speed though. Like, he can move. Do they have spider legs at least?
He needs to get
They
it.
don't. They don't have spider legs.
It's
This
such
Rapier
a-
purchase
it's-
is...
It's questionable because you've also got Winter Wyvern, Arctic Burn. You're slowed up. Like, this is tough.
You have Templar Assassin traps. You have Hoodwings. We'll
The
see. I
slows
love that
are
Swift Blink
massive.
idea. But now he went into the... Yeah, like... This is usually an item that you go for when you're losing, right? But you're already winning. You need to do that.
And
We'll
he's trying to
see
go
if it
Axe
ends up...
next.
Yeah. If you lose that Rapier and it goes to the TA, that's big trouble. Or even Luna.
Yeah.
They want to
will
end
be
this game right
upping
here.
a lot of damage. But
And they
are
showed the
still very
Rapier with the
killable.
Glimmer, with the Illusionist Cape. So now they know he has the Rapier.
Radiant are scanning.
They want to fight the next
Roche is
Roche
up in
10
13 though,
seconds.
and that would be a very good balance beam here for Eurus.
Yep, very intense game. Getting the D-Ward up there. You have to
And
be
that could
careful,
axe
Eurus!
for him too.
Eurus!
Coming down, they've got the stun, they've got the arena coming up from Yang. They're gonna have themselves a refresher, which is the primal roar once again. He's out of mana, and now he needs to be careful, but the Sunray from Super is keeping him healthy. XM moves in, Blink, Meld Strike, Bush Strike coming in. Eurus in trouble. He's gonna be avoiding the sharpshooter. He pops the
Eurus
BKB,
is
but he's already
dead!
dead.
So the Divine Rapier's on the deck. That's going to be picked up by XM. He's going to try and force that from himself away, but now the Winter's Curse is going to lock up too. Supernova comes out. They got the spear, but it pushes him onto the low ground. XM's going to get away thanks to the fact that the spear pushes him away from the side of Elephant. They've got the Lucid Beam, and they bought back on the Medusa. Icarus dive all the way through. They've got the Lotus Orb, God's Rebuke. Sylar trying to survive this one. Thomas with the Exorcism, getting the kill on Sylar. He's going to be dead for 99. And looking over at this Hoodwink, they've locked him up with the spear. They've got the damage. They'll get the kill. It's going to be 2 down on the side of Ehome without buyback.
His
But
next
the
fight, though,
Divine Rapier is now in the hands of XM. He's got that Swift Blink. They need to go get Roche. This is Aegis,
Can't.
Cheese, Refresher Shard, and Ag's Blessing on the side of Elephant. And Ehome have no way to get out there and counter it. Eurus will be picking himself up the Ags that he wants. He'll have himself an Aegis if he wants to pick that as well.
yeah, Again, it comes back to the same question. Why would you purchase a rapier if it's not necessary? Now TA, like, she will hit for 800 damage per hit. It was completely unnecessary. You had the game in your ballpark. Now it's somewhat back to even. This TA can like 4-hit your Death Prophet suddenly. Like, you gave him that opportunity. You didn't have to.
The
And
BKB
Eurus
was
is not
to
the kind of
survive
guy
for
that
Death
usually does
Prophet.
that. Makes me wonder if he's feeling the pressure a little bit.
Yeah. Especially after the BO3 against RNG.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
Evon have played this so well. And I think Elephant, mental mistakes.
Lots of mistakes. He's gonna go Swift Blink next at least. And Swift Blink is just such a good item on Medusa. Like, it lets you get into those back lines with the Stone Gaze. You know, people run away from you, you blink in front of them. Suddenly they need to run back into your team to run away from the Stone Gaze, because if they don't, they die anyways. It's such a good tool for the hero. We'll have it in about 800 gold. X on the prowl is a DD top again.
Oh, XM!
was looking for it. XM, you man!
The spear doesn't land, but now they've got themselves elusive beam as well as the primal war with the Eclipse coming down on the Mars. That's a lot of trouble for Yang. He does have buyback, and I think Elephant should take what they've got and get out of here.
You gotta preemptively BKB if you're Elephant. That's like the 4th time Yang just gets blown up before he BKB. Sylar!
Sylar in trouble. Meltrek comes in, going to the back lines, looking for the
Damage on
Medusa.
Eurus.
Stunned up, but with the BKB and the double damage, Eurus is going to try and make something happen. They get the kill on the super. That's going to be the Phoenix set with the buyback coming up from the Mars as well as the Phoenix. Yules up into the air on a chalice. Right clicks coming in from Eurus with the double damage. It's going to be a lot of damage for this Beastmaster to handle. They'll get the kill on a chalice, and now they'll look over the Winter's Curse is on the Mars. Yang, spear out into oblivion, as that's not going to land on anybody. The blink forward from Somn is trying to find at least one more. XM TPing back in the base.
Exorcism is already over. Beastmaster's dead for 80, so maybe they wanna start hitting towers here a little bit. Does Tia still have BKB? She does. You have to be so careful also. If you're standing behind the Medusa when Tia hits you, you're gonna die super fast. It's pure damage that you're receiving.
Hunter's boomerang, bushwhack once again, all coming through.
Taking a ton of
They're
damage.
gonna get the mid-set racks, or at least the melee racks. Off that, and they might back off. Loosen
His
beam
mana
reflecting
shield is
the
off
Lotus
right now.
Orb.
I hope he notices that soon.
It
Okay, turn it on.
says it's on for me, and I don't see it.
It was off for me. Like, the icon wasn't, how do you
Yeah,
say?
I know-
Like, shiny? Like, you
Yeah,
know, the
it
little
wasn't, toggle.
square of the mana shield wasn't, like, green?
Yeah, it's green for me. It's showing on the ob screen, but not my screen.
Yeah, like he turned it off and on, and off again. Maybe triple clicked it real quick, but you know, Eurus is no amateur. He knows what he's doing, unless he buys Rapier. Ah, scary game. Scary game. Did you see how fast Medusa
Yeah.
died, by the way? When Tia was hitting him, he dropped to half health in like 1 second. This Tia needs crit. Like, a good old Daedalus would do wonders here. He's going for the MKB for the True Strike, which is also very good, of course. But imagine you crit with this 800 damage. You're gonna crit for like 2,000 damage.
FY has this Ags. We've talked about how much this
Finally.
item is such a game changer.
This is the first axe that we see this late, to be honest. Like, usually you go first item, maybe second, but he went third item axe. But it's gonna do so much anyways. Like, even on a hero like Luna, the mana burn does like 650 damage every 4 seconds, which is not little at all.
Beastmaster has that shard. He's looking for the potential dive bomb that could disrupt these fights.
Yeah, potentially. Aegis is about to expire in 30 seconds.
They just smoked on the side of eHome. Where are they going to take this fight? And you can see Elephant. They want to take the fight over towards mid and stay near where FY's positioned at. He's got a sentry right on top of him, trying to stay out of vision.
Radiant are scanning.
They're wrapping around. They've got double raw, don't forget.
Yeah, and it's going to be on the high ground. Saunus is actually the one who's a little bit far forward. He's the one who gets taken
Smoke
out
about
first.
to
That could be a problem.
Expire though. 5 seconds. They are all the way around them.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Wow, catching the Phoenix.
what
The
a
Phoenix would be big.
position.
Eurus, he might be it. The Primal Roar comes down to the Phoenix to start this off. They've got themselves the Eclipse, and they'll get the kill in a super ball back in the previous fight. They've got the BKB coming out from Sylar. They get the kill in a Yang, and Eurus is trying to do all he can. They had a stun on XM. The Melt Strike comes out. Eurus now running away towards FY. X-Nova getting low. The Bushwhack lands, and that's going to hit on Eurus, who's got no more mana left. So now Eurus here with the Hunter's Boomerang. FY moving forward, trying to dig, but XM silenced up in some trouble. Now Sharpshooter comes out, but they get the kill on XM. That's going to be the Divine Rapier into the hands of the Medusa, but it Fade. He's doing damage onto this Medusa. Isn't going to be enough. Getting chased down now by Somnus with the Exorcism. They'll get the kill on the Fade. They'll take out this Hoodwink, and he's going to buy back by the Lucent Beam as Eurus trying to get out of there. Pops the Manta, goes after Chalice for a second with the illusions as the Lucent Beam comes out onto Somnus as well as the trap. So Somnus needs to run from this one. The Primal Roar comes out, and it's all the way over on the Medusa. They land the Impel coming out from Fly, and they've got themselves the Mystic Stake. Eurus taking a lot of damage from XM. He's got the Divine Rapier, but it's going to be enough damage. They get the kill on the Chalice, but Medusa's going to fall here. He will die. The Divine Rapier's on the deck, and it's there for Sylar to pick up. FY, he thinks maybe he can get this kill. He's got himself the Vendetta, but Sylar taking him out. FY couldn't get the kill on a Sylar, who's got that Divine Rapier now dominating Somnus. FY, the only two defenders here for Elephant.
Buyback on 40 seconds on Medusa. It might not be enough time.
Sylar
If they go for the tier
so
4s,
quickly.
they're going for the Rex, luckily. If they go for the Throne, the game is over. But they don't know. They didn't write down the buyback timer. He's back in 20 on the Medusa. Maybe they still have enough time.
Have a refresher on this Death Prophet. Mars. No buyback. Dead for 30.
They're going for the GG.
Phoenix back in 15. They'll go for the GG. Is Medusa going to be back up in time? They've got themselves the Impel. They have the chance to get the kill here on the on the 2 with the BKB pop by Somnus. The damage coming out onto the Death Prophet. Oh,
There's no buyback.
No buyback. There's the tier 4 E-Home. We're going to lock it up. Getting game 1, and they
Game is
will.
over. GG.
Home, take it over Elephant. They had been 4-0'd in the GPC by Elephant, and they finally take a game in a big crucial moment like this one over Elephant. E-Home taking game 1. Wow.
Well played to E-Home, like not crumbling under this pressure, but at the same time, I got a question. Would that have happened if yours just went for a normal cookie cutter item build? You don't need to go this Rapier. It really just feels like Elephant is feeling this pressure. I don't want to take anything away from E-Home. They played it perfectly, the way they killed the Medusa there to get that Rapier. But the only way this game even goes this way is because he purchased it to begin with. I don't know why, what he was thinking. They were already winning. And this Elephant has a lot of questions to answer, and this game, they definitely did not do it. Like, they looked worse than yesterday. And E-Home is looking good.
Yeah, E-Home, we talked about if they look good and Elephant look bad, you could see E-Home be that much better than Elephant in the moment, and that's exactly where they stand. They take a 1-0 lead over Elephant. We're going to break it down more in just a second, but we'll take a quick break and be back with you soon. Stay right there.
Holy shit, what a first game here in the upper bracket of the TI10 close qualifiers of China. We hyped this up to be one of a very close match, and I'm so glad that the first match was the way it was. Lads, welcome back here on the desk. There's so much for us to break down. There's so many different, positioning things that went on, the rapier purchase from Eurus, things going back and forth. And I guess I'll just leave it to you, Black, to kind of open up the floor and see where you want to go.
Yeah, so we are working with limited time here, of course. I'm just going to go to the important parts, which is at the tier 3 bottom. It all started off with the Winter Curse from Xnova. It was unfortunate. It made sure that the DP survived all that damage. And then they win their team fight on the back of that convincingly. Like, I think they killed like everybody except one. And then I thought the game was just going to be easy cruising there, for Elephant. And suddenly I have this rapier in the quick buy. I see it. I'm like, Eurus, there's no need to do this. What are you doing? He actually purchases it. And then after that, like the icing on the cake is he gets caught out all by himself in that Radiant Triangle. Gets double roared. His team tries super hard to help him. There's just not helping him. The Lunar Eclipse just shreds him to pieces. And that's ultimately the reason they lost, which is really unfortunate because it was Elephant's game to lose at that point.
Yeah, it really did feel like there was times there where you guys touched on it a lot, the fact that, maybe if you didn't go for that Divine Rapier, went for something like a Swift Blink and maybe something a little bit, later down the track when it felt like, maybe if they're up against Mega Creeps, that's when you go for the Rapier. But, it seems like it's TI jitters, right? Like they're one series away from putting themselves one best of 5 away from being at TI. And, players like Eurus, they've been there before, they've done that, but it feels like now that they're so close to it, maybe this is where it's starting to catch up to them. And they're like, eHome is going to be our biggest step here. And it feels like, this game number 1, they want to try and get this done. They want to try and get a nice 2-0 so they can go to that grand final. But BCOP, it just feels like it's really starting to get to them, right?
Yeah, it something that we kind of harped on in the game, maybe a little bit too much, but it feels like Elephant are playing an individual game. It's 5 players playing Dota individually rather than 5 players playing Dota as a team. It wasn't team fights, it was individual fights, and it was certainly individual decisions there, like getting the Divine Rapier, that really hurt them. And I don't know if that's pressure. I don't know if that's something more going on behind the scenes in the way that they just are playing, but eHome take advantage. eHome looked really good in that game. And Elephant don't need that Divine Rapier. Elephant didn't need to put themselves in this problem, and eHome were happy to take advantage of that. XM certainly loved having a Divine Rapier, and then Sylar at the end, when he had it, was like, all right, I guess I'll just finish the game with this free Divine Rapier. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Just to add to that really quick, I think eHome won the game also despite having a massive draft disadvantage, which is not easy to overcome at a game level that high. So super well done by them. Props to them. But it's not done yet. Elephant can still come back. It's only game 1. There's still a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of a lot of work, that means we get to go to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side of this, we're going to have game number 2 here in the upper bracket of eHome versus Elephant. So make sure you join us after this.
Was in the crowd, but I felt so alone. Looked at my phone like every other second. My future was blurry and numb. A tunnel where there's no light. Oh, but then you came and sat right next to me. Your eyes, they glowed and filled me up. We had never met before that time, but I just knew that we'd end up. You took it, took away my loneliness. So I know it, you're making me wholehearted. Together is always better. I don't want to be parted. You're making me wholehearted. You're making me wholehearted. We jumped off the subway leading nowhere. Your warm hands rubbed off the cold around me. I heard you say that everything is alright, but how did you know how I felt? You saw right through me that day. I was lost in space, but you pulled me down and wiped away those cloudy thoughts. I could see the sky when you were close to me. I can't believe what you brought. You took it, took away my loneliness. So I know it, you're making me whole. turned everything around. I will always remember it. How you got me off the battleground. How you got me off the battleground. Yeah. You took it, took away my loneliness. So I know it, I know it. You're making me wholehearted. Together it's always better. I don't want to be parted. You're making me wholehearted. You're making me wholehearted.
We've had some time to cool down after game number 1 here between eHome as well as Elephant. So that means we are prepped and ready to get into game number 2. We've got Black and Bcop back on my side. Lads, game number 2 is almost upon us. I'm going to start with you, Bcop. We touched on the fact that, coming into this series, that if we're going to see one team hot and one team cold, it could look like a little bit of a whitewash. And I mean, Elephant looked a little bit disconnected, but I mean, on the other side of the coin, eHome is starting to look clean, right?
Yeah, they looked really clean, especially their supports. Fade had a very dominant game on that Hoodwink. His sharpshooters were massive in a lot of these fights, landing a high percentage of sharpshooters from quite a distance and getting kills at crucial moments in these team fights. On top of that, yes, I know Xnova had a Winter's Curse that may have hurt them, but the intention's there, and every Winter's Curse prior to that was perfect. Like the support duo right now on eHome, and it's something I talked about leading up to this series, how I thought on paper this is one of the best support duos in China. It just feels like they're on it. Like, this is the best they've looked together. That game alone, like, if that's what we're gonna get from this team, I think they're going to TI. Like, that's the eHome that's going to TI. Oh wow.
First pick TA.
And then
Of
first
course,
pick
the
Winter
instant
Wyvern.
answer of Winter Wyvern, which answers everything that TA does really in a game. Cold Embrace owns you. Arctic Burn is really good against you. I mean, even the curse, right? You curse somebody next to TA, that person is dead. You curse the TA herself during a BKB, suddenly she doesn't feel very comfortable at all. And, like, last game they already picked it really early, but this game they picked it even earlier. And they were pretty outdrafted last game. So we'll see what they can do this time around, but it's already looking like this TA is not going to have a whole lot of fun this game.
Ooh,
And something you touched
Lestrat.
on in the previous draft as well, right, Black, the fact that Winter Wyvern is usually the good counter to the Templar Assassin, and coming into this series, eHome, they had 100% win rate on TA, it was only 2 games, and now with the previous victory on XM, I'm sure he's absolutely feeling himself right now, and, you know, we touched on a little bit in the break there, we were having a little chat that XM has looked extremely good and extremely comfortable on this Templar Assassin, and the fact that it is one of those extreme meta picks really does feel good for eHome going forward, right?
100%. I mean, it's just a problem with TA. When I see it being really, really strong, it's usually when you have first pick and you get it in the like 4th pick, and then you just covered with 3 bans. But this time around, it's already pretty counted in the first phase because you first overall pick it, which can be very risky. And the answer of Lashrak Winter Wyvern, like, you are not going to have fun this game. You need to snowball really hard, and your teammates need to help you a lot.
For sure. Looking at XM on this TA, like, I almost wanted to say that this should be a respect ban, but are you willing to replace? Like, you're banning DK. I feel like DK is very much a hero that you can deal with in a draft, whereas like
What
giving
about
away
the
the
Viper,
TA
by the
when-
way? We see a lot of Viper,
Yeah.
but always loses.
Yeah, like, I feel like those are 2 heroes you can just deal with, where TA being respect banned, I think might help you out more than these 2 bans together.
Potentially. Yeah.
Definitely need
Seems
to ban that Mars.
Seems like so far they're trying to cover the TA a little bit more with a few more of these bans. Obviously, Darkseer feels pretty good being able to get that Iron Shell going on top of it. It is also one of those offlaners that I feel like has had, you know, a pretty good standout performance across the series that we've watched as well. It feels like that Aghanim Scepter is a little bit overtuned when it comes to these heroes that have that there's really good stack gains, there's really good right click damage, and it kind of just turns a team fight a little bit with that vacuum AoE as well, right, Black?
Yeah, I'm a big Darkseer fan. Even yesterday, I think OG played it. It looked pretty good. They ultimately ended up losing, but they crushed the lane with it really hard. Like, Darkseer has a lot of really strong lane combinations. I think it's a little bit undervalued, to be honest. Like, Vacuum is just a big team fight winner. It always has been, and now it is stronger than ever. The wall is really good against all these hard carries that are getting picked up recently. So we'll maybe be seeing it more later in the qualifier, but this time around it's going to be banned out. What is Elephant looking to ban here? Probably just some team fighting heroes that can save the Phoenix. Like Mars. Made a lot of sense.
Yeah.
What else is there? There's Axe, potentially, but Winter Wyvern is pretty good. Okay, they do ban the Axe
Getting rid of the
anyways.
Axe too.
Yeah.
I think they're focusing Chalice. I think they have to. He is a very big playmaker, and I think Mars especially was just like, once they saw the Phoenix, Mars had to be out of there. You can't give Chalice his best hero.
Makes a lot of sense, these bans. Just looking through though, like, they are still protecting the tier with all these bans, despite first picking it, and despite it being pretty countered already. So I'm wondering if they're maybe going a little bit too all in into this TA basket.
Or does that mean that we might be seeing something a little bit more less greedy coming out from Sylar? Obviously, criticized it in the previous draft, the fact that the Luna and the TA were not really the greatest of core, you know, pairings together, but they seem to make it work out. So do you feel like eHome's going to try and angle themselves into a little bit more of a fast tempo? You know, Bcop, you touched on a little bit the fact that when they played the Clinks with this TA, it looked really, really good. So are we expecting something like that coming out from eHome this time around?
I'm still favoring something like that. I'm not, like, even though they won that game, I didn't really like the combo of the TA as well as the Luna. Like, I think there were definitely really good team fights that they executed that enabled that combo, but we saw a lot of, like, this awkward movement at the beginning like Sylar going up towards top, and he wasn't really sure where he wanted to farm, and it was kind of awkward between the two heroes looking for that like jump off in terms of net worth. So I'd like to see something a little bit different. We're gonna get something different with the Luna getting banned here by Elephant, so I'm excited to see what eHome throw their way. I'd love to see Clinks again. I thought Sylar played that hero really well, and I love that fast-paced go-at-you lineup.
Clinks can definitely work. It's a little bit risky against Winter Wyvern though, because you are going all into that physical damage with both TA and Clinks. Usually when you have TA, like the best sort of safe lane heroes, for me at least, something like Leshrac, some mixed damage heroes. So Luna makes sense in a way where you deal magic and physical damage, but it's just, the problem with that one is that you farm the same area, whereas Leshrac can really just make space for the TA, fight early on. Of course, it's on the other team now. What else like fulfills something similar? Like a DP safe lane would be pretty good, but that was also banned out, of course. So the options are pretty limited at this point. Maybe a Riki, just to jump the backline, make life a lot easier for TA. You just jump on top of the Winter Wyvern, then TA doesn't have to worry about that. You can go on the other heroes. Be a pretty good combination as well. Mirana.
That's why I was thinking about that Clinks too, because if you get that early Orchid, you just silence up the Winter Wyvern and hope to take him out before he's really able to put something in the team fight. For Elephant, I think they're keeping the color of their heroes to the color of their logo, and I hope they continue to do so, because I love that. But yeah, Tide comes out. Chalice, very strong on this Tide. It's another one of those like top 5 heroes for him. I mean, he plays a lot of these offlaners pretty proficiently. He's another guy who's got like a hero bathtub, definitely.
Yeah, he does. Has to be careful though. If he does get cursed next to the TA, the Kraken Shell, of course, is not going to protect him against that Winter Wyvern curse. So they do have ways of bringing Tide down, but the team fight looks pretty damn good with the Tide Phoenix combination. And Mirana, they don't really have a good pairing for him, as of now at least. They could maybe pick something like a Sand King. Mars is already banned out, of course, in Axe, which are pretty good with Mirana. DK also gone. What else is it that Mirana likes as a partner? Maybe like CK, something they like, but that's not great against Tide Phoenix.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think whether or not Elephant might try and go for something that's a little bit more of a Tide counter in lane. You know, we've seen Eurus play quite a lot of this Leshrac in the safe lane, so maybe that's going to be their safe laner up against the Tide, or maybe they want to change it up and they send that onto Somnus and they give themselves something like a hero we haven't seen in a long time, maybe the Monkey King, or even a little bit of Ursa sprinkled in there here for Elephant. I guess it's kind of one of those situations where they're not really having that much reserve time left, so they kind of got to make the decision now whether or not they want to get their offlaner or their carry. And it's going to be with the Terrorblade here for Elephant.
Okay, now that's a very scary lineup.
Still blue as well.
They don't have the best TB answer at all. Like, TA is terrible against TB. What can you pick in the safe lane that is really good against TB? There's not a whole lot of heroes that tick those boxes. And a little bit of trouble. That's usually why we see TB being banned when TA is picked, simply because it puts you in that position where most of the safe laners that are good against TB aren't great with TA. Like, you can maybe still pick the Phantom Lancer, but TA and Phantom Lancer together is like, very greedy.
Do we potentially see Fade pick up this Phoenix and they go like Elder Titan free home in the 5?
What about Elder Titan 3 and Tide 5?
I'm always down for that. Ooh.
They do go for the morphing.
Okay.
Like, Morph and PL are good against TB, but just as we said, it's very greedy together with the TA. Like, this lineup again, just like last game, it's very greedy. And Elephant managed to punish it early on, then they fumbled a little bit of their team fighting. But Elephant did a good job last game. So eHome should not be super confident in winning the early game, because last game they didn't.
And one of those mixed damage cores as well coming out here from eHome, so I like that little bit of extra for them. Do have to be careful though, obviously it might be a slim chance, but an arrow from Fog into the Leshrac burst damage can deal with a Morphling full agi, so fingers crossed Sylar's got his hands hot and ready for that one. But interested to see what eHome want to go for here. I would love to see an Elder Titan come out from them. I think it really amps up quite a lot of the damage that they're doing. They've got a lot of mixed damage, got a lot of physical damage as well. Really will be able to take down the TB. And I mean, that just sets them up for so much team fight as well, right? Like having an Elder Titan, Tide Hunter, as well as the Phoenix in your back pocket.
Yeah, 100%, man. Hear me out. Nobody does it,
Yep.
but this is such a good last pick Enigma game for Elephant. Like, they have nothing against it. But they're not going to do it,
Kind
of
of fits
course.
that blue
So let's
purple.
focus on what they are going to do.
Yep.
Against
Fits the
Morphling,
theme.
it's tough. A lot of offliners aren't good against Morphling, and they ban out Sanking and Broodmother. Most offliners, to be honest, are also just banned, so there's not a whole lot of choice you have.
Radiant team pick.
Oh,
And Hoodwink
Hoodwink's
again.
still in there.
I'm surprised I didn't ban that, to be honest.
Yeah, Dark Willow, I thought was. I was thinking Hoodwink in my mind. I'm like, that seems like the simple ban, right? It played so well the last game, and it really can output quite a bit here, make your life really difficult, and now they go Legion.
Choose your hero.
Okay.
Yeah. Cookie Cutter. I would have loved Enigma, honestly. Like, Enigma put such a timer on them. They're just done. Like, in 25 minutes, this game is over if they don't win. Which, you know, I love to see, but everyone doesn't like Enigma anymore. Idle on cooldown. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever. The Legion Commander. Do it.
Yeah,
It's a good pick.
I would have loved to have seen something like a Pangolier come out from Elephant. I thought that would have been really nice for them. Give them a little bit of extra team fight. Has that kind of okay lane against the Morphling as well, being able to have that lucky shot. But you know, Legion Commander gives them that single target lockdown, so they have ways of taking down this TA as well as the Morphling. But I still am quite scared for Elephant coming into this, especially in these team fights. If there's a good Ravage on 2 or 3 heroes with a Phoenix Egg on top, Fade just playing Hoodwink like he was last game feels pretty scary. So I guess we'll start with you, Peacock. How are we thinking about this game number 2?
I was going through that in my head. I'm trying to really still figure that one out. I like eHome's lineup. I think going and giving TA to XM again is asking for a little bit of trouble, but they did counter it quite well. I like Yang on this Legion a lot. I think the only thing that in my eyes is a little bit questionable is FY on that Mirana and what he's going to be able to accomplish with this hero. I think I still am leaning 55-45 Elephant, just because I think this time Elephant are going to do really well at shutting down XM. But I say that this is his best hero, and that's why they keep giving it to him. So I'll go Elephant, a slight lean, but I think eHome can certainly get this done.
But TB just
Maybe
doesn't
Black.
lose, right? Like, whenever we see TB, he just wins every time. So, until I'm proven wrong, I'm going to go with the TB.
All right, it looks like Black is leading the way of the Terrorblade, and it looks like both my analysts here are going to go with Elephant. I'm super excited to get into this one. I really hope for a game number 3, so let's see if Elephant can pull this one back. Blads, let's get into game number 2 here between Elephant and eHome.
Arigatou gozaimasu. We'll be taking it from here. Alright, Beakup, you can go. I got this.
I can. You got this solo cast. All right.
Nah, just kidding. I need you.
No. You already
I
said it.
need
It's okay.
your love.
Do. How deep is your love? Yeah.
All the good classic bangers. But then when was the last time we saw Terrorblade lose? Last year?
When was the last time we saw XM lose on the TA?
Well, we're gonna see it right now.
Won every
because
game
it's
so
playing against
far.
Terrorblade.
FY already looking to deny his ward.
What is up with the? Oh!
He got it.
Ah, X-Nova got played, man.
Now he's trying to deny his own observer ward. Oh, this
What happened?
that's a win. That's 100 gold there for Super.
Yep. 100 gold win, easy. Game's practically over.
This FY Mirana is like
It's questionable.
you've got the what really expensive bunny mount. You've got the 2 immortal items on him.
The battle begins.
He's got a lot of cosmetics, but does he have more chalice? Is he gonna pop metamorphosis? Could be a kill here if he does.
Eurus body blocking him. Now Chalice going the other way. You won't let me go that way. I'll go the other way. But they're looking for the first blood, and he'll get it on FY. Eurus
Okay.
took reflection, and
Yeah, you always do.
Doesn't end up getting the kill with that.
It's super good in lane.
We've seen some TBs go first into that meta, but that's usually when the lane's harder, right? And you're just trying to secure that early farm.
Yeah. If the lane is somewhat even, especially Winter Wyvern plus TB, like you get the reflection out, you hit both heroes with the Arctic Burn. It's a lot of Harris. But yeah, they don't have any real setup for Mirana. They have a Curse and a Duel, that's it. Maybe Lesh will build into the Yules, which will then be a setup for the Mirana as well. Super has to be careful.
Yeah, I wanted to get Arctic Burn out. Instead, he gets hit with an Anchor Smash and an Acorn Shot.
Still actively burned them though. Ooh, started getting low. One random arrow could actually kill the Morphling, especially early on, so he has to play a little careful here.
We'll see what kind of lining FY wants to take in terms of trying to hit that arrow too.
Coming right now. Red. Didn't do a whole lot, because Phoenix has a very high health pool level 1. Oh, FY, you're pulling the range creep. Your offlane is gonna be mad.
Gang doing a good job. He's 8-2 already. This has been pretty much perfect from him to start this one off. And Chalice bottom. Let's see how he does on this Tide as he sits level 2 here with Fade on the Hoodwink, who throws the Bushwhack out on a Super. Acorn Shot bouncing on that range creep, so Super taking a lot of damage. Will block that camp so they can't pull towards it. Might lose his life for this though.
Just flying away. Good job by Super.
Yeah, really well done to know that timing and stay there to block it.
Yeah. And his mid matchup, we've seen it a couple of times before. It's very even. Until level 6s, of course. Like, Leshrac has a big kill threat against the TA, and vice versa too. If you don't have a sentry wall to protect yourself against the traps, it can get pretty hard for you. But TA can't really deny creeps in this matchup, because you got the lightning, you got the split earth. So it should just be both free farming pretty much until that level 6. Euros? Ooh, the Bushwhack missed because he Quelling Bladed the tree. Well done by him.
Quick reflexes by yours to get that done too.
Yeah, it's not the easiest thing.
Super.
How's his farm looking? Decent.
He's in trouble.
They have an Acorn Shot too. He has 9 stick charges though.
And now the reflection comes out, pops that stick. Wasn't able to block that camp again though.
Yeah, but maybe they can pull it themselves even, potentially.
The wave pushed up so far might look to do that, yeah.
Yeah, but it's,
and that's exactly
what
what Super's
not a
gonna
good
go
wave
for.
right now. Because Euros has 3 range and melee creeps on him. Or Super
Bushwhack,
again.
Acorn Shot, Super with Cold Embrace.
Yeah. Does have a healing self as well. So it's gonna be A-okay.
Not popping it just yet. I think he's trying to... He's trying to maybe hold it for Eurus as much as he can, and if Eurus doesn't need it, eventually he'll pop it himself. But he's got Cold Embrace up in 5, Arctic Burn on a Chalice. Chalice taking a significant amount of damage, but he's tied, and he's just going to walk this one off. He doesn't have any HP regen for the moment.
You want to know the secret of playing against Winter Wyvern? You gotta stay at like half health, so Arctic Burn doesn't hurt.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Just the secret right there. Because if you're healing self back to full, the next Arctic Burn is gonna bring you to half health again. It's a really strong spell.
That's why I like seeing those like offlane Winter Wyverns. I love seeing a strong Wyvern. I have not seen that really, but
Andra has done it a
the
little
team
bit
wants
in
to do
Europe. XM is very close to level 6. Euros, not that close.
Got a half level off of it. Sylar still sitting here pretty low. And FY will start to make his way towards the top lane if maybe he wants to land an arrow, but first he'll stack.
Chalice is taking a lot of right click damage.
Yeah, it's with Fade out of the lane too. So Chalice is here by himself. He needs to be very careful about his positioning. Not that they really have lockdown here to get a kill on a Chalice and keep him close, but the Arctic Burn is a nuisance to deal with.
Yeah. Plus Splinter Blast is a lot of slow. And FY has just been sitting middle here for a good 1.5 minutes now. Just stacking up the Ancients. Airing some big creeps. But Elephant already off to a very good start. 1k gold ahead. Without really a lot of kills to their name. 1 kill, sure, but it's not a whole lot.
Yeah, first blood came like 8 minutes into the game in the last one.
Yep, now Stormless 6. Pushing out the mid lane to potentially secure the next rune. Where's it gonna be? RNG, let's go. It's top.
They're bringing 3 over, so FY will be here with the Winter Wyvern. They're going to try and make a play on this one, but Fade, he's also
He dueled the morph.
here.
It did nothing. Yeah, she almost died. Be a little careful there.
Arrow not going to land anywhere.
It's Edict, though. The tower's gone.
Yeah, the tower might be gone. Sonus just has to be careful about losing his life because the bushwhack is out. Fade's right there with him, and he'll end up dead. That was an aggressive play, probably knowing that both supports are there. And there's a trap, slow Sunray. Arrow lands onto the TA. But still, Splinter Blast not feeling like enough to get a kill, but it will be enough to stay alive.
The very early mid tower, though. It's exactly what Elephant is looking for. Maybe Lash will rotate to the Morphlings lane soon. Or just prioritize his own game, because sometimes a trap you can fall into is if you get this mid tower really early, you just start running around and not farming anymore, and then you fall off without really wanting to. But we can already see the TA is struggling a lot more than he did in game 1.
And it's the first time anybody's really slowed down XM like this.
Well, that's what
Or
you
at
get
least
for
make him
first
feel
overall
uncomfortable.
drafting it, though. Very risky. I don't think I've seen a team do that. Usually it's, as I said, 4th pick overall. Like you have first pick, then they pick 2 and you pick 1, which is when it's the strongest. But they're really loving their TA. Maybe after this game, not so much anymore. We'll see.
We'll see if XM goes to something else. I'd like to see him on like an Ember Spirit or something like that. That's another one of those big heroes for him.
Yeah.
And Somnus going into the top lane, so he's trying to take a tower again. He already took the mid tier 1. He's trying to take the top tier 1. Yang potentially looking for a duel here, but when he spots Sylar, he second guesses that and just moves away from the Phoenix. And
Fade and Titan dipping top.
They'll have both Fade and Chalice coming into the lane.
They haven't
They're
spotted
really
them yet,
defending this tower.
they need to. It's super important. But Somnus forced TPs and then retreats back to the jungle. Well done by him. But of course, as it always is the case with the Mirana, there's just no big creep there. So Somnus is like, FY, you greedy shit. Farming my camps. Hate playing with Mirana, my team. Like every creep camp just has the little creeps left. Nice
Ooh.
ward.
Eurus, can he stack this? No.
Yeah, a little bit of a wrong angle. Usually you want to pull to the right.
And he didn't
But
stack
it's a
it,
big
and it's
stack
actually a
nonetheless.
stack that's going to TB. I thought for a second that would go to Somnus, but his game's going well enough where I guess, you know, relegating that stack to Eurus feels really good as well.
Yeah, I mean TB just farms it pretty efficiently also with meta. He has to be careful though, taking a lot of damage from these Ancients. And you don't want to let your illusions die. That slows you down a lot. XM, same item build. Don't fix what's not broken. Somnus now at the bot tower, which is running all around the map. Middle to top to bottom. Little world traveler. He went for... He's going for the Yule, so they will have a setup for the split earth as well as arrow. Yang.
Bushwhack, Acorn shot,
On.
Yang dead very quickly. All 5 heroes over mid.
He did not expect that at all.
Who's getting the tome? It's FY. Okay.
Yeah.
Super's
Super's
already
already
level
6
6.
actually.
Yeah, he was bottom taking solo XP, and then he came over towards mid taking solo XP as well. So he's moved around and he's got what he's wanted.
Look at his farm. He's really farmed. He almost has a vessel at minute 11. Just 500 gold shy of it. Which... Where did all this net worth come from? You got the first blood.
Arrows on the big creeps, I guess.
Yeah. Of course. Off cooldown too. Or arrow on the range creep in the lane. It's a classic too.
But constantly taking in, constantly getting those creeps has put him up at 3K. He's only 800 gold behind this Tide. Like, that's a great spot for him to be in.
And it's not a great spot for Chalice to be in.
He'll take this. Eurus will take what he wants from it, though.
Oh, he's looking to just accelerate the game a little bit faster. Potentially, we'll still go for the Deso first, just to be able to have the rush threat. That's sort of what we spoke about. It. Morphling is not farming as well as he could because TA is farming like the area he wants to farm in.
Yeah. And Morph is 700 gold behind a TB. Obviously, TB had that massive stack. XM is towards the top, but it's not feeling nearly as strong for XM overall.
Yeah, I'd agree. He's also playing against some pretty hard counter matchups. Like Wyvern and Terrorblade is very tough to play into. Maybe Morph even has to go something like E-Blade Blink Dagger just to be able to kill the Wyvern for the TA to be able to play properly. It's not an easy call though. Like, TA this early, we said it many times, it's very risky. Especially if you pick other greedy cores with it. Tidehunter is a decently greedy offlaner too. I should be fine.
Yeah, he just leads away, he's fine.
Gets a bushwhack into sharpshooter combination. And Vessel is done. But we have seen it yesterday. The Invoker didn't have a Vessel charge for like 30 minutes. Well, hopefully that's not FY's fate here. Smoking up right away.
Yeah, but he's got the Vessel and immediately into the smoke, whereas he picks up this Vessel with a little bit of a lead. Oof. The smoke immediately gets broken though by Chalice. He's been in this jungle just continuing to disorient anything that's come his way.
Mm-hmm. It's only a 1k lead for Elephant, but Chalice, the damage first though.
They might go for the duel on the Hoodwink right after. That's a little bit dangerous considering there is the Ravage. But they get the kill on the Hoodwink and they get the duel out onto the Tide instead. So they get 2 kills. That's well done there by Elephant. Supernova goes off, but it's well too late to save these 2 heroes on the side of eHome. So looking at that fight, I think more so than anything, that looked like a team fight from Elephant.
Yeah, it was really well coordinated too.
Yeah,
First
and
into
that
the
is
arrow on the
something we
Hoodwink,
need.
into the duel on the Tide. Perfect execution. And when you see these plays, this is like the sort of genius Elephant execution that we expect all the time, not just sometimes. You know. Hopefully they can keep it up. But my expectations have been, I've been disappointed a lot. So I'm gonna try to keep them low. Don't do me like that.
Want the best, but expect the worst.
Yeah. And if you see the best, you're like, yeah, good stuff. Terrorblade is scarily farmed though. Keeping up with the TA in terms of net worth. This is not where TA wants to be at all.
And Eurus is finding so much farm. He's already working on that Scotty. He's got the Manta, and he hasn't really done much yet. Child's taking a lot of damage. He needs to be careful. Yang coming over. He'll pop the salve as he tries to run. Trap down XM, maybe looking for the turn. The duel comes in. Melt
doesn't die though.
But he's got himself the cold embrace. Sharpshooter, Witch's Curse, all the way onto the Tide, taking a lot of damage with the Sunray. Bushwhack and Yang, you've played yourself. That's the individualism that we were, or individuality that we were seeing. And Yang going for that duel when maybe he shouldn't have.
Yeah, pays the price. Terrorblade meta on cooldown, so he won't be joining the mid fight. Should be a pretty free tower. Arrow. Okay. wasn't caught sleeping, but it doesn't matter. The Sunray is healing so much. The only reason why Tide survived all of that.
Yeah. And that's
He's
also
also
what
going
burnt
to
out
invest.
Yang pretty quickly.
Yeah. It's like the perfect dual counter. You heal your guy and you deal so much damage to Legion.
Playing Phoenix sometimes feels so great.
Yeah. Until you play against like BKB Ursa or Gyrocopter with BKB. You're like, eh.
I guess my egg's dead.
Guys, I got a really good. Oh, never mind.
Guys, I got egg down. I'm dead.
Guys, egg. Okay, I'm done. That's the best communication.
Somnus.
Help me protect my help. Help me protect my egg. Help me protect my egg. Oh, I'm dead.
You're dead before you even said help me protect my eggs twice.
No blink dagger,
X-Nova,
but
Yang going in. This time the duel is out onto the Phoenix. They'll get the kill on X-Nova. That is another duel victory, getting 20 damage. Looking for the blink dagger on this Legion commander. Not too far away from it.
you're starting to hit the top tower. And they do have a glyph, which they use, but Lash is also in the neighborhood. This is not an easy tower to hold at all. And still, no vessels. Just, oh, fade.
Oh, fade arrow, and he's dead. FY just kind of walking into the squirrel, and they're going to buy back. Ravage used on the top, but this is still a really tough kill for them to get. He's got that Sunder. You need to make sure that you lock him up if you think you're going to get this kill. He'll use the reflection, and now the Bushwhack misses. Winter's Curse is placed down. That's onto the Tidehunter. Morphling coming from the side, but he's got the Sunder. So that puts Morphling in a really precarious position on whether or not Sour wants to commit to this. Icarus dive forward, press the attack, Tide. Not really able to do anything without the Ravage, so that means TB's able to just TP out and move towards mid.
It was so forced. Like, everything about that was so forced. The buyback, the Ravage. Like, okay, you lose a Hoodwink, but you defended the tower-ish. Like, take it. You know, there's no need to... Like, if you can't make a fight happen, don't make a fight happen. Because after that, what's the follow-up?
Right.
Bushwhack? That's it? I mean, it's not gonna result in anything. Now the big team fight ult is on cooldown. XM is very close to his Desolator, but they don't have the Ravage now for the Roche fight that they could have potentially just taken if they did have the Ravage.
I think now with the Ravage down, it just gives such a significant amount of breathing room to this Elephant lineup.
Yeah, it might give TB enough time to purchase the Skadi. Only 2k
It
away
never
from
felt
it.
like he was gonna. It never felt like he was gonna die.
Yeah, it was half
honestly.
health. He was just chilling.
And
Morphing showed up, sunder him, and walk away.
still felt like he was gonna survive. Like I didn't. Post Ravage too. I didn't think they had a way to kill him.
Yeah. The TB damage is very lacking. It's really only the Hoodwink that deals significant amount of magic damage. Now the Morphling finishes E-Blade though, so they will have some opportunities to potentially burst him. But once that Skadi is up, that is a whole different level of difficult. Especially with that Cold Embrace coming out too, healing so much potentially. 8 up there again. I wonder what it was for Fate too. He was there with like 50 health and FY just killed him.
Yeah, he was kind of walking back, maybe not expecting FY to be in the trees like that.
Yeah, potentially. But that's set up for this whole sequence of unfortunate events for Eom.
E-Blade finished for the Morphling.
So this is a little bit of a grudge match, right? There's a lot of like previous LGD members fighting against each other. I mean, even Syla was an LGD for the longest time.
So yeah, you've got Chalice, you have FY,
X-Nova.
X-Nova.
They caught the Phoenix, Arrow as well. He's gone.
You have a lot of Vici on in this match as well, as Fade gets the kill on a super.
Alright, just support trade. Alright. Yeah, super overstaying is welcome a little bit there. And it's a free Roshan, perhaps? Super is very important for this lineup. It's already gone. They don't even know.
Yeah,
Ping
they
it
didn't
out
ping it
now.
out. They throw the arrow, but just well too late.
Who picked it up? XM did. I mean, he's very rich. I'm just very scared for his... Like, how much impact is he gonna have in those fights? We haven't really seen a team fight yet, so it's kind of hard to judge. But if Terrorblade ever gets on his case with that Skadi, he is gonna feel very sad.
Somnus level 14. He's got the Yules, he's got Hood, Arcane Boots. Pretty decent game for him. We've seen a couple of Shrek games where the Lesh just really never gets the ball rolling.
Yeah, this time around he did decent in lane. Had some good rotations early game as well. And Mr. Butterfly is online. Oh, sorry, Mr. Skadi.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
XM
Right,
putting
Mirana
pressure
will
on the
pop.
top tier 2.
No one is
And we'll
showing.
use them in
And
Light Shadow.
I'm surprised they're not just hitting bot tower, to be honest. Or they're looking for the tide. A duel into meta could potentially kill him. Oh, he blinks out just in time. The elephant, not
Are you
sure what they want to do.
surprised- Yeah, are you surprised Yang didn't go for that blink dagger he had queued up?
Dire's bottom
I would definitely want to see him go blink before blade mail. I feel like blade mail is pretty
are fortified.
worthless this game. Like blink makes so much more sense because you are one of the only initiation tools.
Still a very close game, only a 1k lead right now for Elephant. Hasn't really expanded much more than about 1 or 2,000.
Yeah, but you know my philosophy. Until I see a TB lose, I'm gonna go with TB every time.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think Eurus has just had such a safe game and he feels very comfortable so far within this one. We haven't really seen eHome put everything together just yet, but that's not saying they won't. It's more just saying when will they?
Yeah, and when they do, is it perhaps too late? Because the Terrorblade will be the ultimate carry in this game, and they're giving him a lot of room. Kind of reminds me of last game where Medusa was supposed to be the big guy, and they gave him all the free space as well. Like, eHome doesn't strike me as a team that's very good at limiting the enemy's farm. Which is also why they keep picking these really greedy lineups, because they want to go into this mid-late game with potentially more cores. Right. Yeah. Let's see how that works out for them this time around. Morph had E-Blade, but he's still 0-0-0. For the longest time.
And Sour just farming.
Yeah. If you want to just farm, Manta Style is usually a little better. You can split push better.
I think maybe he
XM
felt the
could be
pressure
done.
of going into that E-Blade, right?
Yeah, because of the
Potentially
TA
looking to
probably.
fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now XM has a BKB though, so that's good. But how much is gonna change this game? Okay, Elephant is actually looking to fight down there. Eurus in the trees. They
They
see him
will
with the
set
trap though.
up. Dust used and XM
Radiant's bottom tower
will blink
gone.
away as TB denies the tower. I like that Yang switched off Blade Mail and went Blink Dagger.
Yeah, way better. Like, Blade Mail is not even that good this game. Reflection doesn't care about it. Tide doesn't care about it. No one cares about it. Maybe Morphling. But if you're careful as Morph, then you can just waveform and do your combo, and then you're immune to damage anyways. Counter smoke. XM presenting himself. Aegis expires in 40 seconds, so the fight has to start soon.
He's showing off mid. Ravage gets used though. They're gonna go the other way. They find themselves Somnus. Yang, he's in some trouble, taking some right clicks out from Fate as well as XM. They get the kill out of the hoodwink. They'll look for the Witcher's Curse that lands out of the Tide Hunter. They get the egg out. X Nova, he was very close to getting the egg to pop, but Yang ends up dead. Sour gets the kill there. Eurus with a double kill, as is Sylar, and it ends up being a 3-4-2. It blew up Somnus very quickly into that fight.
Yeah, but Terrorblade completely untouched, just free to right click everything. And how many times have we seen Terrorblade just, you know, being too strong? Can't kill him, he outputs too much damage, and ultimately he will just carry you to that victory. Like, TB in this current meta is just disgustingly strong.
And I don't think anybody even went to try and get him anyway. You know, like he just kind of was free to do whatever he wanted, and nobody wanted to mess with that at all.
Yep, which is a big problem, because the big core of eHome does not feel comfortable fighting against TB at all. I think this is, I said it previously, TA's worst matchup in the game. Maybe CK or something is just as bad, or Phantom Lancer, but Terrorblade is the highest armor here in the game that also outranges you, that also slows you with Skadi. You just can't fight because he outdamages you. This is nothing you have going for you in that matchup.
Might be more of a TB is king in this game than Medusa was supposed to be king in the last game.
Yeah, I think it's a very similar concept. Like, Elephant definitely just wants to run these late game strats. And eHome is very happy to just give it to them.
And they might have confidence in, you know, both XM and Sylar in these positions. Both XM and Sylar haven't died yet. They're farming a good rate, at least XM keeping up with the TB, and then you've got Morphling keeping up with the Leshrac, so it's comfortable there in terms of what farm you've got.
Yeah, it's just Terrorblade can make so much better use of all the money he's getting. Like, the power spikes for him are just stronger than the ones for TA and Morphling in this game. Also the Lincoln Sphere, I understand it against the duel and the curse potentially, but it doesn't help you fight the TB either. Like, nobody is itemizing right now to deal with this TB. Like, TB is not a hero that you can deal with by ignoring him. That's what I'm getting at, basically.
Yeah.
Look at his health pool now. 3k, ton of damage. And he's not the only problem. Like, you need to deal with Leshrac as well. And Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, by far not the only problem. Like, it's a problem they're just not keeping check on at all.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sada getting out as the smoke rotates on him. Well played. He does find the quiver though on the TA. It's gonna be a big damage boost.
Mindbreaker for TB.
Yep. Very good attack speed boost. He sees the Eagle Song on TA straight into a MKB for Terrorblade, just to counter that evasion. Make life hell for the TA.
And that's usually
Honestly,
why you don't show that, right?
Yeah. Generally, you wouldn't want to show that if you go Butterfly. Like, you just want to do the whole purchase.
I'm really surprised that XM would, and I would say that's a bit of a mistake, because you're showing, and now Eurus, who's farming very well, can preemptively be ready for that, having that MKB ready to go when you pick up that Butterfly.
Yeah, you're probably gonna have about 2 minutes or so after you finish the Butterfly where he doesn't have MKB, but after that, like, Terrorblade doesn't mind buying MKB. It's a good damage item on him. How is Morphing looking?
Back up.
Doesn't have anything queued up yet. Going for BKB. Pure defense. Lincoln Sphere and BKB. You know my philosophy on that item build.
Not like City.
Not like
You
City.
don't like it, City.
Dislike City.
Yeah, that probably was the better word there. Enchanted Quiver now for both teams, and both teams
gonna pick it
got
up
a
on
glimpse
the-
at knowing Roche is there.
Yeah, Quiver on who? On the Radiant though. Legion has it in the backpack right now. They are under a trap. Like, this is the power of TA. You gotta put a sentry there, and they do. Trap is gone. Okay. Now
But they know
eHome,
they're going for this
is your
Roche.
time.
It's not the quickest. Yeah. This is gonna be pre-Butterfly Blinking from Chalice. Reflection used by Eurus to force that back. Chalice back onto the high ground.
They want to
The
pop
longer
his
this fight deters, I want to say if this fight lasts long enough, maybe you get the butterfly out, and that could be a big boost to this fight. And there it is.
Out, but Roshan is dropping very fast.
Getting really low. They need to make a move here. Chalice. Oh, good job, FY. That's giving up his life for the greater good because he uses that Yules on Chalice to make sure that he can't blink and ravage.
Yep. They are just not decisive enough, Ehome. I think they also now know, oh god, I think this Terrorblade might be too big of a problem for us. And they just don't want to fight into it.
They were very scared. Yeah, they looked very hesitant on the move they wanted to make. And then when they made the move, it's FY who gives up his life, but makes the proper play in using up Chalice.
100%. Like, if he blinks in there, steals the Roshan or Aegis or something potentially, not as bad for them. Now this Terrorblade with the Aegis and MKB soon, he's just gonna go high ground and be like, well, what's up guys? What do you want to do about me?
And you now also off that, like, that means you picked up Butterfly. You haven't fought with it, but you potentially have the chance to fight near that Roche. However, TB, they get this Roche, they get this gold. They're gonna have TB finishing off the MKB, ready for the next fight.
Yeah.
And that shard's also massive for a Legion too.
Yeah. If XM has no creeps to cleave, he has a hard time even killing those Terrorblade illusions at this point. It does not feel good. Morphling needs to get a damage item out ASAP. Like,
yeah, 2 defensive items in a row.
Or Daedalus is probably the best choice, but they have a severe lack of damage right now on the Dire side. Euros is very low on armor though. I mean, Somnus, sorry. So one Melt Strike could put him into the negative, and he could die almost instantly if he doesn't get Cold Embraced. Chalice, and this might pop here.
Last fight.
And this pop.
There it is. Gives a good timing.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
FY.
this, ooh, they wait for him away from FY. They're going to TP out. Arrow thrown into the wild. That doesn't hit on the fade.
XM is already on the high ground, but I think Elephant should feel confident enough to go high ground. Chalice? No.
We really haven't felt Chalice do anything this game.
It's kind of the same as Syla and XM though. Like, it's just Ehome that hasn't really done a whole lot of anything.
They let TB get too big, and there's just no confidence in trying to take him out.
Yeah, which is very weird, because you kind of knew what was coming, right? And now they're hitting high ground. What's your response? Your response surely can't be just avoid it and give up the Rex. But maybe it is. Syla is here.
So group up once again. They do take these towers quickly if they want to put Somnus into a position to use that Diabolic Edict to put the pressure on.
Fate. Okay. So close.
Reflection. Eurus popping the BKB. Knowing he's got that Aegis, doesn't want to pop the meta before he ends up dying the first time. And yeah, the press the attack with the magic immunity is quite great.
Don't get tricked.
Oh, I got tricked. I called it BKB.
Yeah. It's fine. They have Cold Embrace and press the attack. It's
only happens
like almost
once.
impossible to kill this guy. They don't want to commit to high ground just yet though. I feel like as though they could just Link duel the Tidehunter. Well, no. Aeon this is back off cooldown and just kill him. And then if he buys back, you retreat. But you know, if you give them too much time and the Morphling gets like 4 or 5 slots, maybe they can deal with the Terrorblade.
I
you gotta feel the support cast is a lot better, right?
Yeah. I was gonna say, I wonder if this is now a case of elephant jitters, where they are looking to, like, they don't have the confidence, you know what I mean, to go up onto the high ground.
Potentially, because I really think they could have forced something there. Like, at least make the enemy waste some resources, you know. You kill a guy, he bites back, you go back. That's a good win. But you just poke, don't really get anything done. Aegis is gone. It's like, yeah, maybe we could have done more with that. Somnus. Somnus is really relying on the save of Super this game. Like, if they jump him with the TA Morphling, he is just dead. If Super isn't, like, really fast.
Going towards top, looking to get the Phoenix here. But into the trees. Arrow! Oh. That was close.
Aim was
Just
correct.
not in time. Yep, it was right on the money.
Now Skadi on Sylar. Like, he doesn't like damage. That's what I understand. BKB, Skadi, Lincoln Sphere. I mean, it's good items on Morph generally, because damage comes from stats, but like, he doesn't want to go too heavy into the right click, of course, because they have a Wyvern, they already have a TA. And maybe like a Swift Blink is just better to just jump the back line and kill this Wyvern for your TA, rather than just going more heavy on the stats. Like, I feel like they're not identifying the winning condition here. Who's gonna jump on the Wyvern?
Both teams are.
That's potentially also true. Like, Terrorblade is now pretty much full slotted. He has one more item to go.
They haven't exactly done anything with that.
Yeah, they're giving Ehom a lot of space to farm as well. I mean, 36 minutes, 16 kills. This has to be one of the least amount of kills we've seen in a long time.
Well, I don't know when the last kill was.
Was it a minute 20, I think? Around there? I don't quite remember. No,
It was a long
FY at the
time
Roche
ago.
pit there.
Right. Other than that, though.
Other than that, maybe a minute 20. Or earlier. Who knows? So, I'm just clicking around the Dire to see if there's any sort of game-breaking item coming out. But like, they're amplifying their strengths more, but they're not taking care of their weaknesses, if that makes sense. Tide has a refresher orb now, so it's a double Ravage. Morph has a Skadi. Do they feel confident in fighting now? Or do they still want to wait?
Be looking towards the next Roche, as that's going to be quick. 25 seconds.
You gotta remember also, TB does not have Saint Jasha, so all the stuns are full duration on him.
And I want to hint at also the net worth is there for Elephant. Like, yeah, it's a 5k lead, but it's a 20,000 experience lead for Ehom.
Yeah, it's because they're 5-manning a lot. And Terrorblade in general farms a lot of creeps without being an experience.
Illusion.
Range.
Yeah. Like, that could be the difference.
I mean, Fade is massive when it comes to levels. Telescope drop. Okay. Moonlight Shadow versus Smoke. Tide has Refresher Blink, don't forget. FY is in a perfect position to break the smoke, though. Also well played.
Yeah, Chalice has the smoke broken.
Heroes is going in first.
Go the other way with the Arctic Burn. They've got the BKB as well as the Metamorphosis. They're going to look and focus their attention on the Fate. They've got the Social Duel. They get the kill onto this Hoodwink.
It's a very early
Chalice,
BKB
no
by Euros.
Ravage.
If he gets double Ravaged now, he's in trouble potentially.
Do they want to make that move? Roche is up. This is Aegis, Cheese, as well as Ag's Blessing. I feel like a few times that we get the Ag's Blessing in the third spot.
one.
Or in the third
This is a
Roche.
very tough fight now for Elephant, though. Like, it's not easy.
They're going to buy back on the Hoodwink. They'll use that Ravage. The Amethyst has been popped on Chalice. There he goes to the Refresher, but doesn't immediately pop the Ravage. He gets the Minotaur horn off. Gets himself a little bit of spell immunity to walk away, and they're back onto the high ground.
They were not on the same page at all there. Like, if you commit with the Ravage, you gotta commit with the other heroes as well, because you want to do double Ravage on the Terror Blade just to be able to kill him. But his teammates were nowhere near around. Arrow, fade.
Arrow hits
Isn't
on
that
a
vibing? Be
fade.
careful.
They don't have meta for 90 seconds. Like, this is a lack of having that output now for TB. An opportunity for eHome to potentially take advantage, and now you've got that spell immunity with the first the attack. The arrow comes in.
But the
That's gonna
arrow
give them
hits
the X-Dam. And they're going to go with the Ravage coming out, and the Winter's Curse is going to come through from this Winter Wyvern. Might be enough with the Aeon Disc being popped again on Chalice. Damage is not enough to get the kill on XM, who's also popped his own BKB with the Supernova coming out, and that's going to get the stun out on a Somnus as well as Eurus, but Somnus being saved with the Cold Embrace. They have the duel out on the Chalice. They get the kill onto the Tide Hunter, and this is all without Metamorphosis. Sylar
Eurus
wait for forward
Titanic.
blade.
Eurus, he's in trouble. Gets the Thunder off on an XM. And now they've got the stun. That lands arrow out on a Sylar. Oh, dear. XM gets the killed off by Somnus, and Eurus killed off by Sylar with the arrow coming through. Fade bought back. He's dead. Somnus with another one.
And look at this. Look how deep he is. Gets the stun, lands it perfectly on X Nova. Full team wipe. Somnus playing hyper aggressive and making it all work out for him. They're gonna go straight
they're
to
going
your
for the
force.
throne. They have buyback. TA does. Phoenix does. That's it though. It won't be a
There's the
deterrent
glyph.
at
That might
all.
be yeah, that might not be enough. And with that, the Metamorphosis is up in 12 seconds. They fought that entire fight without Metamorphosis, which is really impressive. And it looks like they're just going to take this game too.
Indecisiveness is what killed eHome this game.
GG is called. Yeah, Elephant, it's not the biggest clash of a game, but really well done by Elephant to break that down and get to this point and win game number 2.
Yeah, it wasn't like maybe the most exciting game, but Elephant knew that if they're just farming, they're gonna win this game. And eHome must have known the same thing, because Terrorblade in this game was going to be the strongest hero with farm, and they let it happen so easily. Like, I don't think Eurus felt any pressure whatsoever. Not in the laning phase, not in the mid game, not in the late game. Did they even ever touch the Radiant Triangle? I don't think so, right? Not a single time.
No, they didn't really cross the river that much. And then that fight over mid, or like that false start over mid that they had when they tried to use that smoke in the Moonlight Shadow, was probably one of the few times that they did cross the river.
Yeah,
it really wasn't much from eHome, and Elephant ultimately from start to finish felt comfortable in that game, as too much time I think was given to the TV. So they split so far 1-1. We're going to go to a game 3. We're going to break it down a little bit further when we come back. We'll take a quick break right now, so join us when we come back. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
And with that, Elephant even up the series 1-1 here, and they get themselves a game number 3 redemption here up against eHome, and I'm super excited for us to dive into this, lads. But I just want to get a quick pulse check for eHome just to make sure that they're still a part of this series, because that game number 2 felt like it was a little bit of a foot off the gas for them because they didn't really do all too much of this Terrorblade.
Yeah, it felt
Not
very
quite sure what the game plan was.
complacent. Yeah, it was so weird. It was just like, oh yeah, TV's got it too much. Maybe we try. I don't know. I don't know. It was very weird. I've never really seen a game like that where it just kind of ended off one small fight like that.
Yeah, and as I said, they didn't really address any of the weaknesses they've had. Like, if Morphling gets a Blink Dagger / Swift Blink and tries to actively find the Winter Wyvern, then your TA can actually win you the team fight. But if you're just all itemized in a very standard, normal way, this Terrorblade is going to destroy you. Elephant knew that, and they were just farming. And eHome was like, all right, if you farm, I guess we farm too. But our late game is a lot worse, so we just lose. Ish.
Yeah. And I mean, like, just looking across all the stats coming out here from the players, the biggest discrepancy for me is the fact that there was barely any kills in this game. I think there was, a grand total of 20 kills in this game or something like that. So it's not really a massive amount of kills that we've been expecting from these Dota games. And I guess it just goes to show that it's what you said, Black, where eHome were like, oh, we've got a Terrorblade problem. Are we going to fix it? No, we got a game 3. Might as well just, try and hit some creeps and see if we can pull something out of the hat. But it really just did feel like that eHome put themselves in a position where they kind of got outdrafted a little bit, right, Black? Where they get to this point where this TB gets picked so late and they go, we don't have any answers. What are we going to do?
Yeah, we got a first pick TA against Terrorblade, 4th pick. I guess we pick Morphling, but we already have a TA, so our Morphling won't really be farming as efficiently as he could. What do we do now? I guess we're in trouble. All right, I guess we just let it happen. And like eHome just had no signs of life this game. There was no fight, nothing. Don't know.
I think that's the biggest thing heading into game number 3, right, B-Cop, is this game felt completely kind of off kilter for eHome. They had a good game 1, and now they come into game 2 and kind of just let that one slide. So coming into game number 3, surely they've got a better plan, right?
I think it's got to come down to drafting the right way. Maybe not putting that TA in the one position like that and then immediately having it get countered. And now, like, you see what happened. You had XM who had a lot of farm, but he never really felt like he had the opportunity to do anything with that farm. It just felt like he farmed and then never.
First pick it.
Yeah, I think if they don't first pick it, it works a little bit better. Well, obviously, yeah, it works a little bit better. But I'm saying if they don't first pick it and draft a little bit differently, find a little bit more success.
Yeah, well, it seems like there's a few answers being thrown out here from the panel, so let's see whether or not eHome are going to take heed to them, or whether or not Elephant are going to complete the reverse sweep. Game number 3 is on the horizon, ladies and gentlemen. Means we're going to go to a break. We'll see you guys on the other side.
With the music still in your ears, you're on your way to conquer your fears. In this dream of your own desire, there is someone calling your name. Love is forever, love is forever. To believe you gotta let go. Light as a feather, light as a feather. Lucid dreaming over Tokyo. And when you wake up, you know what you need to do. Just close your eyes. Someone's been waiting for you. Just close your Just close your eyes.
It's time to turn this series up to 11 because it is game number 3 here between eHome as well as Elephant, going the complete distance here, and the winner of this series will be booking themselves a ticket to the grand finals of these qualifiers. Sorry, I was going to misspeak a little bit there, but welcome back to BCOP and Black. Lads, I'm so excited that we actually got this upper bracket final to go to 3 games. Maybe game number 2 wasn't what we were hoping to come out of this series, but game number 3 nonetheless. Both these teams putting everything on the line. And as we get ourselves deep into the draft right now, let's just have a quick talk about this series as a whole, and we can start breaking down this draft. We'll start with you, Blake.
Okay, well, I feel like this game, the series, should be a little closer to 2-0 because both games have been a massive outdraft. This time around, eHome is switching it up a lot. Probably because Elephant decided to ban the TA, so they can't be picking it up early. But this Doom Lina first 2 has a lot of potential coming to the mid-late game, which is something they struggled with very badly in game 2. But Elephant, Axe Phoenix combination, very potent, strong lane, could potentially be a carry Axe, which I don't really think is Eurus' style. But yeah, overall, I do think so far, just purely based on draft, Elephant definitely has the edge.
And I guess the rest of this then BCOP. I do really like this this Doom pick coming out from eHome as well. I like, as Black said, like switching it up a little bit. It feels like they've got themselves a little bit more of a kind of easy to execute win condition here, no matter what kind of carry Elephant's going to go for. Doom feels like he does pretty well against most of them, right?
I like the Doom. I'm wondering if they're going to go into the Grimstroke. Like, I'm curious to see if it's like Grimstroke 5, Lina 4, Grimstroke, Doom 3. We'll see how that goes.
Could be Doom mid. There's lots of versatility with these two heroes. They can really do like a lot. As Luna can be 2-4, Doom can be 3-2. We've even seen some support Dooms, not any recent time, but yeah. What is Elephant up to? Like I said, Eurus doesn't really strike me as a big axe player. Like, he's the hard carry boy for sure. Like, he's always playing hard carries every game. his
I
entire
know
life.
Ame played the axe. I know he really
did.
liked it. So we'll see if like Eurus maybe took something from that and was like, oh yeah, I could definitely play axe as well. I feel sometimes those two guys have like an anything you can do, I can do better.
But Ame is more of a killer instinct kind of guy, whereas Eurus is more of a stability. I'm gonna get this game to mid-late game and carry us.
Radiant
Player.
team
Yeah, their
back.
styles are certainly very different. Ame is sometimes kind of just run at you with no regard.
Yeah, which has led to a lot of success and a lot of failures, of course, in the past. But that's just part of that style, which is why a lot of people say the
10
preferred
seconds
style
remaining.
is the one of Euros, which I don't necessarily agree with. I
5
think
seconds
the
remaining.
aggressor is usually the one that benefits the most in the game. Like if you're the aggressor, you control the pace of the game. You just gotta make sure that you aggress like in a controlled fashion.
Right.
I just go out of control.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, kind of have a method to the madness, right? Instead of just kind of
Yeah.
blindly running into it. And I guess the kind of next generic question that I always ask with these Doom drafts is, what kind of carry do you like to try and play into this? If you're Elephant, right? You know, you guys talked on the fact that Eurus probably isn't going to be one of those Axe players, but is this still going to be a Wraith King game? The hero has not looked that great that we've seen so far. You know, this Armlet Gesso does feel okay, but still most of the time the hero feels like it's kind of lacking. But is there any other carries, Beacott, that kind of float around in your mind that you think are good into this Doom?
Ooh, sorry, I got a little confused from that Enchantress pick. We just haven't seen that much yet, but maybe Jug, I think, is a very Eurus
Team pick.
carry. They go back to the Mirana for FY. It had success. I think they used the Moonlight Shadow really well in the last game, more so than like the arrow that you're expecting from a Mirana. I think it was more so the Moonlight Shadow that gave them their mobility and gave them their positioning success. So I'm curious to see what they want to do now with the mid and safe lane. This Enchantress is a little bit of a game changer in my eyes. I want to see what build it's going to be. From the Enchantress, we see a lot of harassment builds where they're heavy into the impetus, or sometimes they go heavy into the enchant if they want to chase, which we'll see which one I assume X Nova is going to do as the player on that one. We'll see what he wants to do with that Enchantress.
Yeah, Mirana is considered the classic Enchantress counter. They don't have the most amount of setup again this time around. They could potentially go into like a Kanka middle for Somnus, which could be a good setup for the arrow, but we'll have to see what Ehome picks on the 4th pick first. It looks more like a Lina middle. Like Enchantress Lina support duo doesn't sound great.
Yeah, she got a little bit of setup with the enchant slow to make it feel pretty good, but they're going to go back to the Elder Titan here, and do like that. Does kind of mitigate a lot of these carries that you like going for. I would really love to see Elephant pick up the Kunkka here. I feel like the Water Park has been absolutely nutty in all these series that we've seen so far, like the Torrent Storm into the Tidal Wave or whatever it's called.
It was a
The lane
lot
is
in that
maybe a little bit tough.
107-minute game.
Yeah, we have seen lots of Water Parks in that game. But yeah, Lina is one of the strongest laners in the mid, so Kanka might maybe get a little bit punished, but if you do get a good Kanka game against Lina, it goes both ways. You get this high X mark him into a boat, he's just dead because he has no defensive tools, of course. But Elephant has been very passive with their picks. Going for the Quas, Wex, and Volker, probably. Yeah, that's a good answer to Lina. It's a classic. You just outreach him with the Quas.
Is it Lina mid? Could it? And this is I like, you know, giving these questions to Black. The what could it potentially be here with
line
a
middle?
different change?
No.
No, it's not line middle. That's not what I was gonna ask. I could if you want though. I was gonna say, is it Doom mid, Lina 4, Enchantress 5, Elder Titan 3?
No.
That sounds like a no. Yeah. Okay. There. You know,
Or
I
it
was just
could
gonna
be
ask.
if they have a really good Elder Titan matchup. Like a hero that he absolutely destroys. Which so far we don't know. Might still be the carry axe. The offlane axe. Looks more like the offlane axe because it makes more sense with the Invoker. What carry do you want? Maybe like a Faceless Void? Would be pretty decent.
With the Invoker, it's a good combination.
Yeah.
It's true.
I don't mind Ricky at all.
Yeah. The only thing I'm not sure about with the Void, does that kind of like nullify what you really are looking for in terms of output from your axe, right?
Potentially, but you could just jump on like different targets. You have very good
Yeah.
ag save in that case. You got good arrow setup. The lane might be a little weak, but Elephant has been playing for mid-late game like pretty much every game, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Worries me though if they want to have, if they want Yang to jump here and they want yours to jump here, they're already playing all over the place sometimes and individually, and now you're telling me that they want to like have a split fight. I can only imagine
Maybe that's
how
perfect
that's
for
gonna
them, though.
how that's gonna work
So
out.
the
Yeah,
split
I mean,
fight
it
is
can be
actually what they
need.
want.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it feels like even if they do go for the Faceless Void, obviously the Cataclysm does help a lot. It's not really that much coordination, right? You just get one call, one Chronosphere, and Cataclysm's going to do the rest for you. So I'd like to see that. I'm circling back to the Elder Titan 3, if that is, it's still something that's floating around. You'd be kind of a little bit more concerned, right, Black, going into the Invoker, because the Tornado can always purge off your Spirit, so you'd be a lot less scary in these fights.
Yeah, and Deafening Blast as well, of course, prevents your right clicks. You would have to farm a very fast, like, Midas into Aghanims for it to work, which we have seen. Like, it can work. Dota is a game where, sometimes thinking outside of the box is what ends up netting you the win.
Elephant, whether or not they want to pick up a carry here, or whether or not they're going to try and go for something a little bit more ambiguous to still kind of float the idea of this carry axe. They did get rid of a lot of the safe laners that can deal with an axe, so it's kind of leaning me more towards a Yang axe rather than a Eurus one. Still got a minute to go. I still like the Faceless Void idea. We saw it yesterday come out, though, against the Doob, and it looked pretty abysmal. 900 hero damage is not something you want coming out of your carry, so
Yeah,
maybe that's something in the back of the mind. Yeah,
it's definitely not the easiest matchup, but the other 3 heroes can't really pressure a Void a whole lot. But of course, if you get doomed, then you're doomed, obviously, and then you can't do anything. The Elephant taking the sweet time. What else could they do? Death Prophet. So it is a carry axe.
It might be carry Death Prophet.
They've done
I
it
was
in the past
thinking
as
in my
well.
head.
Yeah.
I wanted to
There
say
was-
it. I really did. I really wish you guys could read my mind. In my head, I was saying Death Prophet. I'm not just trying to sound smart here. Post, hindsight 2020. I wish I could just speak with confidence. I say
said
stupid
that
things like Elder
yesterday.
Titan 3. Yeah, and I just can't get the words out.
Wait. They need a carry. So they need a carry that checks a lot of boxes, to be honest. You're gonna lane well against the axe, potentially even DP. You're gonna be okay against Invoker, maybe even an Egg Killer, but I guess Lina can do that for you.
Morphling?
After the last game, I don't know if they want to do that.
Jug, Lifestealer, the two kind of floating around.
Lifestealer is pretty good.
See what they want to go for.
Yeah, so they're going for damage. Elder Titan PA.
Elder Titan 5. I knew it. That's exactly what I said. Nice.
Basically, there's the offlane prophet and the carry axe.
And it is, it's a safe one axe.
So you're wrong just all around, but that's fine. What happens?
No, we're all wrong, Black.
That's how I
remember?
try.
Yeah, we're all wrong
combined
every time.
cultures here. We're all wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, we take these.
Some
losses
people are
together.
right, some people are wrong, which makes us right.
Right.
I just bring down the
we're
average. I say what chat wants to say. I'm a man of the people.
That you are.
But Twitch chat IQ. I mean, I do kind of like what's coming out here from Elephant. I'm a little bit concerned with this PA. It feels like it is a very much feast or famine hero. It's either going in one-tapping people or it's kind of not really doing all too much, especially with the not resurgence, I guess, the surge of the amount of Aeon discs here. I might be a little bit concerned for Sylar's kind of jump in, jump out style, see if you can get that done with the Phantom Assassin. But I mean, it's a game 3 here in the upper bracket final, so you're kind of throwing all chips on the table here and seeing where they do fall. And I guess we'll leave it with you, Black, to see where you think this game number 3 is going to go, Elephant or eHome.
I honestly really quite like this Elephant draft. They have a lot of setup, a lot of scaling for the late game, good mid game, good team fight. They don't lack a whole lot of anything. And this last pick PA is more like, wow, we really need something to be able to carry us here. Let's get some lucky crits in, something like that. I'm gonna go with
What about you,
Elephant.
B-Cup?
Leaning Elephant. I think that last game might even be like a mental destroyer. a little bit. But I wonder
wake
if
up call.
Elephant. Yeah, we need to do something earlier, which is definitely something that PA could potentially get away with. Yeah, I'm definitely leaning Elephant. I think Eurus is definitely anything you can do. I can do better towards Ame, and we'll have to see if he can pull it off.
It's a scary hand.
Yeah, well, that's going to be a big hand, and if you're an eHome fan, you're really hoping that gets through the chest here of the Elephant players. But, lads, it is time for game number 3, so we're going to leave it with Black and B Cop for this upper bracket final.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Appreciate
Merci.
it, Mr. Fluke.
Prepare for battle.
Let's hope Elephant is not gonna fluke. Or last game rather wasn't a fluke, because that looked pretty convincing. And eHome this time around. I'm not feeling the drafts today. This is the 3rd in a row where I'm kind of going like, yeah, Elephant kind of won this one in the draft.
Yeah, it feels like a much more decisive draft from Elephant overall.
Yeah. Where do you think these drafting like issues today are coming from on the eHome side?
I don't know, because I have a lot of faith when you have someone like QQQ drafting, right?
30 seconds to
Yeah.
battle.
I would say it's a
Think it's just like
little
a new
bit
style they
more
wanna try?
surprising.
Because they think they can't beat them with like the normal sort of style, or maybe they had like a team talk about it and really prioritized TA like super highly, first overall pick. But yeah, we'll have to see. Like they made it work in game 1. Maybe the craziness can shine through in game 3. But it's not an easy TA game.
The battle
PA
begins.
game, sorry. There's a lot of A's.
A lot of assassins.
Yes. We got a Quaspex Invoker against Lina, the classic. Usually still a little bit Lina favored, just because of the base damage advantage. And when the Fiery Soul comes out, also you have the attack speed advantage as well. I have not seen Euros on a carry axe, so that's going to be interesting. For me, he's always more of a hard carry kind of player.
And not really what I was expecting from him. I truthfully thought that would be the Yang pickup.
Charles had an arrow. It's a lot of damage to him.
Yeah, the battle hunger and the right clicks coming in are.
I wonder if he did
quite
that purposely.
a nuisance.
To like block the arrow from killing the range creep, but if he did, that's a lot of damage.
If I still got the range creep.
Yeah, he always gets his range creeps. Greed
We'll
is
see if he
good.
gets that kind of farm, like the way he did in the previous game. He was at 3k, keeping up with the offlaner with that tide. So, FYI, I want to kind of maybe take more of a glimpse at his movements as the game progresses, how he's grabbing this farm, and what he's doing to accomplish that all over the map.
They actually gave eHome the big camp, so the Satyr is gonna cause some problems here for Euros. I'm surprised they didn't block it. It's usually what you do against
Shockwave.
Enchantress. Oh, FY getting very low. One more impetus.
I wonder,
It's a fast hero.
did Fade misclick that?
I think what? The creep?
He enchanted the range creep. I'm wondering if you wanted to enchant FY and slow him down.
Pretty sure he wanted to. Yeah. Else that would have been a dead FY.
Yeah, that would have been first blood, but instead he enchanted the range creep next to him. That feels really bad. 'Cause
uncharacteristic
that could have been
from-
significant.
Yeah, but he's still getting a lot of big creeps here, so he's probably still gonna be okay with that. And Doom. I mean, a carry axe shouldn't be able to pressure the Doom a whole lot, to be honest. So he should be getting away with the greedy item build. Or his boots, going to face boots, Midas. Typical stuff. And PA, on the other hand, should be quite happy against the DP, who shouldn't be able to pressure the PA at all.
Sylar doing well at 15-1.
Of course, DP is also free farming.
X Nova, Crypt Swarm, couple right clicks, not going to be enough. And he'll pop the salve and stay in the lane.
Yeah, but that's already a ring of health down on Euros. We have to see how heavy they go into the ancient stacks. XM is cold snapped under the tower, taking a lot of damage. Gonna be alright though.
We'll see how Somnus does on this Invoker.
Yeah, the past times we've seen this
Invoker. Yeah,
wasn't impressive.
Yeah, I agree. During the DPC season, it wasn't something that we were really raving about. And then XM, Lena's definitely one of his better heroes as well. It's not his TA, but it's certainly one we've seen him have great performances on previously.
Yeah, the biggest problem with Euros and his Invoker in the DPC was his item builds.
Bottom lane, like, Sylar burning. Getting quite
burning
low.
a lot.
So is X-Nova. Yang.
Oh, he
Will
dies.
he survive here to get the kill onto X-Nova? Yes, he will. Super getting both those kills.
And it's a big creep wave coming in as well. They're gonna lose a ton of creeps under the tower. This is the worst case scenario for them, pretty much. And we said this should be a pretty easy PA lane, but this is about to turn real bad for them. There should be more regen coming out from the courier relatively soon, and then the lane is basically reset. And DP Phoenix is tough. Like, you got a lot of overtime damage, Spirit Siphon, Spirit Sylar again. Can't fight the Phoenix.
And this is just not... Ooh, Sylar hit with the Icarus dive? Yeah. He's fine. That Tango will run out. He's got the Ring of Health, trying to survive in this lane, about to hit level 4. Meanwhile, Super, he's also getting towards that level 4.
Yeah, but you remember, right? When Somnus played Invoker, his item builds were like all over the place. Witchblade into Travels, into like BKB. You were like, what is happening?
It felt like he was going different builds every single time too, and like not typical standard builds either.
Yeah. So the lanes are looking all pretty okay-ish still. Like bottom lane, Sylar isn't as happy as he was before, but he has his Ring of Health, so he should be able to sustain himself, no problem. Oof, that was an impetus. We might be able to get him.
Ooh, looking for the vision. Might catch him in between the towers. FY caught, impetus shot, right click in. Now forced to kind of stand there. Yang though, he's dead. XM makes the rotation, gets the kill. And LSA landing and having a little bit of help is Sylar to get that kill over bottom. We don't see Invoker really move off the lane just yet, and Fate actually comes his direction. He gets the courier of this Enchantress. They have Super, who's level 4 already. Tornado EMP. Is Super going to get another one? No, Somnus will get credit for that, and Super will help with an assist, and he's involved in all 3 kills this far.
Yep, and Axe's Vanguard is in the courier, so he's going to have a really good game. So far, only 1 Ancient stack. I have to look out if they're gonna stack it more, because usually with Axe you want to have like 5, 6, 7, maybe even 8 if you can. So far, not really prioritizing the stacking is Super.
Here's the urn for Somnus.
Yeah. Sometimes we see urn into Midas. Sometimes we see Vessel into Midas. Sometimes Vessel into Axe. Depending on how he feels his game is going. But do they need a Vessel this game? It's pretty good against Doom. But otherwise, not really important, so I wouldn't mind a Midas.
That EMP keeping XM with not a lot of mana to work with. Got Phase Boots picked up for this off-lane Death Prophet.
And Enchantress is spotted out by the ward, and Invoker is making his way over. The free kill is a catch.
Icarus dive, and there's the Fire Spirits. Tornado missing though from Somnus, so Fate able to just walk it out.
Yeah, Enchantress is a very speedy hero, of course. Not the easiest setup. But Yang has been left somewhat solo down here and still holding his own.
Cold snap, and he's taking some damage. The LSA lands though on a super. He might die to Fade. Arrow coming in, and that's not going to land anywhere. XM quite low, but never really falls. They'll look for the sweep. It won't hit. Insomnus. Ooh, Eurus! Ooh, Culling Blade right on him. They found XM.
X is in pop for middle. Fade is taking a lot of damage. Looking for X-Nova.
Yeah, he's caught with the cold snap. I don't think he gets out of this one. The right clicks the exorcism with the Crypt Swarm. Yang, easy does it.
And they can use that for the mid tower as well.
Really just good movements from Elephant. I think the one botch movement was from Somnus at the moment, but overall it's been pretty simple for him. Tornado EMP. Yeah. They found themselves Fade and Spirit Siphon. Nice arrow comes out from FY to get the kill. They'll use the Doom onto the Death Prophet trying to run from Sylar, who's making the rotation. Sylar is rotating for this, but if Sylar gets caught, that could feel really bad. However, I say that with Lacuna Blade as well as the LSA. They get the kill on Yang as well as Somnus. Somnus was trying to body block Sylar, and it cost him his life.
Yeah, even Euros rotated in for that one. And Somnus a little bit too aggressive. Like, he's in melee range of the PA. Just gets LS8 from a TPing in Lina and gets blown up from full health.
Yeah.
Like, if they make these kind of moves, they need more people there. Euros TP'd in. A little bit too late, unfortunately. But at least they have a big stack waiting for him.
Really kind of surprised that they would do something like that, like leave themselves out like that. Somnus especially. I'm not sure what he was really trying to accomplish. Another ancient stack made.
A lot of
so
stacks.
yours is going to get a lot of farm.
And of course, Chip West. Classic.
Always.
But PA also got her possessed mask, which is what she wanted. But yeah, look at this axe network. It's gonna be really high soon. Close to 6k.
Wow.
Minute 10. The 600 GPM basically. Yep. Not bad at all.
No, not at all.
He's level 11 actually at minute 10.
Top lane,
it's also
super
not bad at all.
caught, and he'll be killed. Chalice getting credit for that one.
Yep.
Here's level 11 going in and looking for this Yang Spirit Siphon Battle Hunger out. They're going to TP over the Elder Titan. They'll use the Exorcism. Sylar jumps over to the Creep Wave. Fade's also here. Creep Swarm with the Spirit Siphon. They get the kill on a Sylar, and they're going to look towards the rest. Sleep? No.
Nice.
Silence lands from Yang. That's going to be on the money. They'll get the kill. They'll get the tower. Double kill for Yang. This Exorcism works wonders, and Yang kind of making up for dying in that mid lane just a moment ago as FY lands another arrow, and Somnus will get the kill on a Fade. So 3 clean kills there for Elephant.
Yep. Finally getting things going their way. Was very important for them to take the bot tower just to make sure PA can't just freely farm there. And we see another Battle Fury PA. Like, it's generally not items that we really see a whole lot anymore. But Euros did the same thing yesterday, so maybe China has like a different read on the meta. But Doom finished his Midas throughout all that, and he's very close to his Blink already. Top 1 net within his team. Axe still a little bit ahead of him, but we have seen how much damage a farm Doom can do.
X-Nova.
Grabbing a DD.
You know, like he was in a little bit of trouble for a second if they made the move from Elephant.
So he is actually committing into a vessel on Somnus. See if he has a better fate than what is D-Stones yesterday.
Right. Fade caught again.
And
Arrow
dead again.
lands, EMP's there, Sunray, and he'll die to Somnus. Supernova committed, knowing that X-Nova cannot really even try to fight this.
Yeah, but at the same
really
time, there was
good
also
from
no
Elephant.
follow-up. Yeah, they're playing a lot better. Much better pace than the first 2 games. But they kind of need that too. Because you have this carry axe. You need to be able to win this early mid-game. Exorcism up in 20. Probably looking for another tower, probably middle at that time. They don't have egg though, so maybe the cooldowns won't match up.
They're smoking for bottom.
Smoke.
Yang.
Yep. He
I assume
is
he's
not
getting
expecting this.
here.
Don't even need it.
LSA. Yeah, they don't even need it. Laguna Boy comes out and they're gonna get the kill without the Doom, which is really good for them.
Look at Axe though. It's a Manta at minute 13. Guys,
Pretty
filthy
crazy.
rich. Vanguard Manta minute 13.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Like, he has way
He's
too much
keeping up
gold.
yeah, he's keeping up with the Devour Midas Doom. Oh, that arrow, I think, spotted that.
Yeah, it did.
As well as having that ward on the cliff. Thank you.
Yeah. But the arrow would have spotted it as well. See, I got you back. Every time.
You know, both things worked. My sentences were both true.
Yeah. I would never leave a bro hanging.
Dust doesn't land.
Yeah, the Invoker was ghost walked. Might potentially set up the other way.
They've placed down a sentry, so he needs to be careful about how he goes into this.
They saw him, they pinged
And
him
the
out.
ping from the Elder Titan, yeah.
So Vessel is done, and he has 2 charges. That's already better than yesterday. And Axe,
Oh,
as we said,
certainly.
Manta completed. 900 gold on him already. You need to wait till minute 20 to get really strong, no matter how farmed you are, so...
Might as
There's
well
a
go for
limit
the
on
Blink
him.
Dagger then. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're getting a lot of this gold. You're making up for it, and I think that's the proper way. Just go to the Blink and play aggressive. They saw this smoke. They had this ward right by the outpost, so they know
both
this is coming.
Both rotations are getting caught up by the wards. So very good warding from both teams. PA
Yeah.
has her Battle Fury now, so she will start to accelerate. How's Doom looking? Got Blink. Decently close to the BKB as well. Once that's up, it's going to be hard to deal with him. I'm a little worried, to be honest, for Elephant. The pace might not be fast enough that they're putting out here.
They need to definitely slow down Sylar. He's got this Battle Fury, and I think that they can't allow Sylar to have happen, or to they can't allow what they did or what eHome allowed them to do in game 2 in this game.
Yeah, they
Dire's middle
shut him down pretty effectively so far, but you gotta continue doing that, because now that the Battle Fury is complete, he's gonna scale really fast.
Yeah.
Doom is alone top. Is he gonna get
Now
greedy?
the TP. Tornado doesn't land. He's coming up from behind, looking for something. Moonlight Shadow, though. Chalice spotted, and now they've got the Exorcism. Arrow comes through. Sunray, Spirit Vessel, and a kill on the Chalice. He tried to make a play around, thinking that it was just Somnus.
Yeah, not quite sure what he was expecting there. Because he doesn't have the BKB, as we said. He just gets blown up instantly.
Radiant's top tower.
It's a big loss for him. Because his Midas and Devour have been off cooldown for like 40 seconds as well.
They're going to grab this tier 1, or at least try to.
Yeah, another triple ancient stack for the Axe as well.
Dire's
Exorcism is running out shortly, so maybe they can defend this one. But they're not at their full strength yet at all. Like, Axe is just continuing to scale.
He's got his Blink
He's
Dagger,
gonna
and he
have-
still has 3 minutes to get the shard.
Yeah. Might have to buy travels before the shard even.
Dire's middle tower is under regeneration.
This is definitely
Yang
one of the
running,
richest Axes we've seen in a long
and
time.
he's
Axel
got
is
some help,
fast.
some super if needed. Fire Spirit, Sunray, FY, he's nearby too.
Yeah, well done
I
by
mean,
them.
Eurus is certainly going to have the gold for this shard. You might be right. Boots of travel, and then go again, farm up the shard.
Yeah, you just want to make absolutely sure that you have enough money at minute 20 to get the shard right away. Like, you don't want to wait for the
Delay
XM.
it.
He's getting ghost walked.
Silence coming through from Yang, and they should have this kill. Yang will get
Yep.
credit for that one, and they'll catch this, you know, all by himself. Like that is not where you need to be if you're XM. FY, by the way, his farm again looking so good. Not only that, but so is Supers. His farm is right up there with the 4 position of eHome.
Yeah, that's where the gold advantage is coming from. Because Stormness is not having a good game at all in this Invoker. He's very poor. Only a 7k net worth. Hopefully, you know, he'll be able to recover because his Midas is still a little bit away. But they're gonna have this axe power spike soon. Like that's what they're waiting for. It's still a minute. It feels like a year, to be honest. Like we're talking about him every minute, but time is just not passing. And he's going to be a monster.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's level 16. What's the next closest level? 14. Yeah, he's almost 17 even.
Dire are scanning.
No, boy is a little bit obese.
Midas for Invoker.
Yeah. Decent-ish timing, not terrible, and he should be able to catch up no problem.
So 2,800 gold Axe is saving. Still has 30 seconds. So he's buying BKB.
He's
Oh
buying BKB
my.
before travels. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna have to go for the shard and almost half his BKB already. Alright,
So
10
crazy.
seconds. We should just see an instant smoke right after that, because Euros is ready. There's nothing to need to wait for at this point. He also has 3k health for some reason. I don't know where that came from.
Extra 300
beefy
health
boy.
from the 15 talent.
Yeah, another 180 from the 10 talent. You have a Vanguard, you have Manta.
Yeah.
Do they want to
BKB
wait for
for
the
the Doom.
BKB also? Or do they want to make a play with this? Because Radiant is also getting big. The supports are not
Yeah.
as rich, but the cores are.
All 3 cores pretty much a 10k net worth.
Yeah. And double Doom late game. Very scary to fight into. Wait, Sylar just finished his Desolator as well, I think. It's flying out on the courier. Yep. So it's a lot of damage from him. XM very close to his BKB. You said Doom just finished his. So a
Yep.
lot of good core I out for them as well. And I said it before, I don't know if they're playing at a fast enough pace on Elephant.
It feels very bogged down and slow, for sure.
They do have the big Cataclysm Axe call combo though. Like that can instant kill anyone he catches. So even in late game, if this Invoker gets Refresher, there's gonna be like 2k pure damage. So they shouldn't be falling off into late game either.
Mhm.
Maybe it's the Radiant actually who have to be scared of it. But Aeon Disc exists. That's a problem for this combination, of course. Do we see any Aeon Discs already queued up? Not so far. Which is surprising, because we always have like 1 at minute 20. Feels like.
I'm really worried here about Elephant's pace. But for eHome, like, I think they're very happy with how much space they're getting given.
I sort of agree, but as I said, the scaling of Elephant is also nowhere near its peak. Like this Cataclysm Axe combo is going to be very potent. And they smoke up, all 5 even. But they saw the smoke. Crypt Swarm came out of nowhere. They're very aware of it.
Radiant's middle
Next Nova
tower
is in breaking
under
position.
attack. Radiant
Yeah.
structures are fortified.
Ready to break, potentially in this little pathway. Ooh, Fade moving forward. And now they Moonlight Shadow, a little bit delayed. Blink forward for Chalice, and he's got the BKB, but doesn't get anything out of that. That seemed a little delayed from both teams. Like the reaction was just slow from both sides.
It felt like both teams had like a second delay.
Radiant's middle tower.
Like Fade showed himself clearly, and then the Moonlight Shadow was a second after they saw him. Wonder if that was just Moonlight Shadow, not even to try and fight, but to just run.
Yeah, potentially. But that was the first smoke with Axe's power timing, so they do want to wait for the BKB also. Very interesting. We see a lot of teams be very aggressive with this Axe coming at 20. That's something we said already in the draft. Like, Elephant is a team that likes to take their time.
Yeah, maybe too much time.
Potentially. Like, the PA has gotten a lot of space. Axe is still out farming her by a lot though.
Dire's top
And as we
tower
said, this
is under
matchup is not the easiest. If you do get caught by Axe call, it's gonna be a problem. Because even if you miss it, I believe you can still spin because you start spinning before the attack even lands. Maybe I'm wrong there. I'm probably wrong there.
surprised that they just haven't really taken advantage of this Axe and his net worth advantage. So they're trying to right now with the smoke. We'll see if they can. Blink call only onto the Lina, but that's going to be enough. Sunstrike coming through. Can they get the kill off this one? The spin's not going to be enough to win. Earth Splitter comes in as well as the Doom out onto the Axe. They have the Inferno Blade, Supernova, and now they get the kill on X Nova as well as F-Fly. Meteor down, Psylite burning, and looking to get the kill onto this Axe, but he'll die instead. Sonus gets the kill. Sunray onto the Axe to keep him healthy. They bought back on the Elder Titan, and they only lose this Mirana.
It felt a little bit awkward again. Like, the both smokes broke, and then Chalice jumped onto the Mirana rather than any important target. Sure, the Mirana dies, but Phoenix in trouble.
Double stun on both the Axe as well as the Phoenix. The Icarus dive away, and now they have that long duration stun on Eurus. We'll see if he's able to get the blink in. His blink is on cooldown for another 4 seconds. Send those illusions out, and one will be enchanted.
And tanks the arrow as well. Chalice needs to make sure that he gets the Doom off on a core target, like, quickly. You can't be jumping one of the Mirana, or maybe dooming a Phoenix even could be okay, so he doesn't get the Supernova and Sunray off. But you gotta doom a core target quickly. Because like, he doomed Eurus after he already used everything.
Yeah. But Eurus got stopped like that. He got the call only onto the Lina. I think he was a little bit hesitant as well.
Yeah. He also didn't spin a whole lot after the call. All his illusions and everything. But overall, still a good team fight for the Dire. Gave Death Prophet her BKB, Axe his BKB, and now they're more than happy to fight.
Sunstrike wins the sweep onto the Phoenix, but Yang gets the attention of Chalice. They've got the call, the damage. Uh-oh, Culling Blade onto Chalice, looking for more.
The classic. Axe can output so much damage with a shot at Manta. It's kind of absurd.
It really is quite gross. Icarus dive, Supernova in a decent spot. Interesting call from Eurus.
That is blink of cancel by something.
Good Earth Splitter.
But the Max heals them back to full. And are they looking at Roshan? Or are they looking at the Fade?
Call. Coming in, they'll get the kill on a Fade. Eurus catching it this time.
And now they're potentially looking at Roshan. Alacrity. Or Sylar. Ooh, it was very close. I didn't expect him to be there.
Still can't go
Sylar
on a
needs to
Roche
just
with
go
the
and
Elder
farm
Titan.
right now. He needs his BKB. He's walking around the fight a little bit too much. Isn't really prioritizing his own game enough, I feel like. But his BKB is absolutely vital.
Just to try and stay alive. Be able to kind of have some impact in this fight.
Yeah, this is the scary thing we spoke about. Like, this Axe is just... Whoever he jumps on, the guy is just dead. There's no saving him. It doesn't even matter who it is. You saw the Doom, he died in like 2 seconds. Call duration is over 3. So, you're not getting away from that guy, especially with a Sunstrike on top, or potentially Cataclysm soon.
Yeah, now with
Just
that
finish
Ag,
his
they'll have the
Axe.
Cataclysm.
Yeah.
Radiant's
Arrow? Nowhere near.
Got a lot of good tools to get high ground vision. I like it. Fort Spirit, Sun Strikes, arrows. Even Phoenix to an extent. Side level
Sweet Miss
18
is
though.
only hitting on a Roche.
So they want to use this timing where PA doesn't have BKB yet. She is 500 short. And if they commit for this Roche, which they're not.
Tower is under attack.
Fake back.
They back out, they Moonlight Shadow, they're trying to wrap in. They need to find the Elder Titan. I think he's been a big thorn in their side trying to take this Roche.
Bottom tower is under attack.
They know the Mirana ulti does. Gives good space to Sylar, who is 50 gold away from his BKB. And now he got it.
Oh, Chalice is on this high ground, 4 staff down.
He cliffed himself.
Again, Elephant just not comfortable, I think, taking that engagement.
Yeah, that's the PA BKB now. And we've seen, despite the successful fights, like the gold advantage is like now gone. It's a completely even game in terms of net worth. And it will come all down to initiation though. Like if you catch the PA in a call Cataclysm, he's dead. There's nothing you can do to save him. You gotta play your cards right if you're E-Home and if you're Elephant. It's a very tense game. Any one mistake can be very exploited.
And one lost fight can blow the doors open for either team.
Yeah. This is like the next fight is gonna dictate whoever's going to win that fight is going to dictate the pace of the game from there on out. There's FY building into Greaves. Super has the Holy Locket as well for additional heal. There's a lot on the line, of course. So both teams are very hesitant to make a move because, as we said, one wrong move and it could all be gone in an instant.
This is all by Roche, like a lot of just standoff happening here over mid near the Roche pit. The ones breaking off are XM and Somnus.
Yeah, XM has the travels though, Somnus does not. I feel like Cloak of Flames on DP is not lore friendly. Like she should get burned, she's a ghost.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure if the lure, like we do want to make that lure friendly Dota custom game. That would be fun.
Very important. And Death Prophet also shouldn't heal from Sunray, but take damage if you're in her team.
And Mirror Shield should be an instant kill on Medusa.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense, right? Like, why is it not like that?
Yeah.
Kind of crazy. Like,
No, I
Valve
agree.
gotta up their game there a little bit, and when it comes to lore. There's a DD bottom. They don't have the best DD carriers, though. So Summers is like, I
Summers will
got
pick it up.
this.
He's going Blink Dagger.
He's scouting out the PA.
Fight over mid. Sunstrike coming in. Fade. He's gonna end up dead. They'll throw the Doom onto the Axe. The 4 staff back and away from this team, but they land a sweep on both this Death Prophet as well as Super on the Phoenix. They'll get the kill to Super and it ends up being a trade with the buyback being used by the Enchantress.
It's a Doom committed on the Axe, though. There's a long cooldown expended. They still have everything else, though. Laguna has also been used. Do they want to push for anything more? Potentially a Roshan. Oh no, Exorcism has not been used yet, actually. It's a little bit of a problem. So Elephant can probably now just force Roshan. Because the big Doom is off cooldown. Against Elder Titan, though, we have seen what happens yesterday when you do that.
Yeah.
Oof. Post call. Overblinked a little bit, which of course makes the Blink Dagger a little shorter.
Nova has just been constantly throwing spirits into the pit, spirits around the pit as well, and they haven't been able to catch up to him and get this kill onto this Elder Titan.
Yeah. He's in a good position. I also love the itemization on Ench and Elder Titan. The only counter to this Cataclysm combo is a Force staff, and they're smoking up, posturing very aggressively.
I like Chalice's positioning. This time they will find X-Nova.
No buyback. He's gone for a
Ooh,
minute.
60 seconds.
Well, bye-bye Roche.
Short buyback by 200 gold.
Yeah, Titan is the big hit fighter. Without him, look how fast it dies. The axe spins.
The question is, can they do anything with this Aegis? They really have been hesitant to move all over the map, and now do they have enough here to put the pressure on? Like, this Aegis is all well and great, but can they do anything with it? You still see Ehome, these 3 cores are doing so much, and the Cataclysm comes in. That's going to land, and they'll get the kill on a Sylar. So right away, they do something with it. They end up losing the Aegis. The Tornado comes through and hits on the Enchantress. XM trying to wait to land the Sunny will do so. Giles comes in, pops his BKB, but here comes the Exorcism. Laguna Blade out on the Eurus. He's trying to run. He's trying to hide Sunray on him. And he does. But into for his Chalice. They'll get the kill there onto the Doom. They will take out 3. And Elephant, they finally win a big fight that Ehome were the ones trying to aggress on.
Yeah, that is exactly what we spoke about, though. There's too much burst damage coming out from the Axe, his Manta, and the Cataclysm. Sure, PA is decently survivable, but there's just no living through that. You might need an Aeon Disc on a lot of these Radiant heroes. And that was pre-Assault Cuirass. Now Axe has that as well, so he's much more survivable against all the physical damage that the Radiant have. It's a tough game at this point.
Yeah. We'll see what Lina wants to really go for. It's the Daedalus, but like, do you go Daedalus into MKB? Is that the move for XM to get these items? Can he output that kind of damage? It looked like he wanted to go after this Axe who just barely survived. Maybe with a bit more time, XM can start outputting too much damage for Elephant to handle. It's not like that fight was too far off from them winning it. It just kind of fell into a good position for Elephant.
Potentially, but the Death Prophet is also getting really strong. Like, don't forget, DP is still in the game, and he's scaling very well himself. And they just have a lot of targets they need to focus. They need to get rid of the Invoker, DP, the Phoenix Egg, the Axe is a menace in the background. There's a lot of problems to deal with, and as we've just seen, whoever the Axe jumps on, like, you're just dead.
He's dead.
Yeah. You need to force staff them before the Cataclysm hits. Otherwise, there's no saving you. That and Aeon Disc, I guess, but you don't really want to itemize into an Aeon Disc on like a PA. Just early on into the game, at least. Ooh, FY. Was a big crit.
Almost dead. Eurus, Somnus moving, Chalice, Blink, Call, and look at the damage just come out. Chalice gets Coin Blade, he BKB'd!
Yeah, that's all pure damage.
Oh no.
No getting out of that with BKB. Axe is 24
Super's just
already.
pushing in bottom by himself too.
Yeah, they're playing 3 lanes and they're not getting punished for it. Ehome is a little bit flustered right now. Like as soon as they initiated on Doom, everybody started running top to the Doom. But of course, it's a little bit too late at that point. Like, they're always reacting. They're never the ones to initiate. They need to initiate. We said how important initiating is. Maybe here? No.
Reactionary Dota is not normally a winning strategy either.
Yeah, only if you have like really good saving heroes like Winter Wyvern and stuff like that, which in this game they don't.
Yeah, if they had like Shadow
that's how
Demon as
Elephant
well as
played
Winter
last
Wyvern.
game. Tyler. He's had a decent game, it's just he couldn't really convert it into any sort of teamfight damage yet.
And no conversion just yet. They're waiting for him to show himself. Doubt he will now.
He's saying that, but he's...
They're going to come from the side, and they're going to go in on this. They've got themselves potentially the kill on the Chalice once again. I think he looked for the Culling Blade, and he's not going to get it. So now it's going to be on cooldown. They look to get the kill on the Doom, but they end up losing Yang instead. They bailed once he didn't get that Culling Blade, and they left this Death Prophet to die.
Yeah. And XM is on the hunt.
Tower is under attack.
He's gonna get a stun on the Euros.
Oh, now
Ooh,
that
he's
he went
off.
for the stun on Eurus, FY gets away.
Yeah. It makes you wonder, is Lincoln's Fear the right choice for this Death Prophet? Aeon Disc would have saved him there. Like, Lincoln's is good on paper against Doom, but only if you can actually survive because of it. If you still die, then it doesn't matter whether you have the Lincolns or not. And he got blown up by Sylar and XM. They did so much overwhelming physical damage. You need much more armor than you have right now. And who's that going to?
Oh, super.
Ooh. He's very survivable.
Fine.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tyrannus Radic on Doom is very scary.
And this Enchantress starting to get some damage with that talent.
Yeah. What does Sylar have in store next for us? What would be good this game? Satanic probably. Would make the most sense against the Axe.
Spell Prism.
Also. It's a lot of good items coming out.
Who do you give the Spell Prism
Okay,
to?
Trickster Cloak on the other side. How's Elephant looking? Elu Cape on Axe, absolutely mental item on him. You have Trickster Cloak on DP, Leveler. That could be sick on Axe as well if he wants to take that, but Elu Cape is probably better. And Ninja Gear, not bad at all. That's Mirana ult.
Oh, Sylar!
Oof.
They didn't want to go.
That's very tense. Very tense. Got an
I
arrow.
really thought they would have wanted that.
They got an arrow on the edge and still didn't go. We have seen a lot of indecisiveness from both teams in the series.
Wonder if Eurus is
Which is kinda
holding on
funny.
and trying to wait for 25.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, what is he gonna get there? Berserker Call AoE probably. But you would expect both of these teams in the qualifier to have like the least amount of indecisiveness, right? Just because of the experience between the two of them.
Unfortunately, though, that's what, you know, the reason they're in this situation. Cataclysm coming out, now they're going to look over the Doom. Of course, that's not going to be in time. They get the Culling Blade on the Chalice. They'll look over the Elder Titan. Battle Hunger's on Haymaker's side as well as the Supernova, but it's not in a good spot. These right clicks are in. They'll blow up the egg. They've got the BKB pop by Yang, and they have Sylar continuing to jump. Stifling Dagger will pop the Lincolns on both, I believe, the Death Prophet and the Invoker. So they get the kill on a Super as well as Somnus. XM, he gets credit for a double kill. Yang now on the run. You're so far away from this fight, thinking about maybe Blink calling back in. They've got Exorcism still going. Eurus over to the side. Silence out. Arrow in. Not going to land. Blink as well as the call. That's going out on the Chalice. Starstorm and the Culling Blade. They got the kill. He set for 104. And Fade taking a lot of damage from this Exorcism once again. Ghost coming back in, keeping alive Yang for a second longer. But the LSA lands from XM. And they get the kill on a Yang. Oh, Stifling Dagger, right clicks FY surviving. X-Nova's here. Eurus the call. It's on to this Phantom Assassin, but it's not going to be enough. They should get the kill on the Eurus, but not before he dunks on X-Nova.
But this is the big problem. We said the scaling of Radiant is much, much better. The Satanic PA is just dishing out so much damage in his team fights now, and they can't really deal with him anymore. They don't have the burst to kill him. If your Invoker gets doomed, you are in a lot of trouble. It cost him the buyback on Doom. He died back, but overall they're very happy with this fight because the two hard right-clicking cores are scaling more and more. Almost Satanic done on Lina now as well. Where's your damage gonna come from?
Dire are scanning.
Also, did you see this triple Stifling Dagger hitting
Yeah,
both
it popped two
Lincoln's
Lincolns.
targets?
Yeah. Which is another thing. Lincoln's is not a great item this game. There's so many little ways to pop it.
Shadows, take us.
Yeah. Can't believe that was like the perfect triple stifling dagger.
is under attack.
Yeah.
Like
And
legitimately
I believe
perfect.
the third one that hit, I don't know, FY, was a crit. So can't ask for more than that.
Puts
That's fine, it's all by design.
in a bit of a tricky position now.
Yeah, like this is usually where the carry axe starts to feel a little bit, you know, bad.
Dire's middle
Like that's why I said
is under
I
attack.
thought they were gonna put the axe in the offlane and just pick a scaling carry, because that has been Elephant's style since forever. Like they want to have the secure late game usually. This time around, they're on a little bit of a timer, and they're big. They're big. Dina, Sylar, very big. Somnus is up there in the networth too. Man. It feels like his...
He doesn't feel like he's doing as much.
Yeah, it's like a Vessel, a Blink, and the Lincolns and the Midas. That's like most of his net worth, and it just doesn't feel very impactful against all these BKBs at this point.
Smoke.
Another smoke up. Yeah, they gotta make something happen. Chalice is the best target.
They've got him, and he already bought back, so it'll be difficult if he does get caught again.
Yeah, he's going for that A on this though. It's gonna be done in just 300 gold. So one more Midas, one more Devourer, and he has it. But Sylar says no. I'm taking this.
Sylar, by
Watch
the
your
way, with
positioning,
the
Sylar.
Ags.
Yeah. We have seen Gabby pick that up a lot, and his PA is really good, so maybe take another.
Eurus.
What, are you just staring at each other?
What does he want? Oh, maybe looking for Sylar, but the blink of the call, the
You got Doom
Cataclysm
again?
coming in, but the Force Staff this time it's going to be okay. The Earth Splitter comes through with the BKB pop by Eurus. He's trying to run. Sylar doing the damage here. Yang going
they
in
got the
deep.
Invoker
They've
again.
thrown out the Doom, and they go after the Invoker. The Supernova, it's in a decent spot, and they've got the taunt. They're pulling them over. Eurus, this might be enough, but no, the Supernova doesn't go off. They'll get the kill on the 4. They'll buy back on FY. They'll take out Yang as the Exorcism's going, and it's a 5-for-1, a full team wipe here for eHome. It looked like that Supernova was going to get off with the call from Eurus, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, and the Hero Force Staff on the Doom. We said that's the only saving tool they have. They get it off this time around, which makes sure that he doesn't die right away. And now the game seems to be all but over. Elephant just doesn't have the tools to fight back anymore, it feels like. Just no
They played
damage.
Too passive.
Yeah. And we've seen it a lot, especially in important qualifiers and tournaments, where teams that need to play fast just don't, because if you have to play fast, you have to take risks. And it's not easy to play fast. But if you draft a lineup that has to, you gotta do it. Because otherwise, it just looks like game 2, and potentially even this game, where they just outscale you, and it just feels like you were kind of just waiting for it to happen. Which is a very, very sad way to lose.
Right.
Dire's middle tower is
Like, it happened to me so many times that we are on the clock and we just don't make anything happen because it's scary. It really is. You run out the triangle and you feed. Maybe you lose the game even sooner, but at least you tried something, you know?
Onto the high ground, eHome go.
Yeah.
Dire's structures are
Have a good amount of building damage. XM died in
Glyph
all of
and
this at
everybody
least,
back up
so
soon. Yeah, but he didn't
Yeah.
buy back.
he did not buy back. But if he was alive, that Rex would have been gone. And next fight, he's gonna have a Satanic.
Phantom Assassin also taking the shard in that Roche, so now has the Fan of Knives, which is pure damage.
Yep, and it refreshes every time you kill someone too with the Aghanim Scepter, of course, so potentially a lot of burst.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
XM did buy out on the Satanic, so he's pretty survivable himself now. Now the question is EOM gonna capitalize on their advantage? Cause much like Elephant, they have been very timid throughout this entire series.
Yep. Scotty.
Guardian on the PA, okay.
Yeah.
4k health. Maybe would have liked an Abyssal Blade a bit more. But he's just going full survivability. And there is a DD. Is there a bottle for the DD? No. This PA is going to hurt.
I wonder if we see Sylar go Divine Rapier.
Radiant are scanning.
I
I don't
doubt
think
it.
he needs it, but I mean, who knows? At this point, when we see the Divine Rapier from the Medusa,
Yeah. Both teams are definitely feeling the intensity now. One misstep at this point, and you are done. They do still all have the buybacks, I believe, on Dire. Actually, Axe does not. Other than Axe, everybody has buyback on the Dire. No. Never mind. FY doesn't. They're building into a lot of hexes. But is Disable really the problem we have right now? Because I would say the problem is damage. And Invoker still has a Fairy Trinket in his inventory. Is there nothing better for you?
Invoker has now been caught. Doom comes out. They pop the Lincolns. They're going to TP over XM with the Laguna Blade and get the kill on Somnus.
Look at Somnus, he still has a Fairy Trinket in his inventory. It's tier 1.
Yeah. There's Psychic Headband available. You've got Titan Sliver.
Titan Sliver even, yeah. Very interesting. Wonder if he just forgot about it or not.
Right clicks on FY. Sylar jumped in for a second. Yule's up into the air. Not too scared. Has the Minotaur Horn, has the BKB, has an Aegis, all to work with, and they'll get the tier 3 over mid. They haven't bought back on Somnus yet, so he's still dead for a minute. Blink call, not gonna land.
Is it
And that was
BKB
a
pop?
call with the extra AoE.
You can definitely feel the jitters. There's something
for sure
in the wind. And there's something is not benefiting
There is
Elephant right
Blink
now.
call this time. It's going to be on the Phantom Assassin. They're going to buy back looking for it, but they missed the arrow. BKB gets popped by Sylar. They go to the Exorcism. They'll look to jump forward on this, but there's the Fan of Knives, as well as the Stifling Dagger coming through onto Yang. Right clicks on the Illusion. We'll take it out. Supernova
Deep
on the
Supernova
back
all by
line.
himself?
So far back. He's all by himself. They'll end up getting the kill on the egg. There's the Earth Splitter. Buyback from the Phoenix. They blink in. Infernal Blade out on F1 with the BKB being popped by Chalice. Exorcism still going, popping the Aeon Disc on Chalice as well. Sylar still looking to stand forward and tall, but will lose the Aegis off timing. They have no Exorcism now, no Supernova.
Yeah, that egg was
So far
way
behind
too deep.
enemy lines.
Yeah, there was no teammate even nearby to be able to help there. He even skilled the Icarus dive talent, and he went like all the way from a tier 3 to like the tree line there, next to the lantern.
Arcane Blink
Chalice?
now for the Doom.
Yep, and Doom is up in 5 seconds again. Going into the Refresher Orb next. This timeless relic on him is really, really impactful. Like, his Infernal Blade is 8.5% damage per second, and the Doom lasts like for like 20 seconds. What are they gonna jump on?
Stifling Dagger on FY. Blink. Oh, Lincoln's popped. And they will get the Doom out onto the Death Prophet. They're going to look over as the call. Chalice in a little bit of trouble, but they get the Laguna Blade under the Eurus. They'll take him out of the fight. He's dead for 100 seconds with buyback. Tornado comes in, but doesn't hit anybody on the side of Ehome. No Glyph. Holding buyback. How long will they hold for?
B-Cop.
And just lose the racks.
Look at XM. Here's a Wind Waker. There's another saving tool now against that Cataclysm combination. And it just looks like Elephant is running out of options.
X for the Marana. They didn't get the buyback out of Eurus, which is a benefit for Elephant, but really don't know what the Second Life is going to do for him at the moment.
Yeah, it's tough. They have Elder Titan to give all these damage amplifications. A nigh unkillable PA at this point. You can probably say the same about Lina. Okay, pop the Minotaur horn. But yeah, what does Elephant have left in the tank? Because the last couple of team fights looked very plagued by mistakes, to put it that way.
Where'd that Lotus Orb just come out? On the Elder Titan.
Yeah.
$27,000 net worth lead here for eHome. See if they can cap it off. 8,700 gold for the PA, and Roche back up in 10 seconds.
Shadows take us.
Gonna be a moonshot for the PA. Inch a little bit.
Even Inch is 25.
Plus 6.5% impetus damage. All right.
That's nuts.
That's a lot
Wrapping
of damage.
all the way around, and they'll spot fade. Exorcism, Yang. Standing still, LSA. Right click's coming through BKB, but you're standing there for XM and Sylar. Fuels up into the air with the BKB pop. They go in for the blink as well as the call. The Cataclysm is not going to really do much. They've got themselves down to the Marana. Yang, FI, and Super all dead. They'll buy back on Yang. Eurus doesn't have enough in the tank, though. Already called GG. eHome will book their ticket to the grand final.
Okay.
Overwhelming a very timid Elephant.
Yeah. I think at this point, honestly, no matter whether you're eHome or Elephant, you gotta try to secure the late game in the draft. From what I've seen from game 1 to game 3, whoever is on the timer does not manage to perform, like, at all. In game 2, eHome did nothing. Terrorblade just had the freest game ever. In game 3, they had a massive lead on the Elephant side, and they had a lot of really good timings that they just didn't hit because they weren't playing aggressively enough. Like, it's sad to lose this way, as I said, and it happens to the best of us because there is a lot of pressure on you. You don't want to commit a mistake, but if you play like that, you gotta have the better late game because otherwise you just lose for free.
Yeah, and it was two kind of back-to-back games of timid Dota that really led to what we saw in these games, and ultimately for Elephant, it cost them their first chance at the grand final. Now they have to go through the lower bracket, take on the winner of the next series tomorrow. We'll see. It's going to be a bit interesting for their road now, and eHome there in the grand final. But to break it down more, we'll wait until after the break. We'll go to a quick break and then be right back. So stay tuned. We'll see you in a second.
And with that 50-minute slugfest, they do punch their ticket towards the grand final here for the TI10 closed qualifiers for China. eHome being able to eke out a victory here, 2-1 up against Elephant. Lads, you guys said it. It just felt like a very timid Elephant. They weren't really able to press their advantage there early on. Eurus was so massive on that Axe, but unfortunately for them, when the pressure comes on, they just couldn't deliver.
Yeah, there's not much more to say about it, honestly. As I said, it's probably the worst way to lose, where you're just waiting for it to happen. But it happened in game 2 on the eHome side, it happened in game 3 on the Elephant side. And I think as the tournament progresses now, we're going to see more and more late game drafts, unless they can actually like snap out of it. Like maybe RTK needs to have some very serious conversations with them, because game 1 and game 3 Elephant, very different. Sure, they lost game 1, but they played really good Dota. But in game 3, they were just waiting. Didn't.
A lot of waiting, a lot of timidity coming in from Elephant. It felt like eHome were the mouse and Elephant were scared of them.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's really something that you guys touched on quite a lot. The fact that I guess that's probably why eHome fell back onto something like Sylar's PR8, right? And it gets to that position where it just gets to a point in time where this PA is just naturally going to outcarry something like an Axe. Yes, they did have the Blink Core Cataclysm combo, but 4-stars are a good item, BKBs are a plenty, and just late game Doom, man. Like, just being able to take out one person in these team fights just feels so good for you. And we've seen it time and time again, and I'm sure moving forward that there's going to be a lot of things on the minds here for Elephant, you know, going into that lower bracket final about whether or not they want to have a super late game draft, or whether or not they want to try and get rid of something like this Doom. And I mean, dropping down to that lower bracket, there's no real doubt in my mind that they should be able to recover and get themselves back into that grand final. But I mean, if they play like they did today, then maybe that's something for these lower bracket teams to try and take advantage of.
Yeah, potentially. They definitely have a lot of fixes to make.
Yeah. I'm not really sure if it's a guarantee, especially if RNG win this next series, because you got to think that RNG gave them a fight in the last series that they played each other. So RNG could sneak through and beat Elephant and go to the grand final if they do beat Magma coming up next.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing going into this this final lower bracket match. So we have Magma versus RNG. Is RNG really did push Elephant, and if it gets to a point where RNG eke out this nice and clean up against Magma, they've got a lot of a lot of things to try and go off of to try and take down Elephant. But I guess we'll get some quick thoughts about this before we go to a break, lads. Magma versus RNG. Oh, we think this is going to be another three map banger.
I didn't expect Magma to be here at all, to be honest. So I'm still expecting them to lose. And RNG is my heavy favorite personally, but Magma taking out Sparking Arrow Gaming is already a big feat.
Yeah, I agree with that. We'll see what Magma can do. I'm not sure. I really think that they're going to beat RNG. I think RNG are a step above them. But Magma, they can upset. This is the time to do so. And if they do, it'll be awesome.
Yeah, it could be an awesome series indeed, but this is the last step in the road here for some of these lower bracket teams. Team Magma and RNG going head-to-head in a full best-of-3 here. Winner of this will be facing off Elephant in the lower bracket final tomorrow. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we come back, final series of day number 3. G'day everyone, welcome back to the TI10 closed qualifiers for China. We are starting to hone in on that final spot here towards TI. I've got Black and Beacott back here ready to dive into our final series of tonight, lads. It's Magma and RNG going head to head, and we talked about this. Magma not really expecting these guys to be here, but it was off the back of Dust Morphling, and I think heading into this series, if RNG did a little bit of their research, probably should be a pretty easy couple of bans for them starting off, right, Black?
Yep. And hopefully they did do that research because, you know, if not now, then when? And as you said, Magma, very surprising. In the first DPC season, didn't really, I think they won one game or zero
Against
even.
LBCS.
Or they won
it
one
was
game,
the
yeah. And then
single win, yeah.
they went to the lower bracket or lower division rather, and then they didn't get back to upper division, right? They are like middle of the pack, I believe.
Yeah, I think they ended like third or fourth. I know Phoenix got upgraded, and I believe it was CDC who also came up.
Yeah, but
I want to say
maybe Aster, one of the two. But yeah,
no, it was
Magma
LBCS.
did
Yeah.
not impress, and suddenly they are in the top 4 at the TI qualifier. Who'd have thought? Definitely not me.
Yeah.
especially after kind of what we've seen from them so far throughout these qualifiers. Them dropping down to the lower bracket was pretty expected considering their first opponents that they had, and then they've slowly made their way through the lower bracket here. And I think yesterday was probably the biggest surprise for everyone, right? Like, Sparking Arrow dropping down in there. We're expecting them to at least be able to take down Magma, whether or not it was going to be a 2-1 or a 1-2. That was, to be told. But going into that series, Magma kind of bopped them a little bit, right? It was a 40-minute game that was a little bit closer off the back of Dust Morphling, and the next game was a 30-minute, kind of straightforward game for them as well. And it was off the back of 3 picks, so they picked all 3 games. So in that Magma series against Sparking Arrow, they picked Dragonite, Hoodwink, and Morphling every single game. So maybe that's something to go off of here for RNG, looking at that, seeing their 3 strong heroes. Maybe you might be okay with getting leaving Dust Morphling in and trying to get rid of a few of the enablers, but it really does kind of feel like Magma have looked their best so far when they have those kind of heroes.
Mm-hmm. That being said, though, I think RNG is a step above SAG as well. So even if they do get their hands on the comfort picks, I do still expect RNG to do very well and probably take this series 2-0. At least in my book, they have to if they want to stand any chance against Elephant or eHome.
Yeah, I agree with that. Magma, their road through the lower bracket hasn't exactly been against the strongest teams. I think their biggest upset yet is against SAG. But now this is like your biggest test. And you started at the top up against Elephant, got 2-0'd pretty quickly. And I think RNG are on par with Elephant at the moment. So, the pressure is on Magma to really kind of maybe even evolve into something even more. It's going to be tough for them.
Yeah, it really does feel like Magma, after their upset from yesterday, they still have to go a step above to try and take down RNG, who, had a really close series up against Elephant. Obviously, you guys were well aware of that with 107-minute game that they had in the upper bracket. And now moving forward, the fact that Elephant are the ones that dropped down into that lower bracket final, I'm sure this gives RNG a little bit more fire in their bellies, right? Just being like, that series, there could have been points where we were able to take that, but now that we've got our redemption, we're going up against a weaker opponent in Magma. If we get through these guys nice, clean, quick, then we go into that lower bracket final with a little bit more fire in our tummies, and we can take down Elephant, who have stumbled. Obviously, eHome were able to exploit a few things coming out from them, and then maybe even those lower bracket jitters start to pile on top of the TI jitters as well, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of potential for a lot of things to go wrong, especially deep into these qualifiers. Emotions play a big role. I actually thought Elephant, out of all the teams here, would be able to deal with them the best, because they have been on the international stage many, many times. They've got a lot of top 2s under the belt. Yeah, but apparently it doesn't matter. Like, you still have the pressure to perform, right? You put that pressure on yourself, really. You're like, I am supposed to be there because, like, I am really good. And then suddenly, because you think that way, you're underperforming. Suddenly you lose to teams you shouldn't lose to, and all just goes downhill from there. But they need like a reset of mindset, honestly. Like, RTK needs to have some serious conversations with them. But relax, guys. You got this. Just purely based on player skill. There's no one that can beat you here.
Exactly, and luckily for them, they do have a whole day to reset, right? They get to take this off. They've lost this series. They've got the time to go through that whole series against eHome, figure out where they went wrong, where they can work things out, and then tomorrow they get to go into a lower bracket final, and they get to sit here and watch, which team comes out of this series here, which one they're going to be fighting up against tomorrow. So that's surely got to give them a little bit of respite. And as we look towards this draft line, and the Nyx Assassin opening's pretty standard, straightforward. RNG, though, did take down the Dragonite from Magma, something they have relied on quite a lot in that offlane for TZ. So I'm excited to see what Magma kind of tries to replace that with, whether or not they give him something else that he's been looking quite decent on these qualifiers.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm interested to see what TZY goes for. He plays a very aggressive 3. There was a time where he would go like off lane Tusk. I'd love to see him drop that right now. And Puck is not a hero we've been seeing too much of, but
into a line as well.
Yeah, that's coming for Dust, which I think Puck is one of Dust's better heroes. But in a matchup against a Lion, you could struggle. I'm worried about that pick.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of a case of we're just counter picking ourselves a little bit here. I mean, Puck, it can always go both ways, of course. It's not this free Puck game where you can go in and out freely. If you get caught, you are going to die. And this is really just why every team picks Lion against Puck. And generally, you wouldn't pick Puck into a Lion, unless it's like a super good core matchup sort of game, which we don't even know if that is the case yet.
Yes, maybe feeling like with the Dragonite being taken out, that the Puck will have easier matchups towards the mid lane. There still is a few heroes are going to be okay against the Puck, so sort of to see if RNG starts to cover that a little bit more with a few more bans, or Magma, sorry, with a couple more. They have gotten rid of the Doom and the Conquer. Have not been surprised with the amount of Conquer bans that we've been seeing, considering we touched on it previously in that last series. The Water Park has felt insanely strong in a lot of these team fights. BKB start getting low. It's all about the RNG. It covers a massive AoE as well, and just the repositioning from the Tidal Wave just feels so good. So I don't really see too many Conquers getting through, especially in this second phase.
Yeah, has a lot of good things going for him. The laning phase as well, especially in the offlane, there's not a lot of carries that feel happy to lane against the Conquer. This is a very strong laner. You got the boat, which buffs your entire team up with movement speed and damage reduction. X-Mark is still one of the best catching spells in the entire game. Kunkka is definitely on the resurgence again.
Which is great. I love that hero. I love watching him, and especially when it's the Water Park, it's fun to watch. But it's also like just talking about that Torrent Storm. It's not something you ever lead with. It's usually something that comes after Tidal Wave and Torrent and maybe something else. So it's like, oh, the BKBs are already used, and it almost feels like, yeah, because these BKBs are only 6 seconds, and because you're later in the game, it's like, yeah, Torrent Storm's going to be such a a wide array of just a area where you can't really fight. It's similar, not the same. Obviously, it takes up a lot, and it's random on where they show up, but it's similar to, I would say, the Leshrac shard, where that shard comes down early in a fight. Yeah, the BKB goes off, but maybe that second and third stun comes in and lands, and it's very hard to deal with. Ooh,
it's like a lot of screen fill, right?
Nice. Yeah, it is a lot. It's like a full screen fill with Torrent Storm.
Like triple bolts, Tidal Wave, and then Torrent Storm, and you refresh that everything again, and there's another 3 bolts, and you're like, what is even happening? There's so much stuff going on.
It's so
crazy.
tough. And then when you've got Tidehunter in there, it's just all water.
Tidehunter with the new Immortal as well. Shout out to Val for that one. The water going absolutely everywhere. It looks like he's got Ag's Gush.
Yeah.
Half the time when I look at it as well,
it does not look like Ravage.
In that 170-minute game, I was like, what is going on? Why is there so much water on the ground? Literally nobody's allowed to walk anywhere.
Yeah, just
it was so much water. It really was, because it was Ag's Gush and Tidal Wave, which at some point, if you don't catch who they're cast by, they kind of look like the same skill going at the same place, and I'm just like, oh my god, like what is going on? Like it's just, I was at Splish Splash, which is a water park here. Yeah, and then he was refreshing 3 times on Gush, so very interesting little game that was. But Red Panda gets his Undying again. You've got Hoodwink, which is fun. I would love to see Hoodwink 3. I don't know if you like that, Black. I think I like Hoodwink from the 4. I think that's the best spot for it. But I wouldn't mind giving like one game and like seeing it, especially TZY. The way he plays, I'd love to see him play that Hoodwink.
Nah, I've seen it a lot on core roles already, and it just doesn't really feel like it does anything that it doesn't do on a support role, if that makes sense. Like Sharpshooter doesn't really get stronger. Same with Bushwhack. Maybe Acorn shot a little bit Alchemist. Okay.
Right, we saw a little bit of this from OG in the EU qualifiers. They played it as a offlane Ag spot, but this doesn't feel like that. This feels like a mid or a safe lane, and they just open up with the Timber coming out from Magma, and
it feels
Alchemist, huh?
bad for RNG, honestly. Like this Timber Saw looks really scary, and this Alchemist looks not scary at all. They have Nyx Assassin, Carapace against the Acid Spray. They got a ton of burst damage from Hoodwink and Timber Saw. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they just put Mars middle and put Alchemist into the offlane, to be honest. Like, there's no way you can play a core Alchemist here as a 1 or 2.
Would be tough. I do like this Timber, though. When TZY was coming up with Ocean, which was those 2 teams, I forget who was that was owned by. Was it Zhao who owned those teams? Ocean and Blaze? Because now it's Ocean and Blaze became Magma, and it's one squad, but when TZY was playing for Ocean, And early on to Magma, he was playing this Timber all the time. And you love that Tusk, you love the Timber, and this is something that is probably, in my eyes, one of his better heroes. It's not something that we've been seeing a lot, but I can't wait to watch him play this Timber. I will say, I'm glad Lycan's not in the mix anymore, because we used to watch Shylock play that Lycan, and he was not. He would just run around fights. He would use the ult and just run in a circle and not output any damage. So I think for the benefit of Shylock, that hero is not picked too much anymore.
Yeah, he's a lot better on actual carry heroes rather than heroes like Lycan, who are not really a carry hero, but sort of are. Like they're like a hybrid, and a lot of players have problems with those heroes, just because they play very differently and their pace is very differently, playstyle very differently. But we won't have to worry about that here. What is good for Magma though? Like they need some sort of winning condition now. I wouldn't mind some Terrorblade. Terrorblade looks
Is Arc Warden banned?
really good.
No.
No. But Terrorblade is really good, and then they RNG picks Arc Warden. Let's go.
Arc Warden and Arc. That sounds greedy.
Alchemist offlane.
I'm covering my eyes.
So it is the Terrorblade from Magma.
How does it get
Thank
through
God.
the last phase though? That is scary.
Oh, okay. I like that.
Ah,
We were just talking about Drow.
I mean, and not Arc Warden. Damn it.
No, I'm happy. Stop that. Don't. Why? You don't want to do another 120-minute game. Or, yeah.
But Black's ready, dude. Look at him. He's in full comfort mode. He is ready to Pepe sleep for 40 minutes and then come back when the game's starting to look like it's ended. Go back to sleep for 20 minutes and then come back in, you know? But it is, you guys are correct. It is going to be an offlane out. So Flyby is going to be picking that one up, and D-Stones will be taking the Mars towards the mid lane. And that's a far better lane against the Puck, right?
It's a better lane against Puck. It puts Alchemist in a spot where he doesn't have to carry the game, because it's very impossible. But at the same time, Terrorblade should just be free farming up there against an Alchemist. Drow Ranger though, we have seen that matchup go both ways. Sometimes Drow destroys TB, other times TB just outfarms Drow, jumps on top of her with a Blink Dagger, and then you're gone. It's very skill dependent and very game-to-game dependent, like how rich the carries actually are.
I'm
This is going to
wondering
be
about this
an interesting
Alchemist.
matchup that we got.
Dude, Magma's draft is so much better, to be honest. No offense.
Yeah, I agree with that actually.
But of course, I still gotta go
Alright, well,
RNG. I gotta go RNG. I think they're a level above.
You still have to go RNG.
Wait,
even off
wait,
the
whoa,
Alchemist,
whoa,
alright,
whoa.
Black?
Hold on. That's not... No, you have to go Magma. You literally said in the last game, I am going to back Terrorblade in every single game until
Alright,
it
I
loses.
did say that.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm going Terrorblade. Sorry,
Yeah.
I forgot.
Come on.
Terrorblade. Terrorblade.
Alright, so it's a Terrorblade there for Black. What about you, B-Cop, before we get into it?
Oh, I'm going RNG.
Alright, all in on RNG is B-Cop. So the lads are going to get all into game number 1 here between Magma as well as RNG. Game 1. Let's get into it.
Very much.
Merci
Merci.
beaucoup.
I'll give the... Yeah. There we go. We're on it together on that one.
Monsieur Fluke?
I have a question about the ALK. Like, is this setting up to be an ALK that wants to give out that early Ags?
I'd say
And
so.
is it to Drow, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
that's the
pretty good
only
on
person
Drow.
I would think. You're not giving out more than one to start, though. Usually, if you're giving out more than one, that's where the Alchemist does poorly. It's usually like you get 2 items, give out the first Ags, and then you kind of focus on yourself again.
Yeah, but this is what OG did as well. They picked a Drow, they gave her an early axe, and he snowballed like mad. And Magma's already looking for first blood here. And they got it.
Bushwhack coming in, and they will get the catch. Earth Spike through. And it is looking like first blood. The question is for whom, and it will be for Shylock.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, that's the last hero you wanted on. Damn it.
Yeah, seriously.
Terrorblade is already a monster. Don't need to make him any stronger.
Ooh, another Bushwhack. Impale. Right click's coming in from the Drow, but I don't know how much of a deterrent that's going to be. The decay's more than anything a deterrent.
There might be 3 bounty runes though for...
The battle begins.
Yeah, 3
2
bounty
for
runes.
Magma. And there's one. And there's a third. So that should set them up to be close to a 1K net worth lead.
Yeah. It's
At
always
least
nice
early
to
on.
start the game with a big lead. He already has a completed rave band on Terrorblade now. Usually you would get it after like 1.5 waves or so. But yeah, he's very happy up there. As you said, Terrorblade should be free farming against Alchemist. He doesn't really care about acid spray at all. It's just not a hero that can really pressure Terrorblade. Which is why I'm very surprised I didn't ban it. Like when I saw it, it wasn't banned. Okay.
Right. Is
Like-
there enough here to pressure the Alchemist though in that lane? I know you can't pressure the TB, but can they pressure the Alch? Especially with Felix here. You've got the stun, and you should be able to protect him in at least one way more than none.
I think Alchemist should also be having a good time here. And Lion should get some good stacks off for him, but they actually blocked it already with the sentry ward. Both the Ancient as well as the big camp. Like, Magma has done the homework. They're ready for the series.
Magma doing their homework. They've had a lot of time to dissect RNG. Ooh, a lot of damage on the Shylock quickly.
Yeah. Tanking a lot of right clicks under the acid spray. Even though you're Terrorblade, you don't have the biggest health pool to work with.
And Flyby is going to step forward. He wants a quick level 2. He wants to be able to get into that Grievel's Greed, but now the level 2 and going into the Metamorphosis for Shylock, that'll try and secure some farm and really put some damage in onto these RNG heroes. Bushwhack. Our spike comes through, but Flyby dealing with this harassment and starting to eat into these tangos, or no, Felix will pass over us out. But Shylock's just making sure that Flyby can't really sit near the wave
Yeah.
at all.
This is not going really well right now for this Alchemist. Like TB's already sitting at a massive gold lead in this lane. Already 700 ahead of the Alchemist.
And that obviously that gap will get closed a little bit once he does get that Grievel's Greed, which he finally picks up. The question is, can he continue to last hit with it? If TB gets too far ahead.
It's only gonna get harder the more levels TB gets. Of course, sitting at a 4.8 agi gain, which is pretty intense. And TZY is not getting pressured a whole lot either. Like they picked Drow into a Timbersaw, which is considered a counter matchup. Because you only have physical damage, which is what Timbersaw doesn't care about at all.
I wonder if they picking that Drow based on the potential Ags coming through and having that upgrade.
They're definitely having that in mind, right? It just... Is it enough? Because it looks like a very free Timber game, I'm being honest.
If you're getting an early Ags like that, are you potentially on Drow looking for minute 20 shard, like trying to get it on that timing?
Potentially, because it also is the big answer to Timbersaw is getting.
It's a
What,
good
D-Stone?
move from Yan Yan to get that kill on the D-Stones with the help of that puck.
Yeah, gets taken out, no problem. Just taking a quick look again at the net worth. Alchemist is almost 900 gold behind now. It's getting rough.
Yeah,
Puck
and
is
this is with
pretty far
Grievel's
ahead.
Greed.
They're losing all 3 lanes. Pretty one-sided right now. And I don't know who's gonna move from their team. I feel like it will have to take a couple of missteps from Magma for RNG to really get back into this game. Because Timber is not dying, I don't think. He shouldn't.
Right.
Puck is a pretty tough kill unless Lion can converge on him. And then Terrorblade is just gonna go into the jungle if he senses all like any kind of danger. Doesn't even have to go jungle because he's crushing the lane right now.
I think the thing, though, with Magma at least, is the potential fact that we've seen them time and time again. They do well in their lane. They do all these things right. And then come the mid game, it falls apart.
Yeah, sure. The mark of an inexperienced team. Especially in Season 1 we saw it a lot. But I think they improved quite a bit since then as well. Like everything they're doing just makes sense, you know? Like they're blocking all these camps against Alchemist, taking away his ways of coming back. Nice career pick.
Yeah, well done. By losing that courier, and now level 2 into the acid spray. He's got that soul ring to work with. And we'll see if he's able to put it together.
This TV's doing so many creeps.
God can get killed off by TZY.
Red Panda's in trouble too.
Nothing Red Panda can do. Yeah, Red Panda's gonna get run down here. Whirling Death, the Decay. But Timber Chain out, and TZY is gonna get himself another one.
That is
So
all 3 lanes
this
are
is
dying
4-0.
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is absolutely perfect so far.
Yeah. Such a big lead in the early game is very hard to overcome. If you don't have a hero that can really move around easily. Like Mars, maybe with the arena, can make something happen if he gets a power rune. But it's not like your Puck where you just coil a guy and he's dead. Like you actually need a little bit of setup for that.
I just don't think that this is going to be an Alchemist game that he kind of gets off the ground. I think it's going to be on par with just a good farming core. It's not going to be the XL or anything.
He's sitting at half health and his threats on the Terrorblade. No boots, Alchemist. If he gets a bushwhack on him, potentially fall. They're setting up middle again. Oh, they're putting the op squad right next to the sentry. It hurts.
D-Stones. Ooh, avoiding that stun, but we'll lose that observer ward. That's unfortunate.
Rune spawns
On the
bottom.
other side, Felix does not grab the stun on the Puck either.
Oh, God King has to TP to base.
Yeah, all the way out and back to base. That is just not him getting much of anything, really.
Look at his
This
net worth.
feels really bad for this Drow, who's only got 1,700 net worth compared to the TB, who is more than doubling the Drow. And they get a kill on a Red Panda. Dust comes over. They help get that kill. He's got the double damage, and things continue to falter for RNG. They just don't have any answers, and it's going to be a long time till they potentially even have one answer.
Is there any world where...
Ooh, Bushwhack didn't hit.
Yeah, there was a little miss there. Cass has to be a bit careful. But is there any world where RNG gets too old by Magma? That would be crazy. Not at all what I think that could happen.
This game isn't even over yet. I do see where this game right now is at least going really well for Magma. But again, we've talked about it already in this game once, and it's the fact that Magma is a team that usually lanes really well. It's all about getting to that closing point for them.
Yeah, but the thing is, they can't even play Dota right now on Radiant. Like, they have no one that can do anything anywhere. Like, this is a draft that needs to come off the lanes, okay? And that has not happened at all. Look at Drow. He's getting doubled up by every single core. Nyx has the same net worth as him, basically. Where is he just gonna go to farm? He's trying to farm in the jungle right now, but he's losing to creeps.
Dream Coil up in the top laner. Spike D-Stones coming over. Maybe an opportunity to turn this with the spear, and they will. Really well done. Looking for Kaz.
Yeah, well played.
And not
much
gonna
needed
find him.
rotation. They'll need many more where that came
Gives
from.
this Alka break.
Yeah, he was about to get orbed actually by the puck, and he would have died from that one. It was a very timely spear. Oh, he found Kaz.
They might have found Kaz. Yeah, they got him.
Okay, finally getting on the board. But I'm expecting
Big
TZY to
rotation.
just TP top and defend the tower. And he's doing just that. And Terrorblade, as we said, just go jungle if you're ever in any sort of danger.
Ironwood Tree, phase boots now for the Mars. But again, that opens up space for the Alchemist, who's able to have a game of Dota again.
Yeah, like these stones can't be farming this game. He needs to make space for Alk. He needs to make space for Drow. How's Drow looking? Not level 6 yet. Nyx actually has more net worth than him. It just feels really bad if you're this Drow.
And you're hoping to get that boost with the Ags, but
Radiant's middle tower is under
just Ags may not be enough. Actually, I don't think really just Ags is even close to enough.
And the question is, at this rate, when is he gonna get that axe? Felix?
In trouble,
Device going
getting
deep.
low. Ooh, Felix, he's dead here. They've got the help of 3.
dire structures are fortified.
Flybyte's trying to cut wave.
Yeah,
Be
but
careful
Flyby
there.
might be
They're on
dead.
his case.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, Dream Coil used. He's trying to get this Ags. He'll snap the coil, wanting to run. But you've got the rest of this team coming with them, and he gets caught way too far out. That is a big creep wave to miss.
Yep, and Terrorblade is continuing to farm throughout all of that.
Dire's middle
This is the
tower
danger of
under
picking Drow Ranger. Like, if you don't win your lane as a Drow, your mid-game is it's gonna be just very, very slow. He is
Radiant's
finally
top
level
tower is
6.
under attack.
Can start to farm a little bit more efficiently. But
Radiant structures
yeah, if you're 5k behind with an Alchemist on your team, that's trouble.
And Flyby goes back towards top, but I just
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't see him being able to farm or anything. They're gonna
Just
lose
where
this
else is
top
it
tier
supposed to
1.
go? Like, Drow
Yeah.
needs to farm bottom, and
Radiant's top tower
like, Mars is the only one who can make plays. We already said that. They're smoking him up to the bot lane. He doesn't even have enough mana for a combo, though. Like, he's 100 mana short.
Maybe they get this kill, but it will be tough. He's got
They have a
2
finger.
charges on the wand.
If they catch him, he's dead.
Smoke breaks. Shylock now going the other
Oh,
way. The arena
no.
misses. Oh, just off the mark. The walls don't go up quick enough. And now the question is, does he want to turn? And he does. Felix is dead.
He's gonna right click him and
And
bites.
we'll get the kill. And it's another botch play from RNG, who have the pressure put on them very heavily. And they'll lose Red Panda too. So Dream Coil gets placed down for that kill. D-Stones misses an opportunity to potentially get the kill into the Terrorblade. And
Radiant's
Flyby is still
middle tower
1,500 gold away from this first axe.
Yeah, but it's the problem of Mars middle. Rather than having something like a puck, it's just so much harder to set anything up properly.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm sure you can say, oh, how did he miss that arena? It's not easy to set up on a fast hero like Terrorblade if you have no initiation tool, like Blink or Yules.
Yeah, that smoke breaks and then just becomes absolutely problematic.
Now, where's Alchemist at? Just 2 components away from his axe, which will maybe inflate the net worth to a point where Drow feels like she's somewhat back in the game, but this Alchemist
I
will be
think-
like below Lion.
And I think that might be okay. And I say this with the fact that if you can get that
Dragonlance and you've got that Ags, I think you can now move with the Drow with the Mars and potentially take advantage of that.
And you definitely need something, because whatever's happening right now is obviously not working out for them.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
TB's very close to his Manta style. Like, he's on par with the axe from last game, pretty much. If not even more farm than him. Like, that's the level of Filthy Rich.
Tower is under attack.
It really is. Sharpshooter. Drow in trouble. Drow very dead behind the tier 2 tower.
He didn't even try to move. He accepted his death.
Yeah. That was just not what they were looking for.
Yeah, it's usually not a good sign when people don't move in a TI qualifier. Yeah. Probably means they're
I
a
wonder
little
if
bit.
they tilt enough where they just call GG.
I mean,
Is it possible?
the
I don't think they
Axe
will,
is-
but
Ah, no way.
Middle tower is
The
under
axe is
attack.
down on Elk,
Dire's top tower is
or
under
it might be two-man coil. Or not.
Dreamcoil on Felix. He's dead. They'll chase Red Panda. TZY using that Ironwood tree to get the Whirling Death out onto this Undying, and the Sharpshooter lands.
Yeah. Easy pickup for him. Actually,
And now they're
Hooking is
gonna go
dying
for the
to
Drow.
zombies. Drow got caught
Impale,
again.
And God King's just dead. This is a 7k lead for Magma.
tower is under attack.
Against an alchemist. Do you even want to give this Aghanims to the Drow? He's so weak.
Who do you give it to?
Maybe Mars? But even that's not good. Okay, give it to Lion, go all in. Let's go. I just feel like Drow is really good with Axe if you're sort of ahead. Oh, he's getting caught here on the Elk.
Oh, flyby. He's got the Ags, but he can't give it away. Now they've got the Arena, but I don't know if it's going to be worth anything. Just Mars and 2 supports. However, I say that, and they get the kill on a Dust. All right, that's one, but a 2-man Impale coming through, and well, that'll clean up the other way. Nyx Assassin limps out. Felix is dead, and it ends up being a full team wipe for the side of Magma, including that Drow kill that happened mid.
Yeah. They need... Okay, what needs to happen? Someone needs to overcommit really hard to a point where they just fight like in their base, they get a couple of pickoffs, and Drow Ranger gets like another item or two. That is the only way this game can go. So right now, Alchemist is sitting... He's gonna give it to the Drow, but... I mean, his network is still behind the Terrorblade, even with that infusion. That's how bad it is. What's the saving grace, Speak up?
I think they give it one last-ditch effort. I think now you've got the Ags. I think this is where, you know, you're gonna potentially find your way to come back. I don't think it's gonna come from strictly farming. So at this point, you have to smoke and try and fight. Mars doesn't have a blink. Lion doesn't have a blink. I think you have to smoke and see if this Ags is gonna be a game saver.
Okay. I mean, they're gonna go for some crazy sort of play for sure.
Yeah.
Tough position. Tough position. They're smoking up as 4. Can they kill TZY with all 4 even though? The Ari is unsmoked and they're just running at them. It just... This kind of feels like a pub game where you don't know what you should do. You just run at people. But they just don't give him any chance to do anything.
Right.
Like, Magma's playing this game really well. I also gotta say though, I do think this RNG draft is one of the worst we have seen all qualifier. Not just from them, but from any team. Oh, there's a Carapace.
Spike Carapace, the Vendetta hit, and a dead Alf. First Spike and Hoodwink, now Hexed. But Dreamcoil on to 2, charging up the Sharpshooter. That lands onto the Lion. They've got Drow ready to fight on the back lines of this all, but misses the Gust, and they get the kill into Felix. They look like they're going to get the kill into Red Panda as well. Bushwhack make it a 3rd, and Magma, now up 11k, are going to pressure the mid-tier 2.
Terrorblade wasn't even part of any of that.
He doesn't need to be. They're just that far ahead.
The question is, if you're RNG, how much longer are you going to try to play this game? Because these games can tilt you. And if it's an elimination series, you're down 1 game. Like, you want to go into the game 2 as fresh as possible.
And you don't want to have this mindset.
Where you just drag it out indefinitely.
and you just feel worse and worse about it.
God, the Whirling Death just destroyed him. The finger out on a dust.
Yeah.
They've got the silence, but the Bushwhack hits on a God King. God King trying to find the right positioning. They've got the Tombstone down, but do they have the damage? They hit the Spike Carapace out of the Drow, so the damage output wasn't there. Yule's up into the air. Mian not dead. They get the kill into D-Stone. That's going to be 3, and I think if they lose God King here, it's GG. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. All right, they got absolutely... I know what the right word is. Sure, dumpster, destroyed, brutalized. Like, it's just... They had no footing into this game. Like, the first blood move, they were already in their head. Got the first blood, 3 bounty runes ever since the beginning. It was just nothing they could have done, honestly. Like, the draft was really bad. I'm gonna put it out how it is. And I don't think we're gonna see RNG struggle this much in game 2 at all. I don't think this is a fair representation of what RNG's skill is at all either. It was just a complete outdraft, and they're just gonna move on to game 2.
Yeah, so Magma have a 1-0 lead over RNG. Can Magma 2-0 to move on to face Elephant tomorrow? We'll find out with game 2 after this break. We'll be right back. Stay right there. Stay tuned.
The boys here were a bit lost for words, but I think I've got a few words for that. Gabe and Tier shellacking from our friends over in North America. That was an absolute dumpstering coming out there from Magma. And RNG really didn't have much going for them. You know, it's just... I literally walked back, got some cookies, came back, sat down on my desk. There's a 7k net worth lead already for Magma. TB's literally like running at Radiant Tier 2s. Drow's got nothing going for her. Yeah, Alka's getting close to his first Ags, but it wasn't really the power spike they were hoping for, and the stats really do show it. Magma, that was them through and through, and boy, I hope RNG can reset after that one going into game number 2. Otherwise, this could be a quick series, lads.
Yeah, that's the only problem I could see, where they're just mentally exhausted after this first game. Because there's a lot of teams, probably myself included, that would just GG out much earlier. Because there's just no saving grace. You know, they kind of tortured themselves needlessly. And they are still a semi-inexperienced team, so they could definitely come back to haunt them. But if they, you know, play to their usual strength, like game 2 should be completely different.
And I guess, probably a big glaring factor for that Peacock, probably it did kind of feel like this Alchemist, right? You know, when it came out, we weren't really super sold on it, and it got countered pretty hard in the game. You know, Timbersaw felt pretty good. Terrorblade had a pretty much free lane as well, and it just, maybe this hero just isn't it for RNG.
I don't know if it was just the Alk, but definitely part of the equation. Black said it during the game. You pick Drow into a Timber and you're just asking for a losing matchup. Like, Timber destroyed that lane. They got 2 quick kills pretty early on. And it wasn't just the Alk. It was a lot of that draft that just kind of really fell downhill. And they just never did anything. Black, you said it. Once they got first blood, it felt like that game was over.
Yeah, it was really just all Magma from there on out. They did get a couple of kills, but Nothing to write home about. Just, all right, we got like what 3 kills. Okay, that's all we got. Like, we said at Magma, we didn't think they would be here, but now they're up 1-0 in probably the most one-sided game we've had all qualifier long. I'd say. Not even sure about that. Yeah, it's
yeah, it really did feel like that was one of the easiest ones for any of these teams. And I guess the next question is, how do they mentally reset if you're RNG Black? You know, how do you shake off something like that? Do you go out for a quick smoke break and completely forget that game happened, or like what's the deal here for RNG?
And honestly, it just happens sometimes where you get completely outdrafted and you're like, all right, that's done. You know, what can you do? Like, there's no point harping on it, and you're just gonna move on. But a lot of people, a lot of players, especially in high-pressure situations like this, they can't do that. I hope they can, because RNG is a lot better than what they showed in Game 1.
That is very true.
Fingers crossed that RNG can show a better face here in game number 2 against Magma. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and potentially our final game for tonight here with Magma versus RNG. So join us on the other side.
after me, brother, when we were children.
Welcome back here, everyone, to the TI10 closed qualifiers for China. We are getting to the pointy end. There's only 4 teams that remain left here in the qualifier, all vying for a single slot. And now we get to the pointy end here for RNG. Backs against the wall, 1 game down in a best of 3 against Magma, of all teams who we weren't expecting to go this deep in the qualifiers. But here they are, 1 game up against a team like RNG. And I mean, all it takes is 1 more knockout punch, lads, and this is going to be lights out for RNG. And Magma could be having a date with Elephant in the lower bracket final. And I feel like this draft is going to be a pretty big telling tale for us about whether or not RNG have got their heads in the game here, or whether or not maybe they're thinking a little bit more about the Groovel's greed.
It can't get much worse. That's the good news. Like, last game was probably the worst draft, as I've said before, that I've seen all qualifier long from any team. So, yeah, just do anything else and it's going to be better.
Agree. Ooh.
TA first pick overall again, though. We have seen it.
Yeah.
Winter Wyvern, +1. And you're in trouble.
Wyvern Lestrak. All you need to do here, RNG. Hey,
Doom still in the pool
all right,
as well?
I'm on RNG for this game.
Yeah. What a surprise. Maybe they give him the Terrorblade as well.
Yeah?
I don't know why people do this.
Winter Wyvern TV?
Like, you can't first pick this hero and be like, yeah, that's pretty good. Like, you can't sit there and do that, right?
Yeah.
5 seconds
And
Maybe you can.
They just saw this. Like, I don't know how you watch literally that scenario and then just like...
Maybe it won't go Lestrak, though.
Oh my god.
And just over with
Why
the
wait?
TV, okay?
Why wait? Why wait? Oh man.
Well, TA, it was nice knowing you.
All right, so we're gonna shift that down to a 5 TA, of course.
Can we just go game 3 right away? New draft, guys. We GG.
We just hit the draft. Oh, who knows, Black? It could be another one of those games where it's a 20 minutes stomp fest, and then we're back in here within 25 minutes for game number 3. So.
Or suddenly it's
who knows
Magma
at
2-0
this point?
somehow. Okay.
Yeah, unless.
Oh man, this is like the worst TA game in history of TA games already.
And that last TA was the worst TA game of history.
Yeah, and it's the first phase only.
Oh,
okay, sure, but
I mean, Lion makes sense. Like, I get it.
you could
but,
also just
like,
pick a Lion first, and then TA.
Yeah.
But
And then they pick their 2 heroes, and it's not Winter Wyvern and TB, and then you're free to pick a TA.
yeah,
It just doesn't make sense why you do that to yourself.
TB's
Hey,
looking
I'd
around.
like to be countered.
I mean, you know, maybe they're like, RNG, you guys did us a favor in game 1. We're nice guys. We're gonna be right back with you.
5 seconds remaining.
I offer TA first pick. You trade my worst game ever. Okay. Cool.
Dire team back.
Well, it seems like, God King was trading his worst game ever yesterday, last game. So trading one back here seems to be the way to go. They do get rid of the Terrorblade here from Royal Never Give Up. I like to see that they've thought about this hero again. We haven't really seen all too much of Timber being banned nor picked. So seeing it in that last game coming out from Magma is a little bit of a respect ban, it feels like, here from TZ. And is there anything else that you want to see banned out on the side of Magma Black here that's going to make it less of a crappy TA game?
I mean,
It already sucks, but...
It's already terrible, yeah. I don't think you need to address TA any more than it already has been. Like, you just gotta think about what your actual winning condition against the Terrorblade now is. Like, maybe you gotta go a little bit greedy and pick something like a Phantom Lancer that can actually match up well against the Terrorblade.
5 seconds
Because
remaining.
TA needs someone to deal with TB for her and Winter Wyvern. Like, she can't do that. She can maybe deal with the other 3 heroes, but the 2 that are currently present, like, TA has no game against. And you gotta somehow, if you pick TA first, you need to have something that you know can take care of that, right? I hope. Surely.
Hopefully.
Maybe.
RNG's turn to
Possibly. Lestrak. They don't want to give them the elephant draft. Surprise.
Another counter to TA. You know, you don't want to give that away.
The TA Exodia draft with Winter Wyvern, TB, and Leshrac. So
And Husker.
Well,
And Bad Rider.
that's when you have to turn into Weevil and be like, hey, can I see your 5-man Exodia draft for a second on this boat? The strongest cards ever printed. There's only one copy in existence. Can I just see this? And they just chuck them off the boat.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, man. Here you go.
Hey, yo, those
And
my
then the-
boy Yugi's cards.
And then you've got the RNG coach diving into the pool right now, trying to get the draft back on
I'm
track.
sorry, Yugi. I couldn't find them.
I got one of them.
Are we going to recite the whole episode of Yu-Gi-Oh here in front of this
I could,
draft?
yeah.
Because
I mean, I definitely could. Hoodwink, another great pick. Very strong, showing to be a very top tier strong 4 position. At least just today, from what we've seen, it's been on point.
Yep. Very strong
And it
hero.
feels like we haven't seen any kind of good counters to it, right, Black? It feels like usually when I see this Hoodwink, in my pubs at least, it always feels like Nyx Assassin was always a really good hero, but obviously that being banned out early on for RNG. It doesn't feel like any other heroes really kind of deal with her really well, right?
Yeah, Nyx is good. Spectre can deal with Hoodwink very well. Anyone that can really just walk through trees, like I think Broodmother should be pretty hard for Hoodwink.
Ooh,
Uh,
they already picked
yeah.
Mars.
maybe a Treant Protector. I can like overgrowth her and find her in the trees. But you need someone that can like actively look at her or look for her in those trees. And they go for the Dragon Knight. And it looks pretty straightforward. Another hero that TA hates playing against. Very nice. I'm
They're gonna
sure
go offlane Kunkka or something like that. Oh no, never mind. It's banned. I was
they're
gonna
gonna
say
go offlane TA, I think.
10 seconds remaining.
they're gonna go 5 position TA. Just forget playing that hero. Make
Max
let
Melt
it do
Strike.
something else. Yes.
Minus armor strat.
But yeah,
Okay.
like Magma needs a winning condition. A really good one.
Protect TA.
That is not a winning condition anymore.
Do we think they could get away with something like a Spectre Black here for Magma?
Oh, TB counter Spectre as well, so that's a no-go.
I just like the Arcana. I want to
They
see
need
it.
a hero that can deal with Terrorblade.
Fine.
I feel like there's only Phantom Lancer, potentially Morphling if they play like a more active game. Yeah,
What about
no.
carry AA?
I already answered
It?
that.
I mean,
Damn,
3
nailed
rapiers
it.
are good. They are good.
True.
Dire team bad.
Doable. Ursa.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Love me some Ursa.
A little bit more active coming out here from Magma. Not really kind of the win condition hero, but it does secure you. You have some really good roach taking potential here from Magma, and you know that second roach for Ursa feels really, really good. Get that early shard, maybe throw that onto the TA. You can use it on the Ursa as well, getting that extra enrage. Is able to get through the Dragonite, but again, see one of those big issues with the Winter Wyvern. Like, yeah, you can put Fury Swipe stacks on the Cold Embrace target, but Winter's Curse looks pretty good this
10
game, man.
seconds remaining.
Yeah. TA as well
Black
as
didn't
Ursa
look so pleased.
Team bad.
are all physical damage, unfortunately. It's like at least last time when eHome did this, they had mixed damage dealer in form of Morphling that can sort of go through the Winter Wyvern Cold Embrace, but this time around, one Cold Embrace and the entire aggression is just gone. They gotta pick someone that can jump on the Winter Wyvern last,
5 seconds remaining.
and as a support, it's probably not gonna happen.
For Ricky?
At this point, why not?
5, Ricky.
Like, your draft is already kind of done, you know? Might as well do something
Shard
crazy.
Rush, Sleep Dart onto the Winter
Yeah.
Wyvern. That's 5 seconds of her being asleep.
Yeah. There might be a way to do it.
Dire team pick.
What is it gonna be, Magma? What is your
For
master
Faceless
plan?
Void?
Oh, there's gonna be a last pick. Wait, let's see.
I'm hoping Ricky. I hope that was the smartest call I've made all night.
What about plus 4 Zeus? Plus 4 Zeus,
I-
let's go.
Listen, I don't hate the Faceless Void. There's a pro player here in Australia that plays position 4 Void all the time. It's going to be the Earth Spirit, so a little bit more conventional.
Nailed it. I'm really just on it tonight with all my picks and calls. That's actually going to be a mid Earth Spirit, and they're moving that TA down.
All right.
Seconds remaining.
I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, I feel like the all right is just like, all right, Beacon, please stop. Like, we get it. The TA's in a bad spot. Actually, Mian's a really good Earth Spirit player, so it's not. It's probably his best hero, I want to say. So at least he's got comfort.
So what happens to
And I
Tia
mean,
if
this
people are rating her so highly?
Sideblades are good.
Oh gosh, even more lockdown.
Oh. Good ways of getting through the refractions as well. So it's going to be Dragonite versus TA mid. Be pretty okay there for D Stones. Yeah, this feels like a pretty rough game here for Dust. It feels like it's going to have to be an MVP performance coming out from him, I think, to pull this one out. But, I mean, I guess if Magma, if their 4 other heroes can really start to pull the slack and TA can get to a point where she's, building up a lot of that farm, they can find Red Panda early on in these team fights, there is a way for them into this, but it feels like a very small chance for them to get into this. So they've got to try and find that little advantage and see if they can blow it open wide.
Yeah, game 1 was a very big outdraft. This is not quite as bad, but almost. So I want to go with Terrorblade again, because Terrorblade doesn't lose.
True.
B-Cup, please do the rest of the analysis. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. Breaking it down. Magma wins. Nailed it. Yeah, no, I want to go with Magma. I want to see them 2-0. I want to see everybody's face when they're just like, I can't believe Magma just did this. This is crazy.
With this draft as well, wow.
Yeah, with
I
this
can't
draft.
wait. Like, if Magma win this, I can't wait for the Reddit thread just being like, Black was wrong all along. TA is a perfectly good first pick hero, guys. It's fine. But
I just want to have that conversation.
it's going to be an interesting conversation if that's the way that it does pan out. But lads, let's get into it. Game number 2 is underway. RNG and Magma going head to head. Let's go.
Merci.
For battle.
No, you
Still
already
the
used
only
that
one I
one.
know. No, I used it every game today.
Dankeschön.
Dankeschön. That was beautiful,
Thank you.
actually.
As beautiful as this first pick.
Yeah,
I don't know what's
we'll see
happening
what the TA first pick can do, because apparently this is the new go-to meta of picking it for some
Yeah.
reason.
What about Lion? He has 440 net worth. That's pretty underwhelming.
This is
30 seconds to battle.
potentially really rough for Magma coming up, but I think they're gonna pull it off.
If they can win against RNG with this draft, then they deserve to move on. Like, this is, as I said, not as bad as last game, but it's quite close. Oh, they put it in ops there. They saw that.
The battle
That's an easy D ward.
Easy D ward.
Yeah, TZY is taunting a lot. Obviously being very confident.
Yeah, he's a good Mars player.
Yeah, he is. It's just like you went all in physical damage against the Winter Wyvern. Like the winning condition is just so hard for Magma, Like they can pull it off. It's possible to kill the Winter Wyvern first, but it's so difficult. Like, it is so difficult. Like, I can't even emphasize enough how difficult it is.
Why did Kaz do that? He had the sentry ward,
Yeah.
and he didn't de-ward the mid ward that they saw get placed down.
Maybe Tia wants to buy her own ward, so he gets the gold for it.
I mean, is that net value? Like, is that...
I mean, you do need your own sentry ward to keep blocking the big camp.
But I hope they just didn't just like forget about it. Ooh, these stones.
Taking a lot of damage. Yearly melt strikes. It's happening.
Yeah, if he dies here, he's gonna become a rolling stone.
I thought he was gonna become a pebble because he'd be a crushed stone.
Is a crushed stone a pebble though?
I think so.
So you're saying if I beat Dwayne Johnson in Dota, he's gonna become the pebble?
Yes. These stones though, denying well. 3 denies. Dust still at level 2. Now he finally hits that level 3 and we'll have the refraction.
For the temple.
But yeah, these stones, as you said, is getting a lot of denies, already 5. 2 levels in the Dragon Blood. And has his bottle now as well.
You've seen a lot of damage, but now it's all sustainable.
Now there's no
Doesn't matter anymore. 2 in the Dragon's Blood, refilling the bottle. Like, things are pretty much unkillable here for D-Stones unless a rotation comes out. And Dragon Tails constantly into the denies feels really great for him.
If it's really bad for Dust though.
Oh, yeah.
And it's gonna be level 4. Level 1 Brief Fire as well, so even more tools to mess with the last hitting here. Aeroblade and Mars, even CS, top lane. Thanking is farming a lot.
I really wouldn't mind Magma leaving Mars and having Mian just move around the map. They might get the kill here on a Kaz, and they will. Felix getting first blood on him. I have multiple ways of locking down these heroes in this top lane, and it's already a 1k net worth lead.
Yeah, not
TZY also getting chased into the trees and just barely getting out of the grasp of both God King and Red Panda.
So Terrorblade is currently winning the lane bottom as well. They're winning all 3 lanes, which is a little bit problematic for their chances coming into the mid game. Earth Spirit. I mean, they can't really harass the Terrorblade at all is the problem. Like, you pick this Earth Spirit and Mars lane, which is okay in team fights, but your laning phase is pretty damn weak. And Kaz dying again.
Yeah. They're just not gonna find much of anything, and I think we're gonna have a little bit of what we saw in the previous game happen here. Looking for this Ursa.
I think you're very right on that. There's level 2 Bushwhack and the Burrow Strike. Just be careful.
Yeah, because if they land it with the Acorn Shot, which they just did, they'll have the Burrow Strike and they'll get the kill on a Shylock if he's not too careful. But luckily he has wand charges. I don't think it's enough though. So the right clicks come in, the caustic goes off, almost killing the creep wave too. And Felix now with his 3rd kill, owning all 3 kills in this lane.
Now what's the saving grace here?
I don't know, as Mars is gonna die getting run down by Red Panda. TZY into the trees, not enough to escape. He's dead too. We can definitely have a similar situation to timings of the ending of this game.
Yeah, right now it looks very, very, very similar. Sand King absolutely free farming top. Like, Shylock needs a lot of space, and TA does as well. Ursa needs at least 1 item to be able to fight properly. And the Diffusal Blade is very far away right now. As you said, the Mars is also struggling.
Everybody's struggling right now on Magma.
Oh, Dust might be in a little bit of trouble here. Put the sentry
He's
down.
certainly in some trouble.
And he's dead too.
God, he's gonna get stunned up. Dust is dead. He's done and dusted.
Mir might also be in trouble. Nah, Dragon Form expires. He's gonna be fine. And Red
Yeah,
Panda
look at the
tanking the
hex.
tower. 8 magic one shot.
And he can do so with the Cold Embrace. Roll comes out, hits onto D-Stones, and while Mian just gave up his life.
I am one with Slyrak. Who is Slyrak?
He is the dragon in the anime.
Like Dragon Knight's dragon, or?
Yeah. Yeah? Yeah.
Alright.
Spoilers.
I haven't watched it yet. You just spoiled me.
You're asking the question. Well, you can't do that. Hey, is this what happens in this spoiler?
You're also supposed to say spoiler before you answer.
No. The cosmetic is a spoiler.
Okay, fair enough.
Don't put that
Deadbeat
on me.
Don't be like deadbeat coppers, knoppers.
Shylock only level 5, and I'm not sure what he's really planning to accomplish, because now back into the Elder Dragon form for D-Stones. Mid tier 1 is getting low. You've got TA who's in the jungle, Ursa's who's in the jungle, and when you've got these two heroes who are splitting jungle farm, it's not going to go well for either of them.
Yeah. But that's the only place both of them have right now.
Yep.
Top tower is pretty much gone. Terrorblade bottom still free farming. They don't really have any ways to really pressure, unfortunately. They might be able to get the Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, roll and the damage, the silence from the Geomagnetic Grip, and Red Panda will get the Cold Embrace off. Meld into the Meld Strike to take out Red Panda for the first kill for Magma. They've got the Earth Spike, Acorn Shot coming around. Felix has got Bushwhack in just 3 seconds, but there's the Arena and the Spear onto this DK. They'll get the kill on the D-Stones, and they double up.
Double up from what?
1 to 2.
Well, I guess they went from 0 to 2. Infinitely better.
Well, yes.
But TB pressuring bot tower. Stanking still farming away top. His big timing is, of course, going to be that Blink Dagger.
Epicenter. On. Okay. And there's the Enrage.
Was it surprising?
No, shouldn't have been for anybody. Elder Dragon form again and over mid. I don't know why he thought he was gonna get that. Or just wasting Epicenter like that.
Might be able to get the Earth Spirit though.
A little bit low. Felix chasing. Shylock coming over. Burrow strike short. And now Shylock, he wants to go after Flyby. They've got the sentry down, but the Bushwhack is there again. I think maybe the attention should have been focused on Felix instead. He's just, I would say, much more killable.
Or triple bounty rune there. Nobody ever picked one up. Bounty rune
They
paradise.
still do get Flyby.
But he stuck
Shylock
around,
without
huh?
from Miamia, and yeah, he kind of stuck around in the lane, and that little greed ends up costing him.
Now TB's gonna end up getting the bot tower. No problem for him. And even though they're losing some heroes, like their overall gold advantage is just growing and growing. And we said the only way Magma wins this is if they kind of overrun the lanes, which has absolutely not happened.
Does it have to be that they overrun the lanes? Like,
I'd say so, simply because Ursa and TA fighting into Terrorblade is going to be so hard, and just in mid-game even. Like, once he has Skadi, whatever, like Sanjasha Skadi, it's going to be just like the last time we saw this matchup, which is just completely unplayable.
right.
But you were asking for it, I think, if you're Magma.
The way you drafted, yeah, I could see that. It was very rough, for sure.
I don't know if they expected him to first pick Terrorblade or what, but
We have seen this a lot, especially in SEA. And as I said, we have yet to see a Terrorblade lose. I don't think he lost all qualifier long, to be honest. The guy's a bad boy. Like, if you walk to him, or rather, if you walk into him in a dark alley, you're in trouble.
Oh, boulder smash.
Yep, almost stunned him with it.
Didn't quite spot him. I think he gets the vision there. He might have been able to roll.
His roll was off the mark, unfortunately. Previously,
Epicenter bro strike coming over mid. Sharpshooter. There's the kill.
Yeah. Now that's the blink reveal they were looking for. Maybe didn't need the epi, just wanted to make sure they get the kill. And it's a mid tower gone, bot tower gone, top tower gone. It's a lot less space to farm in. Yeah.
Yep. Does have one blade of alacrity though, hoping to get to that defusal as quickly as he can.
Yeah, they really need that. They'll also need the blink dagger on TA really fast. I'm looking for comeback avenues. It's hard to find one for Magma here.
Radiant's middle tower is
They're smoking up, trying to look for the Terrorblade. Even if they find him though, do they have the damage to kill him?
Radiant are scanning.
I think it's just gonna get Sunder off and you're in trouble.
And they got scanned, so they're gonna go into the trees. They shouldn't show.
Yep, and TB's dipping away.
Arena down. Ooh, Winter Wyvern outside the arena.
Alright,
A
Panic gets
little
out
bit
too.
off the mark.
Maybe?
Boulder smash. Geomagnetic grip with the Earth Spike finger. Kill for Mian Mian.
It doesn't get out, but a lot of space created. And there's 2 ultimates expended as well. Just for a Winter Wyvern. That doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel good at all. EV farming up the stack. Things are going very smoothly for Radiant, which is going to be a big problem for Magma.
Yeah. They're
Lane
certainly not
initiation?
finding enough, and ooh,
Nice quelling
well
back
done by
up.
Dust there to use that quelling. Yeah, got it before I did.
The quelling, yeah.
Yeah, the quelling blade. You'd said it. Quelling blade cut. You used less words.
Quelling blade, yeah.
You were wiser than me.
Ever the wisest. What does Terrorblade says? Fool, no. Something. Forgot. Sorry. It was supposed to be really epic. I'm getting old, B-Cop. Not as old as you, though.
Don't say that.
But the lion. Should be dead. 3-1.
Yeah, Kaz getting
Nice
killed by
bushwhack.
Flyby. However, Flyby, he's dead. Arena down. Spear hits onto the Dragon Knight. They got Mian Mian too, so it ends up being a 2-for-1. But Shylock getting credit for that kill on a Flyby pushes him closer and closer to this Diffusal Blade. Maybe something that they can use to work a comeback of some sort. TC-wise, arenas have been hit or miss so far.
Yeah. Mostly, they haven't really led too much. They had one really good arena mid, where you caught the Dragon Knight, but other than that, Magma as a whole just couldn't really get much going so far. Dust is almost into the Desolator though, so maybe they can convert into a Roshan. Be pretty big for them. Terrorblade now, Manta's still done. He's growing and growing and growing. Mars?
Ooh.
No follow-up. Fake hype? We good.
Yeah, just doing that fake hype.
Yeah, stupid me. Sorry.
Gosh, everybody spam it in chat. Fake hype.
is getting
Is under attack.
an A on disc on Hoodwink though. That's pretty hype.
Is he really? Huh.
No, he is. But it's more Bedge than hype or Bedge.
Is it Bedge or Bedge?
I don't know. Is it Vogue or Vogue?
Wink Dagger now for Davion, the Dragon Knight. He's
Earth
done.
Spirit was looking for the Winter Wyvern. Can't find him. Yeah. Now Blink available as well.
And they've got this Diffusal ready to go, but TB going into the Scotty goes Manta or Dragonlance, Manta, Scotty.
The promise is he's so far ahead of the Ursa, even ahead of the TA as well. I feel like we've seen the story before. Can't quite put my hand on it though. My finger rather, the saying I think.
Radiant's bottom
Going bottom.
is under attack.
Bye Red Panda.
Yeah, he's caught silence, but got the Arctic burn off in time. Not gonna matter that he's still dead to TZY, and they'll be able to get this tower.
Dire's
They might be trading for top though. Dragon Knight is making his way over.
Dire's structures.
Dragon Form won't last for a whole lot longer. They used Glyph. Alright, so they get a good trade. Killing the tower for nothing. Smoke up right away. They want to fight. Pretty good timing.
Philosopher's
No Dragon
Stone.
Form. 20.
Dire's top tower is
Which
under
is not
attack.
that much time.
It might be enough though to get a kill. We'll see. Roll in, and that comes through onto the TB. Oh, the stun's coming out of the finger. God King gets the Sunder off though. And it's on the dust. TZY is dead. God King followed up. He's off the mark. They've got the Winter's Curse. It's onto the Earth, so they're doing a lot of damage here, and he won't survive it. Red Panda able to get the kill onto Shylock. Epicenter, Burrow Strike onto 2. Mian and Dust are gone. Earth Spike onto this DK, but it's going to be a full team wipe for the side of RNG, despite the fact that they lost that TB so early on.
They lost him early on, but he did get a Sunder off, which ultimately meant they had to go through like 3,000 health or something like that. And there's just too much damage coming from the others as well. That curse was perfect. Caught literally everybody. Setting up for a nice epicenter. And just like last game, TB isn't the only problem you have. Now, sure, you can kill him maybe. Right now at least, but there's a whole lot of backup for him. And that backup dismantled them, no problem. Oh, Felix? Oh, Aeon just popped, never mind. Fake hype.
And a new Aeon disc.
Why is it, what's a disc?
Like a frisbee?
A frisbee, right? Yeah. But I just never really hear the word being used as like disc.
I guess it's... I mean, I don't know where he'd wear it, or where somebody would wear a disc.
Disc is a pretty rarely used word, no?
Oh, with CDs being obsolete, yeah.
Yes. Did you buy many DVDs at all?
No. I did not.
What about these videotape things? You know what I mean?
VHSs?
Like the rectangle thing that you put in
Yeah,
the...
VHS.
It's called VHS? Okay.
Yeah.
You buy many of those at all?
My family had a bunch. Smoke,
Oh,
Burrow
Shylock.
Strike, as well as the Epicenter.
Hi.
Shylock into the Sharpshooter. They had a double damage on the DK. Epicenter was committed on that, and they already killed off the Ursa. This is an AK lead. I could definitely sense like another full team wipe just being the tap out for Magma.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. They're already in a really tough spot. They have been for a long time. They might even be trying to knock on the high ground here, to be honest. But seeing as it is TI qualifiers, probably Roshan is the safer play. And yep, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, go for Roche. And
I'm still wondering,
should
how
be
do you
easy, just-
confidently pick TA first pick after what you saw what happened to eHome.
Yeah, I'm not too certain why that was the go-to move there.
They're trying to fight Roche, but... Oh, they caught the Winter. That's a big one.
Yeah, they've got the silence, the finger all coming through, and the Earth Spike will get the kill on a Red Panda. They got the Aegis, though, into the hands of God King. They'll reapply the Magnetize. He rolls away. TZY looking to do something, but eventually, well, Mian Mian, he ends up dead on the Earth Spirit. They've got the Bushwhack coming through, as well as the Spear to try and help them out and deter them as they are in this Bushwhack, but, well, Kaz is dead. The Winter's Curse is there. They should be able to kill Shylock once again, and they'll take out a third.
Yeah, staying in for a little while longer than RNG did last game, but the result should be the same.
Similar.
Yeah. They're probably just gonna wait on the Skadi to try and end this game. Dust tipping back. I'll make it out just in time. Has his BKB finished? Just as terribly doesn't really care about your BKB a whole lot.
Yeah. No reason to really think that this is going to go the wrong way for RNG if you're on their side at the moment. I'm getting a tier 2 tower basically for free. And that should be enough to put him towards the Scotty, and it is. Ooh, they're going to roll away, and they've got the arena as well as the silence onto two of these heroes. The Boulder Smash comes in. They've got the Bushwhack coming around the back. Mules into the air. Spear over the top of the arena, I think, due to the Earth Spike. And now they've got the epicenter coming through. TZY in some trouble. The Sunder gets used. TZY is dead. Mian Mian rolls. He'll end up falling. That's 2 heroes dead on the side of Magma as the rest of the team is trying to get out of this one. But the chase is on for Dust. They'll get the kill on the TA and they'll call GG.
Yep, tapping out just 4 minutes later than RNG did last game. We said it wasn't as bad from the draft, and they last a little bit longer. But yeah, ultimately, it was never gonna happen. It's just too one-sided of a draft.
Yeah.
It's a little bit unfortunate. Both games just seem to be over after the draft pretty much, and we have yet to see where both teams really stand when they play each other on like even footing. So hopefully game 3 will be that. But yeah, Terrorblade still unbeaten, I think. I'm not a stats guy. I'm just saying whatever I saw, Terrorblade is unbeaten.
Yeah, Terrorblade's been doing well. It was a story that was basically written before it happened in terms of how this game was going to go based on the draft, and ended up at an impasse. It's 1-1. We're looking for one more victory to go into the lower bracket final. We'll see who comes out on top. We're going to break it down more in just a moment. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
In the stillness somewhere above, the city lights, you're falling in love. Still aware, you know it is true that you are lost, and this is a clue. Love is forever, love is forever. To believe you gotta let go. Light as a feather, light as a feather. Lucid dreaming over Tokyo. Love is forever, love is forever. Gotta let go.
Back and forth we go here in this lower bracket. It is RNG and Magma going punch for punch. They're pretty hard punches, and neither team can really take them, it seems, so far. 220 minutes back to back here. And lads, we're going to get ourselves into game number 3 pretty shortly here, but I guess the kind of tale of this series so far is team with bad draft loses really fast.
Yeah. That's the story
Yes.
of Dota. Like, Dota has 2 parts, right? First you have the chess part, and then you have the actual game part. If you lose in the chess part already, then there is not much you can do, unfortunately, in the actual game. So that's why having coaches is so important nowadays, because that is just such a big part of the game. And as I said before, game 1, game 2, there's just nothing you can do. It's so one-sided.
And I mean, we've seen this first pick TA a couple of times, today, and it really has not worked out. So surely this has got to be the final nail in the coffin, right? So maybe being 1 game up, Magma were like, yeah, maybe it might not have worked for other teams, but we feel like this Templar Assassin hero is good enough. So we're going to first pick it and see how it goes. And obviously it didn't really work out all too much. So I'd imagine these teams are either going to be trying to play maybe a little bit of draft chicken, right? When this TA can come out, because it still is a strong hero if you get it in the right circumstances. But if you first pick it, it really kind of falls flat.
Yeah, it seems like this is a hero that is easily countered with just a handful of picks. If you really only need like 1 or 2, and if you're gonna first pick it and then